All of you, thank you so much. Thank you for those folks that are coming that were on the collective bargaining contract team. And we'll advance to our little check-in slide. We've only one more. And today for our check-in, along with the usual, your name, position in the district, how you are today, and if there needs to be any elaborate background on that, that is fine. Any time constraints, who's missing, any issues or elephants, what your expectations are for the day. With summertime coming, I kind of had a thought one day, flashing back on some of my previous jobs in my life prior to my wonderful career as a teacher. And so throw out the what is the worst job you ever had. And I've done it now with 2 districts, and I've had multiple people with no worse job. So if you're that way, that's fine. Maybe you could find a bad day or a bad moment in and out. Who would like to get us rolling?
I'll go.
Okay.
She's ready.
I have a good word scout. I'm Lisa Dameron. I teach BMS, ELD. On the next round, we will go middle. Great today. I have no time constraints. I don't know if anyone's missing. Just big CBC, I suppose, is the elephant and the PTO. I'd love to come to some agreements today. Great. My worst job ever was a temp job in Summers Home from college. Doing data entry would have been the worst job ever anyway, but it was about in the, I guess it was the 90s, they came out with this thing called a Lestra that was like fake fat, and they put it in potato chips, and people ate the potato chips and had to describe what it did to them. So I had to input the data. Send me a picture of what it did to them, and that is why I am really sick.
It's next.
All right, which direction you want to go?
Over here.
I'm still stuck on this track. I'm Anna Cole, I'm superintendent. I'm fine today. Just have a 4 o'clock meeting. Not sure who's missing. Yeah, Jason's missing. Issues, elements of the CPC, and I know there's a crew of us who are really tired because we got home at 11 last night working on it. And expectations is that we keep to our norms and we have some strong outcomes today. Oh, I spent a couple weekends doing like a wedding convention, like a bride convention. It was really just an irritating way to spend time sitting at the front desk handing out packets and stuff.
Hi everyone, I'm Stacey Parker, Chief Academic Officer, and I'm okay today. I do have a meeting with CDE from 10 to 11 that I'm going to do, so I'll set out a little bit before then. Jason's here, so no one's missing. CBC and PTO party issues, and my hope is that we do stick to our norms and have productive and respectful conversations. And the worst job I ever had was one of like the 5 I had in college. I lasted for 2 weeks. I had to call people to ask if they would want to sell their timeshare. But the worst is there's a list of names. I call them, if somebody answers, I say, can I speak to so and so? And they're like, he passed away a month ago. Like, I'm so sorry for that. Thank you, bye. And it was terrible. So I lost for 2 weeks. I can do it. That's the worst.
Thank you.
I'm Heather Wilson. I'm an SSN teacher at Crystal River Elementary. I am fine. I don't have any time constraints, but I really would like to leave it for. If no one's missing, PTO, CBA contract, collective bargaining agreement. Expectations, just excited to make some decisions, have some agreements. The worst job was in college, and I think I maybe did it for a couple of days, but it was in like on the other side of town in like a small building with no windows, sitting in rows, making phone calls, selling, like portrait packages. So you had like a script that you had to say, and of course people would hang up on you. That was awful, so.
Hi, Lindsay Henschel, assistant principal at Lemon Springs High School. I feel pretty good today. I do have a 4 o'clock meeting I'd like to make in town though. Nobody's missing. I think the issues have been said. I expect that we can work through hard things. Like I felt like this is my first year and I've seen the group do it. And so I guess that's my expectation, that maybe it's gonna be rough conversations, but we can handle it professionally. I have to say, I hired 2 special education teachers in the past week, one from Steamboat and one from RE2, that I really feel like the work the group did contributed to them being able to move here, so just, I didn't know where it fit, that's where I'm gonna throw it. The worst job I ever had, it's not that I minded the specific job, one of my mom's friends was a property manager, we lived in Fort Collins. And we had to clean apartments really fast after college students moved out, that was disgusting. But I got put on a crew with, I was 17. The end of high school, and I got put on a crew with some like slightly older teenage, I don't know, they're about 19 or 20, and they decided they were gonna have like a relationship while we're on this cleaning crew and kept disappearing in rooms. I was like, oh jeez, drive me crazy, it's already gross in here. There's a lot going on for me right now. That wasn't fun, and then I had to tell my mom's friend, like, yeah, it took a while longer than it should have, because I was by myself. So that was just not a fun experience. I don't mind cleaning.
Rob, I teach science at Glenwood Springs High School and I'm part of CEA president. Doing all right today. I would like to get to baseball practice at 4 o'clock, but I have assistants who are capable of practice without me. I don't have any issues other than wrapping my head around what the next couple of weeks is gonna look like. And then expectations. I think we can get some stuff done today. My worst job, my dad was a roofer for 40 something years, which means that my summer job in high school and college was on a roof in central Illinois in the middle of the summer. There's no shade on a roof. There's no extended breaks when your dad is the boss.
Begonia Pratt, Chief Human Resources, no time constraints today. No one's missing, no issues, no elephants, looking forward to move things along and reach agreements. Was not the worst job I ever had. I worked at Epcot at the Mexican Pavilion for 1 year. And there's a lot of great things about it. Holidays, Epcot. I know about crowd control. I know things that I should not know. Just trying to push through masses of people moving in Florida. I do not miss that portion. I miss a lot of those things, but not just the crowds on the holidays.
I'm Kenny Tyler on the school board. I have a 4 o'clock meeting. And probably try to get PTO ironed out would be the big one, and my expectation is that people are respectful to each other and are able to go towards an agreement without getting in a place where it might make other people feel bad. My worst job, I don't know if I would even call it a job since it was a very short lived, but I was in Australia traveling on part of a long trip after college, and I thought I was going to need to make money, and so I went to this place in Sydney that seemed a little shady, but it was part of the part of giving the job was they would send you to wherever you wanted to go in the country, so I took the next place that I was going as my place. And they said that we'd be going door to door interviewing, and I thought that would be okay, and then I got to there for training, and it was door to door selling encyclopedias. Which I wasn't as good at, and so I would say that wasn't very good, and I didn't last very long, but some nice people that I was with.
I'm Maggie Hayes. I'm the CLD coach at Salt Middle and High School. I'm doing well today. I would like to get to track practice, but don't have to make it. One is missing. Yeah, I'm just looking forward, like a lot of people said, to working through and coming to some agreements. Worked a lot of jobs. I haven't had any that are horrible. I had one where I was redoing bathroom dorms in construction at Wyoming, the college. And that was a lot of work and I didn't know what I was doing. And then if any of you watch Seinfeld, this is probably my most interesting job. I went to school in Pepperdine and there was a tiny little deli, bakery in like the Malibu marketplace that was right there. And it was run by the Soup Nazi, like from Seinfeld. And if you haven't watched that episode, it's very accurate to how this man was. And it was based off of him because he's best friends with Jerry Seinfeld and he would come in a lot. So like I've met Jerry a lot. But my boss had a very hot temper and he was never like mean to me. But watching him interact with guests sometimes was like, well, this is not okay. So yeah, that was an interesting one. But amazing food, just like, you know, like the best bakery deli. It was so good. But it was so good. But yeah, you cannot be on your phone or like disrespect him. Yeah.
I'm Grant, I'm the principal at Basalt Elementary School. I feel great. Time constraints, I'm in charge of dinner tonight. I liked what Lindsay said, that we can do hard things, this group. Yeah, I don't have any worse jobs, except it was probably when I was a waiter, I was a substitute teacher during the day and I would wait tables at night. So I think it was a bad job for my customers because I would forget a lot and I'd be chatty with the tables and forget a lot of things, so. It's fine for me, but I think I customers.
I'm Megan Talbot and I'm a second grade teacher in Basalt and I'm doing fine today. I don't have any time constraints. Lindsay DeFreitas is missing.
I was
Anybody
waiting
else
how
we should
long
think
that
about
was.
Passing on. Maybe look at the list of who's supposed to be here. Issues and elephants, we have a lot of work still to do on the contract, that's an elephant. And also the kind of process that has led us to where we are today is an elephant. I expect that our communication today about PTO will be productive and hopefully we'll have done some pre-work to get us to a place where we can make a decision that's positive today. And the worst job that I remember having, I think all the jobs that I've had they're always good in a way, because like the worst job I had was like yours. I had to call people and ask them about their 401ks and their, you know, Roth, well, it wasn't even Roths at that time, but like Keogh plans and their IRAs and whatever. And I also had to ask people about, like, did they go to the Denver Center for Performing Arts or something? Did they go to the opera? I don't remember. And I didn't like cold calling people, but I always learned about people from that kind of interaction. Like how people want to be talked to. And I remember one person at the end, he like was so patient and listened through all my questions. At the end, he's it's such a wonderful situation. Oh, I think he must have thought I sounded awful, but
So I think that bad jobs can be good jobs too.
My name is Nina Asher. I'm fourth grade at Riverview. I'm good. No time constraints. Lindsay's missing. I think the issue elephants is the status of the CBC and the timeline and making sure that we all know and understand this new timeline that we're gonna be pushed onto. Expectations is that we get PTO finished today. Hopefully get some work done on the CBC and keep pushing forward so that we meet our deadlines and goals. Worst job I ever had. The worst part of the job I ever had was I was 16 and I was working for my rec center and we did adult league softball. It was great until about 6 p.m. when all the adult men were in their 40s, got drunk, and started yelling at me that I score kept wrong. And then I had to just stand there and be like, I don't know, I wrote it down. You made it over the base, but they made it over the base 4 times. So that was fun to like, angry old man. Yeah. They were like.
That's old.
I was like 16, I was like, oh, very old drunk man. Old to me, I guess.
Thank you.
Miles Cook, I teach social studies at Willow Springs High School. Feeling all right, I guess. No time constraints for me. No issues. Expectation is that we'll come to some agreements too. As far as jobs, I don't know, I've had a lot of jobs too. And I think a job is a job as long as you understand for the most part. I guess I haven't had those terrible jobs that some of you have had. I've worked in factories and worked in teachers, stuff like that. I guess so the worst part of the job is the first week where you don't know what the heck you're doing. And you feel like you'll never figure it out. And then you're ready to quit every hour of every day. Then you start to figure things out.
I am Ben Roberts. I teach a variety of things at Glenwood Springs High School. I am doing okay, no time constraints. I don't have any elephants, but my mom worked at the zoo when I was little, so I spent a lot of time with them. My expectations are that I have never been to one of these sessions before, so I have none. Worst job I ever had is I spent a few months as a kennel technician at a pet store. Which meant that I cleaned up poop and gave out medication, had to arrive super early in the morning. What was worse was the pet store was in Boulder, so we had protests regularly. Yeah, that was fun.
I'm Eric Hansen. I work for the Colorado Education Association. I'm doing okay today, but I did pinch a nerve in my back, so if I grimace a little bit while you're talking, I swear it's my back and not you. Time constraints, I don't have any, don't know who's missing, don't have any issues or elephants. Expectation, I just wanna watch and learn what you all do. And then my worst job I ever had, at 16, I was like a line cook for Long John Silver's for a whole month.
I'm Stephanie West. I teach kindergarten and Sopris. I'm also RFCEA's vice president. I think I'm just curious about today with the new developments. If I could pick up my daughter from tracks, she would really appreciate that tonight. Lindsay missing, and expectations is that all voices are listened to, not just a select few. The worst job wasn't the job. My senior year, my dad opened his own camera and film developing store. And I don't know if you know, but if you were a film developer, you were a person who tested well. So when I printed pictures for him at 16, 17, 18 that were questionable, I had to take it to my dad. So I had to develop a system where we did not make eye contact and I slid stuff.
Brain math.
Yeah, to this day.
Oh, you're blushing.
I'm Autumn Rivera, in 6th grade science at Glenwood Springs Middle School. I do have physical therapy today at 3:45, so I'll need to leave. Lindsay's missing. An elephant that I'll let Grace speak a little bit about too, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with things we're talking about, but I think it's really important to raise awareness. An email was sent to ELD staff. Interventionists, special education teachers, that there were these hours that they need to get by August 1st, 45 hours. And giving teachers 4 months, 3 months to get 45 hours is kind of impossible. And so just wanting to raise awareness on that and how we can support those teachers in that piece. Expectations today, really hoping that we can push through with what we were tasked as an IBB group with 2 years ago. I hope that we're able to finally complete that interest that we were tasked with last year. I would say the worst job I ever had was being a middle school teacher, but you know. One worse job than that is I bought my first car by raising pigs and raising sheep and raising geese, and so I would spend my summers cleaning up pig pens and sheep and pigs. So it's the worst. Sheep isn't that bad, and so yeah, a lot of management.
Hi, I'm Grace Gassara. I'm an ELD teacher at Carvajal Middle School. I'm okay today. No time constraints. Lindsay's missing. My big issue was there's been a breakdown in my communication from the district. And now I think it's 80+ staff have to do 45 hours of PD between now and August 1st. And it's gonna hugely impact people, and this is from the READ Act. So I know, and I did some digging, if we don't do it, the district will lose up $227,000. So with such a short turnaround, I'm worried because I love my district and I love my schools. And I'm just, you know, when the K-3 teachers had to do it, I think there was more support, there was more time. And still one person wasn't able to do it, but then they did. So I'm just really concerned and worried, and I want staff morale to be high. And I mean, my phone has been blowing up, emails, it's just very disheartening to me. And it's not right. And I hope that I mean, I know we're not gonna talk about that today, probably, but I hope the district can come to some sort of solution so that teachers feel valued.
What was your worst job?
Oh, worst job. My worst job was in high school, Lerner, New York, with retail. And it wasn't the job, I had a super mean manager that micromanaged, and she was mean, so I quit. That was it.
I'm Jacob Wallace. I teach 4th grade at Poland Springs Elementary School. I'm good today. No time constraints. Lindsay's missing. No issues or elephants. And yeah, my expectations can settle up, but just to come to some agreements. The worst job I ever had was in high school when I was 16 at Einstein's Bagels. Nothing against Einstein's Bagels, it's just when you're 16, waking up at like 2 in the morning to go make bagels, not a good thing to do. Yeah, I lasted like 2 months. It's terrible.
Right, I'm Alicia Grimes. I'm a science and STEM teacher at Marine Fork High School. I'm good today. I was telling Jacob, I really have a slow start to most of my mornings because I teach seniors at the beginning of the day for one of my days. And so that's nice because they feel the same way I do in the morning. And then the other day I have my department meetings, so it's kind of easing in. So if I'm not fully here until 9:30-ish, sorry about that. I'm trying. Time constraints. I would like to shoot home for lunch, but it's like half of a mile away, so should be easy. And then I think issues, elephants, I think we've talked about it. We just need to more effectively come up with like plans for communication, I think, with our group. And then expectations, I would say, yeah, I'm excited to move forward, hopefully with the PTO work that we did. Yay, super subcommittee, good job. And then the worst job, that was hard, there's been a lot, actually. So I'll focus on one that I did during a summer when I first started teaching. I was a research experience for teachers. Great idea in theory, in Boulder. Working in the engineering department. All this great idea, great experience until the actual research I was doing was presented. And it was to see the rate at which a nano material that had been generated in Boulder would evaporate. Okay, no big deal. But they put me in this rickety like basement closet thing that had terrible ventilation. And the way we were determining the rate was it would evaporate up into this absorbent material. And then that absorbent material would change mass. Well, in order to do mass, we had to do something very sensitive. And the fact that like my papers were blowing around was not a good fit for that space for trying to get accurate measurements of mass at a very, very small scale. So it's very frustrating. I think eventually they moved me maybe because I was like, I can't, it moves like every second. So that was pretty frustrating.
My name is Nathan Markham. I am the Chief Financial Officer for the district. Doing okay today. I have a 4 o'clock and then trying to wrap up some lingering issues today. Nobody missing other than who's already been mentioned. Same with the issues in the elephants. Expectations is that we stick to our norms, stick to the topics at hand, and get those ironed out. And I've been fortunate to have a worse job. My previous job, we sponsored a Habitat for Humanity house every year. And one day that I volunteered was landscape duty and the ground was an old parking lot. And so it was basically like pickaxing, like an old black top that had been there. And I learned pretty, like from that day to like call ahead and like, what are we doing that day? Trying to make sure when you volunteer in July that it's inside. Yeah. And because there was another day where we were on the roof all day in the wind, and it was one of those Denver days where it was just like 102 degrees, and yeah, so fortunately that's volunteer job, but those stuff.
I'm Adam Carvalera. I work at Bridges. Doing pretty well today. I have my last session of a grad school class at 4 that I can't miss. And I think I have to go check on something at 11:15, which should be quick. Lindsay's not here. My last 3 answers all kind of combined together. I mean, it's great that nobody's, except for one person, said teaching. It's so hard, and I feel like that's the issue, like, just, I don't know, it's been a rough one, and I think it is for everyone, so I think that's just something to say at this time of year. You know, we've all been working so hard and trying so many different things, and sometimes it feels like, and I've been having one of those months, so but that's okay, we keep on keeping on. My expectation, I saw this Jerry Seinfeld TikTok the other day, and he was talking, he's all into transcendental meditation now. I don't know if you guys know this, but it was just like, you know, it was a stoic reminder of like in 100 years, everyone, you know, dead. And all your stuff will belong to other people, and everything that you worked for and talked about will be gone and no one will remember it. And I think, no, that's like a positive thing, because, you know, I think my expectation is that, you know, and I realize this is ironic because what I just said about the job, like, is that we don't take things personally, right? And that we talk about the issues and not people, and we're trying to do the most amount of good that we can for the most amount of people, especially the kids. And what's good for teachers is good for kids, but you know, that removal of like personal pet issues and trying to just keep that space, but also being conscientious. Man, I've had a lot of rough jobs too, and great ones. And you know, I think sometimes it has so much more to do with the people you work with than the task that you're doing. But I'll tell you guys, the best job I ever had was my junior and senior year in high school. I worked at Giggles and Grins Family Fun Center in Evergreen, and it was a birthday party, like arcade laser tag place. Which was rad because I got to make like frozen pizzas and milkshakes for these little kids all day, and then I would like every time they played laser tag, if there was an odd number, I'd be like, well, I guess I guess. And I had the barrel key that gets you into every video game. And I it's, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
My name is Rusty George. I'm your facilitator. How you are today is a very loaded question from me. I'll try not to get too whiny about it, but I'm just coming off of a 2-day migraine, and I worked with Montrose last night. It's kind of weird. There were like 3 people in the room with migraines. I take drugs for it, and so that can help, but it can make me a bit drugged out. I drove here at 8:35 last night, and about 10-15 miles east of Delta on 92, suddenly a black object was in the road, and it was a skunk. And so I smushed that skunk, and I have never run over a skunk before, and I've not run over many animals, and usually feel very bad about it. I was not feeling that horrible, but I was very concerned about when the reek of smell would start pouring into my car, and it didn't. And I thought, yeah, I'll have the stench and everything. I had one road stop along the way, got back in, made it here at 10:41, and got out of the vehicle and went to the back and went, oh, skunk. And so back right into the truck, definitely was strong skunk smell. And then I decided I better go wash the truck, see if I can knock some of it off. And I was beginning to have some PTSD around skunks because probably about a decade or so ago, the doggy door in our house wasn't really sealing real well, and that's where the dog food kind of sat. And I was gone with my school doing some leadership thing. My wife calls me in the morning and said a skunk was in our house and that the skunk sprayed our dog in the house. My daughter woke up in the night and heard our dog whining outside. Checked on her and was like touched her and just got the oily slime on her hands, and then telling my wife, hey, I think that Jasmine got sprayed by a skunk. So my wife said, well, make sure we go shut the doggy door. So she went and put the little metal thing over the doggy door. So my daughter went into the bathroom, turned the water on, just about to grab the soap, and out comes the skunk from behind the toilet. And so she just screamed and just shut the door, and water's running in there. It was epic for them. And then when I came home the next day, my wife downstairs where my son's room was, it wasn't bad. And so, but they took a tent and pitched it in the yard and slept in the yard. And the next morning was the first day of summer school, and my wife had to go to work. So she went down the basement, took a shower, went to work. I arrived. We're gonna stay in a motel, and I mean, the minute that I hug my wife, I'm like, "Oh, you are skunky." She's like, "What do you mean? I got all new clothes on." Yeah, you're skunky. And so we dealt with that skunk thing for about 2 months. And, it got better and better slowly. Never used so much hydrogen peroxide, baking soda, and Dawn soap in my life. And so it was brutal. That flashed on me, but I took some things in, and then I went and washed the truck. And then when I came back, I had this really big hanging bag because I have clothes for the week. I go to Canyon City tonight and work there the next 2 days. So I got all my nice clothes all ironed and ready to roll. And I unzip the bag, go, oh. And so my bag reeked of skunk So thus, I'm dressed in a little more casual attire today. Because all my clothes are skunky. I plan on fly fishing tomorrow on the Arkansas. This is like my third or fourth time to try. And I know my waders are gonna smell like skunk, everything's like skunk, so. Yuck. But, you know, the interior cab, good, so I'm all right there. And I'm just a little groggy today, because I didn't go to sleep till about midnight. No time constraints other than, I mean, I would love to try and be on the road at 4. County Road or Colorado Road 9, which I will take as you get closer and closer to Highway 50 is deer mania. I've never seen so many deer on the road. So I'd rather not be there in the dark or late, but I'll do what I need to do for the team. Gutman's missing. I have no issues. Elephants. I'm going to elaborate, but I want to say this in honor of the CFO at Rifle, who now works remotely. But the guy is great. His name's Jeff Blandford. And he always likes to sit back in his chair. When it comes to expectations time, his deal is, I have no expectations. It's kind of a good way to be in a way, because I force myself, like I think about every possible outcome that's coming my way. We all lay there at night, all freaking out about stuff. And with this process, if we trust each other, we work together as people have talked about, then that process is going to get us to where this group needs to be. And trying to freak out about it stuff never really is helpful. I've answered this my third time to describe my worst jobs. I've just been bouncing around. So I'm gonna go ahead and redo one that I did last night. So in the summer, I think it was my second summer of college, went down to Kerrville, Texas, where my parents lived in the hill country. And I worked for a realtor doing any sort of odd job that he had. And this particular summer, somewhere around July, so temp was in the 100, 105 range. He had purchased a pretty sizable, I think about a 2 or 3 acre lot. There was an old junker house on it. So he hired a guy to come dig a 30-foot, long or 40-foot long hole about 15 feet deep. And then that bulldozer just knocked his house and broke it into pieces. But rather than pay the bulldoze driver to push said house into the hole, he wanted his son and I to have some work. So our job was to break up the house more, throw it into the hole. In the process, one of the early days, we're roaming around a lot, and it turned out in all of this thick brush that there was scrap metal and refrigerators and all sorts of stuff all over the place. And so we had to round all that up. And then that first day roaming through all the material, I looked down, my legs were completely covered in little teeny tiny wood ticks, just covered in ticks. My dad was one of the major experts on ticks and tick eradication. If you went right now to some foreign country and you met with a specialist, they would know my dad. He was all over the world helping people try to figure out how to eradicate ticks. So I wasn't freaked out about ticks because I have had many on me, but I couldn't deal with that. So we had to spray that all down. We ran all the stuff. And the worst part was once we started getting the majority of material in, we needed to burn it. So on the day it's 105 or so, we light this thing on fire, 30-foot flames coming out, and then we're throwing the house in there. And I'm really questioning what work is about at that time. It was not that great. All right. Oh, sorry, Jason, I'm so sorry.
You're good. Jason Santo, Basalt Middle School Assistant Principal. I'm better now. Sorry I was late. My son's orthodontist said it would be a quick appointment. 45 minutes later, they were like, hey, we ripped out all his wires and started again. So I was like, awesome. So I do not have any time constraints. Lindsay is missing. No, nothing I can really think of except for the PTO, like that's one thing to focus on today. Expectations is that we are open-minded and listen. And then worst job, was out of college. I think I've mentioned this before, but I worked at a radio station in Northwest Arkansas. about a mile away from the original Walmart, so it kind of lets you know, like, it's in the middle. Kind of nowhere back when I graduated, now it's blown up into this top end of mountain biking and everything. But the radio station, for some reason, decided that covering graduations was the best thing in the world to do. And so during graduation season, it was my responsibility to go to every graduation for high schools and sit there with a microphone and broadcast graduations. And that would be me setting up the signal, putting the microphones around the stage and listening to graduations for various high schools, from super small towns to big towns in Northwest Arkansas. And you would just sit there for 2+ hours listening to speeches. That was a pretty miserable time to sit out on the football fields and cow pastures and everything and just listen to them. But I heard a lot that summer of Freebird because it's in the song for every graduation, so there's a lot of that and horrible speeches, but that was my worst job and I left the station shortly after that. So,
Thank you, Jason. Well, John, you want to go one more? I've got an agenda. Since got the PTO proposals and dialogue and the CBC updates and kind of what are the next steps about that, and then implementation of the agreements that have been made, breaks in there and so forth, and a checkout for us. And if other things pop up that we need to deal with, and find a space for those to be. In terms of the elephants that we have, Megan, you had an elephant, as I recall. I'm embarrassed, I didn't write it down. I thought I would remember it in my brain.
It'll come up with the CBCs.
Okay, great. And then we have Grace's elephant. What do we want to do with those? Concept of elephant is we're having to step around it, so do we need to have any plan for dealing with that?
I think you gotta ask Ben. He's the elephant expert.
Yeah, so Ben, what do we do? This may be something that doesn't need to be in this group, but just want to check on that.
I'm interested in Grace's elephant, but I think I can find out more later.
Right, and I think you were part of the email, it was an oversight, so they're gonna give you an extra year to do it. So,
Okay.
but you might wanna check.
My husband has just found out that he has to do it too, and he's a high school science teacher, so he, like, it's not just you guys.
yeah.
It's 80+, when I saw everybody on the email, it's 80+ people on the email. I think it's something that I would love for people to address, but I don't know.
I'd like to understand it. Yeah, if you take a minute.
Yeah, the REDAX legislation was updated this year a couple of times. There's a Senate bill, there's a Senate bill, and I can't remember the exact numbers of it. But it regarded identifying educators that need to complete reading and reading. And so earlier on, it was for teachers. And we, as we're getting updates from the state on what groups of people included, it then included ELD, special education, any teachers K-12 who teach any kind of reading intervention, leaders, principals, principals, EPs. And so the communication early on last year was for elementary, because that at the time was what the legislation outlined and the statute outlined. And as districts across the state were clarifying and getting more information on what does this mean, because it's broad in the legislation, that's where we realized we need to actually communicate out what requirement. Grace is right, when last year when we just made lots of direct emails and reminders, and we had a teacher not complete it, we did not get money until they completed it in October. And so it's a real thing. And so part of it is it's not part of it's actually tied directly to the REDAX legislation. I think everyone here is familiar with the REDAX in Colorado. So I did talk with Heather just regarding the communication, it had been in our leadership weekly, it had been in the staff memo. One of the gaps there was just identifying directly who are the teachers that are expected to complete it and who are the teachers who have completed it so far and who are the teachers who haven't. And that took quite a long time to get that exact list. And ideally, we would have known, and the way that we actually find out is pretty roundabout, because when you complete it, you get your certificate, you can submit it into the CP pool, but,
Colorado Online.
Colorado Online licensing. And then from there, actually then can get a list of who completed. We actually can't ask people to complete it or not, because we just, the official list is from us, your certificate is submitted. So it took quite some time to actually get that list. I think it would have been better if we had that list immediately. I think it would have been better if we had clarity right up front on exactly who needs to complete it. That took just a bit of time. The additional year is actually new to me, but
The what?
the additional year to complete it is new to me.
Well, it was just like, like last night when I
Yeah.
spoke and I was like, well, what about, we spoke about, Amanda Martinez brought you up, Lisa. And then she was like, oh, she wasn't part of my email, we'll give her another year, starting in August. And I was like, you need to go and check to make
Yeah.
sure that that is correct. So, I mean, I did a lot of digging on the CVE website, and that's how I know how much money it is and all that. And it's like the district decides who the interventionists are. So that's the district is deciding who these interventionists are. So the email that we get where it says the CL, like the ELT student teachers and the SPED teachers, that was decided by the district. Because I went and I looked, like, compared. So in the legislation that I read, that was like passed August of 2023. So that's when we should have been told. It's just different because the district gets to decide who these interventionists are for 4th through 12th. So that's all I got.
Concern too is just the communication.
Yeah.
It was stated that it's been in the staff newsletter, and Grace and I went through all of the staff newsletters last night and could not find them anywhere. The only place we found it was in February, hidden behind a literacy link that you would have to know to click. And I keep in there, a lot of our teachers aren't clicking, and then there's some literacy news, and it was embedded in there. And from what we could see, it was only emailed out twice, once in a February newsletter and once in a March newsletter. And if this has been in place since August, it just seems a little difficult for teachers in the last month and then moving into summer to be
Yeah,
able
for
to.
sure. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately the goal, right, is that anyone who's working with our kids who are on READ plans, of which we have kids in K-12 and READ plans, have a really clear evidence-based training and understanding on reading instruction like that. I think we can all agree on that. I do think that there are lessons learned in terms of like, how can we get a list of specific people immediately, because I mean, sometimes when I read a thing in news, I'm like, probably not me. I think it's me, and or it's unclear, it's fuzzy, and so I think that feel really unclear as well. And so I think, you know, that as a team, and I think we're also just learning a lot. I think in terms of all the conversations with other districts, like who and how you're deciding who you want to put in what positions you include in this, took a long time. As just districts are trying to figure it out. The state was pretty broad in their recommendation. And ultimately thinking about what's really critical to have in place regarding training for the adults and the kids who have the greatest needs and have a lot. So.
Can I ask a clarifying question? If these 80 people don't have it done by August, we're not getting funding?
Actually, I mean, I want to clarify the year-long thing, additional year, because
No, there is no additional year. For the teachers, we have to do it by August 1st. It was one teacher that wasn't put on an email on Thursday. That she's saying that no, they'll have an extra year because they didn't get that email on Thursday. Which to me, I think it's you, which just to me feels like there might be some wiggle room that the district can do. I just think an 80+ people is a lot in 3 months. And I'm a solutions person. How are we gonna make this manageable for teachers? I agree that we should have this PD and I want the funding, but how are we gonna come to a good solution where these teachers can do this and admin where it's not so.
So that was your question, was?
Yeah,
What's
if,
the-
if there's wiggle room for August, and if not, could we, those of us who've had to do the training, could we
Right.
be connected with those who
Yes.
need to, so we can help mentor them through it? And maybe everybody who's participating this summer on their own time is stipend, the mentors and mentees, and we help get them through this, because the K3 teachers are pretty versatile in this now. We've been getting our building subs through it, we've been getting admin through it. So I think to make everybody's lives better, we would love to, I'm volunteering for all of us, but we'd love to step up and help. We live, eat, breathe every single day of our professional career. So is there some way we should have that?
Well, just to add to that, like, if the first iteration allowed, there was a teacher that took extra time. And then the money came after that was completed. Then it seems like there is some wiggle room, right? Like the ideal deadline, but what's the actual deadline and how does that work?
Let's let Stacy answer that question.
Well, let me-
See if she provides it.
Let me just add the second part, and then, yeah, because to me, I guess just as an impartial person that's not affected by this, it does feel weird that it took 7-ish months to figure out the list, and the people on that list have only a few months to complete the task. That feels out of balance.
Yeah, I think the suggestion is an interesting one. I don't feel like I can just on the spot say sure thing. I think there's a lot of details worked out. The piece about the person who did not complete it, the choices at that point were either appeal to the state board at their state board meeting, or set like a very clear corrective plan to make sure that teacher had completed it by a particular deadline in October in order to get any of it. So that's not, I mean, it's not. It's not like a, hey, this is a flexible deadline, you figure out what to do with it, there's serious repercussions from that. However, I do think that clarifying, the timing is something that we can, not timing people, something that we can put forward, and I don't know like fully all the details of like how we do that, but I think it's definitely something for. And then also, I don't want to volunteer Hebrew teachers to support folks, but thank you, Stephanie, and I think it's, we can explore how to make that.
Yeah, also looking at like possible, days off, like writing sub days for the teachers to get this done in the next month, or stipends in the summer, like it's. People already have their stuff, and people are like in second, third jobs, like I just think it's a big, huge ask to find out a month before school gets out that you don't have to give up 45 hours of your summer.
Can I just
Hey,
us?
Yeah, I didn't know who was first there, but we'll go Heather and Nate.
So I just want to clarify that the 80 people have already been notified via email. Because you mentioned special education, but if you were a K3 special education teacher, you've already gotten it done. And when we did this, there were stipends. It was, yes, so it was for the training. So.
For you guys, not for K3 teachers, we just got told to get it done over a summer.
Are you sure? Because it's.
Yes, because it was through letters training.
Oh, that's.
So I satisfied, there were different avenues that you could take to satisfy the requirement. And so I chose the letters training avenue, and that was either stipend or hours for salary advancement.
Yeah.
And so depending on what the path
There's a
is.
separate training with 45 hours, there's a different endorsement, there's like 4 different ways that you could do it, and some.
Right.
Folks choose letters or a specific praxis exam or the Pepper training modules.
So anyway, I just wanted to mention that, like, there was a benefit to doing it with letters as far as like, even though I realized that like, you guys are really in a time crunch. And I like the idea of the mentorship, particularly with letters, that's something that I think a lot of people can use, but.
Thank you, Heather. Megan?
I think this is a
and probably an important discussion to have. I do think it may be that this isn't the place for it. Fully, I do think it's important that, our admin team hears the importance of this to teachers, so I do think that, like, I'd like to make sure that you understand why it's important. But I do think we should try and, check ourselves going down a rabbit hole that may not be part of our, like, task today. And kind of to support that is I'd like you to think about, something we have in the contract proposal, about a labor relations board. And that kind of, structure would be a wonderful place for this kind of thing to happen, if that kind of, if we're able to get that through in the contract and think about like the different things that a labor relations board might be dealing with. And I think that is actually one of the questions that we have in the contract. And also I just want to state that I did make a mistake when I said my husband has to do this, because I was thinking about the CLDE requirement that is also a 45-hour contract. And I'm wondering if there are issues with that too, and it's not necessarily something that we need to discuss here, but I don't know if there's funding attached to that, or if there are people who haven't completed that don't know they haven't completed that. I know that's oh, is it, okay, it's before you get like your renewal or something like that. It's totally.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you. Yeah, man.
Just one thing, and I don't know, I guess I could email Heather, but I would think there are way more than one more person who's missing from that list.
Yeah.
If I were to go through and think of, not that I want
Right.
to put that upon other people in our building, but there are other people who need to be on that list who didn't get that email. And I was like, I think maybe because they're not currently teaching that class, but next year they will. And so who needs to flag that? Just like, I think there's probably a handful of staff.
Yeah, no,
missing.
that's great.
Just
to know
so it's
that.
on your radar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or are there people that are currently teaching it that aren't next year that don't? have
Right.
to?
Right, that, I think the office, yeah, I think there's
People who could be taken off.
All right, thank you for the dialogue around that. Thank you for the process suggestion that that be worked on in some other capacity, and that we go ahead and move on with our agenda. Okay with that? That's. Roger, go.
I think we actually need some time to caucus.
Okay,
Because of the late meeting last night. Okay, we need some time to separate into teams and update and before we dive into today's agenda.
okay, great, thank you.
30 minutes.
30?
We combine it with the break.
Yeah, yeah. So right now we got 9:03, so let's shoot for like 9:33, somewhere in that ballpark. Is the Colorado room over there?
We can go to the room for the big room, if nobody's in there.
I'm not sure.
Or the crystal.
Yeah.
Steve, make sure that the camera's off. We'll take that out.
Yep.
Okay. Good enough.
Well, Rusty, if it means anything, I did not notice any smell.
Me neither.
I did not.
Not a good, know what?
Notice any smell, and I'm pretty sensitive.
Yeah.
That's changed. I used to get reimbursement for over 100 per visit, because last time was 60. So, and they're trying to encourage me to go more often for my dog. But if I'm gonna end up paying that much more, I'm probably gonna push back on my dentist. Say it's all
They did the free dental, have you ever died, did they do that?
No, actually, so. It was part of the grandma survey was how they felt about dental education or something, and I was like, what? Like, what their kids felt like they have access to dental education, and I was like, why is it popular? Like health, I care would be more important things. It's like health, I need to get it.
All right, so we're just missing Kenny, he'll be here in just a second. Do you guys usually report out in just general about your caucusing or?
I don't think so.
Okay,
We're waiting for Adam.
well, Adam, okay, yeah, Adam's right beside me. So.
Yeah, where's the?
Are we back on?
Yes, we're
Yes,
back
we're back
on
on
now.
live.
Yeah,
There it is.
so. So do we
It's
wanna,
in there, Begonia, the slides are not the final, the group round 2.
Beautiful.
all right,
Yeah.
that was my question, are we ready to start dialogue around the PTO committee's work?
Who wants to spearhead talking?
Nominate you.
Oh. All right, so you guys can see our attendees for the super subcommittee, we call it now, because some members from other subcommittees joined. And I think Lindsay kind of crafted this, but basically, we're trying to clear up some inconsistencies with our current policy, based on feedback from, educators, on unforeseen life circumstances, and how they could have a more efficient way to access their accrued sick leave, for things like extended illnesses or bereavement. And this is prior to using up all 10 PTO days.
I just want to add, we know there's a lot more work to be done with, but in the scope of the time that we had, this was the interest that we focused on for today.
If I can say it one other way. We were concerned if we did nothing, that moving forward, what happened will happen again, where some staff actually had no personal time. Because of immediate unforeseen circumstances use their 10 PTO days. And then I know that it started to put in an appeal process, but that was very complicated. And felt very difficult for staff in those circumstances.
And along with that appeal process, we realized that appeal was a word that was a little triggering. Maybe, and then requesting to be another way.
Yeah, the language. Appeal makes it sound like it has a
something was
negative
wrong.
connotation, because like in the rest of the world, when you have something you have to appeal, normally it's because something's gone wrong. Like, and you're trying to get something that you've been denied, or that whole idea of denial is also very plausible. So. Okay, so. This is the recommended solution. Again, hours of work gone into going back and forth on this, and thank goodness people are willing to participate in that. So I just want to honor everybody's time here today. So I'll let you guys read through this. We sent these slides out to you already. We did a survey, which I appreciate the 10 of you who took the time to fill it out. So let's just read through. And then once you guys are done reading, just maybe let's go through. With clarifying questions, I don't know, do you just wanna do these up? If you have any versus just going around and speaking for the sake of speaking?
Why do we have to use 6 days before we can then access our accrued leave?
So part of this was to. So written into our current policy is that at the end of the year. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're good, you're good, you're good.
Step in here is what I'm saying, if I say something wrong. With our current policy as is that at the end of the year, they look at the time you have left. And let's pretend you use none of your days. 6 of those days get turned into accrued sick. So of the 10, again, assuming you use none, go into 6. So let's pretend you use a handful of days, then all of a sudden, whatever should have been of the 6 left would go into the accrued sick. So let's pretend you use 4. And
What if
so
you
then,
Zero,
what if you have 0?
what if you use 0,
Then 6 automatically go into accrued sick.
and the other 4?
The other 4 into the written policy. Then the other 4, we get paid out.
And what's the rate of that again?
$100.
What if our teachers make $100 a day?
No.
So it seems like the district is pushing us to use our days. Because if we don't, at least those 4, the payout is a loss to us. Is that accurate?
The district is not pushing you, it's always recommended.
Encouraging us to use at least 4 days a year. Because if we don't, we take a loss effectively.
Do you mean the policy is
Well,
encouraging you
so
or the district?
I guess the policy.
Yeah.
Because the policy came from this table.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, and so I guess this is what I'm getting at. If I'm just throwing numbers out, I don't know. Say I get paid $300 a day. If I don't use it, I only get $100 back. So it seems in my best interest to use at least 4 days a year. And what did sick days pay out at the end of, say you retire and you got 20 days left? What do they get out at? Really low.
$60 per day.
That's a separate issue.
Same argument.
True.
And, okay, one other question. In the past, when we've had unused, paid unused personal days, as they used to be called, what happened to those days?
We'll roll over to 6.
So some of the days in our accrued sick bank, reasonably, we could say there are people in the district who have personal days that are now in their accrued days. For that reason, I'm hesitant to say, why don't we get all of our accrued days available for use? Because some of them are sick leave days, some of them are personal days, as they originally started.
I would say they get converted, like they cease to be personal days at the end of a year, get converted to sick days. That's the way the policy is written. I understand what you're saying. It's like, yes, some of those started off, but they, after the year ended, they got converted. And they're no longer, they cease to be personal days.
But they started as personal days.
Right, I guess I'm just saying.
And so I guess I'm saying there's teachers who have accrued personal days, even though they're now considered sick leaves. And maybe the district should consider allowing access to all accrued days as paid time off. Did you guys consider that?
We talked about it and we knew that was not gonna be viable.
Can I ask what the argument against it is?
Afraid that someone suddenly has 300 hours of PTO and it's gonna take the entire month.
So the teachers that never take a sick day, they're all of a sudden going to take all of them at once. That's.
I'm not saying all.
Let me, okay, I agree. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a reasonable thing to expect a person to do? they've been so conscientious about their days, now they're just gonna look to take a big vacation. Do you think that that would be the norm, or do you think that would be maybe a one-off?
We saw the increase on usage, to answer with an analogy. We saw the increase this year on the usage of days or requests of days preceding and proceeding a break. And that has been actually, has had a really large impact after we removed that language from last year. So, yes, based on that analogy, I believe that some might take 300 hours off.
So is it the position of the district then to say, you get 10 days a year, but we don't want you to take them? Is that
No.
actively what we're saying?
Absolutely not.
But then if we do use them, then that's gonna be held against us in discussions like this.
Absolutely not. You asked me, is there a precedent? We saw a precedent.
It seems like, and I'm sure that this subcommittee has talked about all of these things, and so. But maybe it's not so much that a teacher who hasn't taken much time off is gonna take 3 months in the middle of the year. But maybe the more likely thing would be someone who at the end of their career is like, screw it, I got all these days, I'm just gonna stop working in February, when they don't have to come back and face the people that had to cover for them and stuff. So, you know, I mean, I don't think that we wanna make policy on the fear that people are going to do the like harmful thing. But I think we do have to consider like when, just like when I make a test in my class, I want to think about how the kids are gonna try to get around it, right? And it's not that I don't care, like that I still don't like the kids. You know, I trust them, but they're gonna try to figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
My last clarifying question. The district committed last year to hiring more guest teachers. How's that going?
We are increasing the number of guest teachers, and it's not just, and we talked about this on our, I think in the closing meeting in March.
Yeah.
It's partially not only the hiring, it is also the retaining, because at the same pace that I do hire new people, I actually lose those that, oh, sorry, no, this was not for me, thank you, 2 days from out. So it's unfortunately a rotating pool that we have, and we are hiring more people.
Okay, this is just personal to me, I'm not speaking for anybody else, but it feels to me like the district is trying to hold the fact that the district is struggling to retain guest teachers, and they're using that against teachers for using their kids. Well, look, you all have to cover each other, you shouldn't have to do that, and the district is actively working to pit teachers against each other in that regard. And, you know, I guess the district made a commitment, and so the district is responsible for finding a way to hire more teachers, whether it's more money, different benefits. I don't know what the answer is. That's not my job, and that wasn't my commitment.
Thank you, Miles.
So clarifying question, a teacher uses 6 days, they have 300 hours. They can start calling in sick every single day. And that's gonna be acceptable, there's not gonna start being parameters on that, there's not gonna start being like, well, that's too many, so as long as they're calling in sick, those hours are theirs for as many days as they need in their bank.
I think that it fits into the category of what would happen like with sick anyways. Chances are a conversation after a certain amount of time.
I wanna know there's no written policy. I wanna know that this is the exact policy and that something is not gonna crop up next year with so many people calling in sick, that all of a sudden the policy is changing and limiting how many times they can call in.
That's it, like right now, that's how it works, it just works after 10.
Well, no, right now you have to appeal it, so this is a different
No,
thing.
not to use your sick.
Not to
Right
use
now,
your
if you use
sick,
your
not to use
10
your sick.
PTO days, you can use any of your accrued sick. This revision is only that you could use your accrued sick sooner. For people who are ending up actually with 0 personal days in a year.
Yeah.
Because something comes up and they know they're gonna. It's like bereavement is just a very clear example. Like, yeah, they've called in, they've used whatever days, they've had a very normal like experience with PTO. And then they know they're gonna have to be gone for 5 days. It's gonna clear all of their PTO. This is to allow them to use that accrued sooner. But if they use all their 10 PTO, they have 100%, anybody who has it can use accrued sick when they call in or sick.
Yeah.
That's not a change, like that exists. It's just right now you can't get there to use all 10. Which has been really painful for some people in my building who've had these unexpected events. And then, yes, if they call in sick, they can still use sick, but they have no flexibility to use personal time for something. And they don't wanna lie, right? It comes back to the reason that it was PTO on the first time in place.
It's that like college graduation clause, right? Like I have this thing in May that I need to go to personal time. But what happens if I have an illness before that, then I can't go see my.
Because we did not ask questions enough last year and we rushed through it and then eating it this year. So I don't want some neither. End up in this policy. And because they're concerned about all these excess days people have sitting there. They're changing a little bit to access those quicker. I don't want to see something show up in the policy next year that we're back here next year having the same conversation.
Okay, and I'm gonna bring up a process thing. We have cards to monitor how we
Oh, yeah.
move, and so we have not been following that process well. So let's honor the cards, please, as we can. Kenny?
I just had one question, Miles, on your question about like the $300 that you make and you're only getting $100. Aren't you still getting the $300 that you make anyway? So it's not like that $300 is being taken away. So I'm not really understanding where that, like, the $100 is extra on top of the $300 that you would already be getting.
I guess in my mind today, if I take my 10 PTO days, that's worth $3,000 and a day off. Versus having to work, and only get 60 or 100.
So sorry, you're.
And I acknowledge that's.
But I mean, I'm
that's
not
a good point.
understanding because you're like still getting that money, whether you take, I don't know, it's not like you're
So-
taking $300 away from.
Then let's not view it as money, but let's view it as the opportunity to have a day away from work for
That I
mental health or
understand.
whatever it might be.
That I understand.
Okay, so fair point.
Thank you. Okay, I think it's 9,
I just had a quick clarification for Stephanie while I'm taking notes. So right now, as it stands, if somebody goes into their appeal, is there a limit on how many, or not their appeal, into their accrued? Do they have a limit on how many sick days they can take?
As many as they have, again, saved.
Okay.
No, back to what I use.
Okay, so to Stephanie's point,
Saved.
Yeah.
if
Accrued.
somebody is
Accrued.
at the
Thank
point
you.
where they have accrued sick leave, they have 300 hours, they just call in sick day after day after day. They can do that until their they've used all their hours. I just wanna make sure that's.
Someone could do that.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that's clear, and
Exactly.
that's,
Well, that's not new to this current.
no,
process.
I
That's been that way
know,
for-
I just wanna make sure that I'm clear on that for note taking and that when we communicate this. Cause it's a question.
I think there's something about past a certain point they can request a doctor's.
There was something about 3 days in a row.
Yeah, there is something in there,
So I
like,
think we should look at what that says.
anytime
There was-
people call in sick, if it's past a certain amount, it's similar to the kid, the excuse absence, it's like it's kind of request a doctor's note to show.
okay,
It's
maybe,
in a list.
Yeah.
I know there are some possible issues with this, but overall I'm in support of this solution.
and I have a clarifying question about this process. This language that exists for PTO was negotiated with this group. So I'd like to keep that in mind as we're talking about it, that this negotiating group built this language. Okay,
Yeah, I guess I'll just say, this language here or whatever is just about what is changing in the language. So it's not about what's already in the previous agreed upon language, it's literally just what modification we wanna make to the current language to address the interests that we presented at the beginning of the slide, which was what Lindsay mentioned, which is what some teachers have faced this year. They've ran through all of their 10 PTO and literally have had no personal base at all. And so this is allowing for at least 4. Because once you get to 6, let's pretend all 6 have been used due to bereavement or illness or whatever, that you then still have those 4 and that those can truly be just personal. And that the starting at that point on for 7, 8, 9, 10, that those can go into accrued and then it doesn't have to end at 10. Because it's based on however many accrued you have.
Thank you, and
I was just gonna clarify on your question, yes. There is, when folks are appealing this year, not for sick, but they're appealing for what Alicia just explained. We are limiting if it's like, I used up all my 10th sick. I want to reclaim my PTO, I have 5 days of a wedding. We're only saying 4. Can be, was converted. So I just wanted to name that there is a limited, but that's when we're not talking sick or bereavement, we're talking, like, I won't be sick. So that is kind of currently how that is working.
and I didn't see if it was true.
I think it was
Go ahead. Just to clarify on the point on using accrued sick leave right now in policy, GBGG. It says that in the instance that an employee has exhausted all of their current year PTO and is using accumulated sick leave, evidence of illness may be required for payment of these days in excess of 3 consecutive days.
Okay.
So there is a restriction according to what we have written now on how that accrued sick leave can be used.
Thank you, Rob.
Can you talk about why 6, why not 5? Like, where did that number come from?
Yeah, so this has to do with those 4 days that are open for payback or whatever. And so if we started to bumper in the other direction, potentially somebody could end up getting paid back for unused time, even though they officially used personal in the previous. So it's like a loophole to prevent people from getting paid even $100 a day for time that then they had access to use. I hope that answers that.
Yeah, that's helpful. The other question I have, because I apparently spent half my life staring at contracts now, is this an added 2 sentences, or are we striking something and replacing with this? What does this look like?
I would think that this would replace the having to use all 10 PTO days before accessing accrued leave. This would replace it.
So,
That's my take though, for, yes, Begonia, you, okay,
Yeah. That was a discussion.
okay,
Thank you,
Adam, I think has.
Adam.
I just want to point out that if the appeals are being granted, which it sounds like they have there any that have been not granted?
I would say the only thing has been that sometimes folks are asking for 5
Yeah,
and we're saying it's 4.
so 4 are generally being granted. So it kind of sounds like what this is asking is already kind of what's happening.
It just removes that
Yeah.
step in some ways.
Makes right support.
There's alignment, yeah, but there's alignment, like,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes,
I just wanted to point out.
that was purposeful.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Well, just to that point, I was gonna say what this allows is like. An employee who clearly knows they're gonna use some of their leave. They don't actually know, the appeal process, you appeal because you need it for something.
Yeah.
When it's September, you're gonna have someone who had to go through all their days in August and September, bereavement. You don't know when or if you need those PTO days, but the idea of this is that they're there. The employee actually might never use those 4 days
Right.
also.
Yeah.
But they're not like then later caught and like, oh gosh, my friend's having a birthday party, I'd really like to go.
Right.
Now I have to write an appeal to the district, it doesn't feel good
Yeah.
to people, and they'd already known it was
Yeah.
gonna go through. So
Yeah.
I think it protects some of the professional expression that we have to call in on those days, and not have to make a case to someone to get approved for those duties.
What are, I'm just throwing out ideas. Sometimes people do get sick of being in here, sometimes people do have things happen that they would reasonably be able to take sick leave. Is there in the list of things or any ways that we could have specific rules about accessing your sick leave bank? Or your accrued days in September? Maybe you have doctor's notes or someone dies and that's documented.
I would rather not to, but we can come up with 3 examples here. Yes, you need to access, you were sick in September. What if it happened in October and now it's with outside of this policy?
Well, I was.
In that scenario?
Timeline, I was saying, for example, beginning of the,
Define beginning of the year.
before you, anytime before you lose 6 personal days.
Or
So maybe it's May, but I haven't used any personal days yet, and then I in the hospital for 8 days.
Right.
We dip into your accrued.
Yeah.
And if you never took personal leave that whole year, you still get those before, with this. So, sorry.
You would end up using 6.
6 would be
of the
gone.
years.
If I hadn't used any because I had a 10-day, 3 of my nieces are graduating in 3 successive weekends. So I already have that time set off, and now I get sick in March or April or.
I think, I don't know what I mentioned, but you would just dip into your accrued.
For, yeah, I agree, for year 6, yep,
You dip into this,
accrued, yep.
even though you haven't used your PTO leave.
You haven't used all of it, but you go through your 6 that you can use for personal.
Maddie, you have something connected to this point?
Okay, and I just have a question, but it's not answering that.
Okay, just one second.
Yeah.
Is yours a response to that?
Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, the one thing I would say after being on this, I wasn't on this committee this year, but I was last year or the year before. Is that, we get 10 days. We negotiated for that. If you go over that, it's personal day type of reason, you can still take time off and just get the paid off. And so like, there is that line where it's like, okay, this is a professional job, you've agreed to do it, If you have a year where you have 3 nieces all graduating, that's a great thing for your family, and you might have to take a couple extra days and not get paid, and like, I think I come back, like, I think it's important to like look at both sides, but then this original thing of like, we all signed up to do a job and get a certain number of days off, and that's part of the deal, and and it's a lot of days, like, it's more days than we've ever had, so I think that's, I'm grateful for that, and sometimes people take paid off, and it's worth it. It can be worth it, right, if you got something really important that you want to do, so that's still an option.
Thank you, Maddie.
Just a clarifying question, so if you use your 6 PTO days, draw from accrued sick or whatever, and don't use your other 4,
You still would get those paid back.
are they paid back or do they roll over to accrue?
They will roll over.
Oh, yeah, you're
They will
right,
roll
they
over.
will roll over, which is why we did the number we did, because then you can't, you
wouldn't
can't
ever
use
get
them.
paid back.
Yeah.
No,
After you use your first 4, the ability to get paid back is gone.
Not, it's not first 4, first 6.
Yeah,
But don't you only get paid back 4 days?
yeah.
But
Yes.
6 have to get accrued. 6 are supposed to, or less than if,
I think it's 4.
I think she's asking a different question.
oh, okay.
Yes, once you use the first 4, you don't get paid back.
For
Oh,
anything
because
in full.
6, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yep,
So I guess
thank you.
if the vision of having this be that you wouldn't also get paid out for dipping in, can it be after 4 PTO days used, you dip into your accrued? I guess that's just, cause it's, you get paid first, then what's left. It's not like I get to pick what 4 of my PTO days I get paid, it's my first 4, and if I use them, I only get accrued. Right? I don't know, I'm just kind of unclear.
Nathan?
Is there any discussion around, we're talking a lot about the accrued sick time. But like an accrued PTO time of up to like 5 days, just so you have those personal days like banked, but it's not 100 days, it's 5 days, so if you do use your 10 days of sick in September, it's like, why, I know I have 5 PTO days banked, but I just have it.
We had that, up to 4 days. Or maybe up to 6. In the past.
Okay, let's hang on a second, because I think that Alicia has something for this.
So what I would say to that is I wish people would have been in our super subcommittee, because we could have had that conversation then and then brought that. But at this point, with our lacking time, this is what we could agree to, and this is what we brought. So your point and your point are great points, but they should have come, several weeks ago when we had that meeting. And I know like not everybody could come, I'm just saying in the process and time that we're in, this is where we got to. So I don't know at this point if it's fair to say that we're gonna try all these new solutions now for the first time with this group and come to agreement. I think we need to be okay with the modification, the little that we have agreed to or whatever. Within our subcommittee, I don't know, that just, am I wrong about that? Do we have time to try out all these new solutions and see whether they pass or not? I just think we're kind of short on time and this is what we came up with, so in the future, if you have ideas, please join us for like when we extend that invitation to be a part of that committee, because we would love those ideas, and they could have come through email too, like, I'm just saying, like, any way to jump into these ideas would have been great. I just think it's a little late in the process.
Thank you, Kenny.
Nathan, just sort of as a response, at least to the question that you posed about being able to add on that day, I think we sort of had a proposal that we had talked about that. And it seemed like it becomes an accounting thing for HR a little bit, that having to do more and more accounting, and so we were trying to streamline that a little bit and saying, like, there's this number of days, and that was part of the reason why I set number.
Thank you, Heather.
And I think that there's still very much the feeling that this probably needs more work. And that the labor relation committee, that's something that could be in their scope of work and could be changed through a memorandum of understanding. If this is added to today's contract and all of that goes through. Is kind of what we had discussed as a subcommittee.
Yeah. And I think we're.
That this feels like the best solution for now.
Yep.
And the time for continuing to negotiate this is really done. And let's, see if we can come to an agreement here.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
I'm all for honoring the process. but I just wanna throw out, this, you know, if we go with this, we, change the settings in the ATOP system, to 6 or something like that. We've also heard 4 and 5, and I don't know how long the afternoon conversations will take, but perhaps a short discussion could help us decide between the 6 or the 4 or the 5.
I just would like to remind you that I think this was the agreed upon number by all parties, and I'm afraid if we change that number, we will not be in agreement.
Thank you, Anna, and then thank
Yeah, I guess I wanted to name, and I'm gonna jump to like 20,000, but Heather opened this up. When you named that there's more work on it, I definitely know that there is, what we agree on in terms of PTO, ideally gonna move over word for word into a contract. With that in mind, there are definitely concerns that admin has around other work on it. That the team feels really uncomfortable leaving unresolved and then codifying a contract without this team working on it. And doesn't want to leave, and so I don't know how to square that with our time. In wanting this team to be able to own consensus, where I think it hasn't been as clear. I mean, again, we could just leave those tension points up to the contract negotiation process, but I guess I don't know that we could reopen other work, but I know that there's an urgency from admin to feel like some of these other pieces that we've mentioned. We'd love to find some resolution on the board. I mean, that's I'm so big old thing.
So are you saying?
Am I next?
I would like to go to Megan.
Okay. You were mentioned also the Labor Relations Board making changes to this, which is not the intent of the Labor Relations Board. The Labor Relations Board would be acting as a group that would be like consultory and also trying to figure out interpretation when things need to be interpreted. So the intent would not be that a group would recraft a policy without IBB. That was my first thing. Second thing is, I know you have another proposed solution and I'm wondering if we should look at that or not. No, okay, and then the third thing is, I'm just wondering if we can do a temperature check about where we are on this one right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you for those suggestions, and we definitely can work on that. I just want to make sure Begonia, you had your card up prior to that, so something you contribute to.
Just to answer and add up a little bit to Lisa, what you mentioned, no matter what, of the two proposed solutions, whether we go with one of those two that we have in writing or not, those both solutions take add additional work onto the payroll and HR teams. Because now the ease of the system that we currently use cannot really, we need to revise one by one at that point. Hey, Begonia, have you used all your 6? You have used only 5, can you access? No matter what, how we go on those two, it's an added level of, it's an added process to the team right now. I just wanted to clarify that.
That process just 2 years.
Yes.
It did, and when it was set sick and personal, the categories are named, but if it's open to, you may use some and then you access some, and when there are ifs in the process, it's when it gets, we need eyes on it. When there's, does that make sense? Did that answer the question?
Sure, it just sounds like a programming problem to me. Like it doesn't sound like a lot. I don't know what's to do.
But
Okay. Heather.
Robert, I was just going to, based on what Anna just said, ask for a temperature check because that made me wonder if
what your thumb would be based on the feedback you've gotten from executive team and how people are feeling about. Is this enough of a solution to actually add into a contract? And Megan, I appreciate you clarifying. And I guess maybe it's still my understanding, and maybe it's not the role of the labor relations board to do it, but it's still my understanding that as an IBB team, we could still ask to renegotiate and create an MOU with the caveat that both parties have to agree to renegotiate, and so there's always the chance that both parties wouldn't agree. And so if we don't resolve this the best that we can now, then it's like either it stays the way it currently is.
There's no either, it just does.
Right, it does. So maybe saying the labor relations, group is not the right group to do it. There's still the avenue to be able to have an interest. So that's.
You mean next year's IBB?
Right,
Okay.
yeah,
Just to name the process.
yeah.
Okay, are we okay to go with the temperature check to see how we're doing? Do we need to?
I think
Good
that's
to
a
go
good-
with the temperature?
I have a
check?
clarifying question with what Anna just said, because Anna brought up a point of they have admin that are concerned, and it might be renegotiated in CBC. Do we, I don't know where we are, like, if this is gonna be, if we all give a thumbs up on this, and they go to CBC and take it apart, I don't know that IBB then owns that at that moment in time, so that makes me concerned about how we move forward if that's something that feels like is coming to the CBC.
Okay, Rob.
I need to respond to Hannah. This group has already come to consensus on this time agreement. And so right now we're talking about revising a very specific portion of it. And so the whole foundation of the CBC is to use previous IBB agreements. So if you're suggesting that we have to renegotiate all of PTO in the CBC, I think that flies in the face of what we've been doing.
Go ahead, Ann.
Sorry, I totally hear that, which is why I think the admin team's concerns around, which are not related to this, which are around kind of streamlining locus of control and managing expectations around time off around holidays, is feeling really sticky, as we named that, came up early in IBB, that was the story, that was a piece of what we were hoping to solve. Didn't. It's coming up again through the contract lens of folks feeling like super concerned about our ability to operate the schools and to provide clear guidance and consistency for school leaders on approving leave. Because of some of the pieces that I think we've all lived this year that feel unclear. And so I think admin was hoping to see if there's an opportunity for this group to grapple with some of that before it goes. But I hear you, Rob, that, exactly. This was agreed upon last year. We didn't solve it this year. Yeah, I think what feels a little different for us is the choice to leave it and not having fixed it. Maybe we didn't fully understand that meant it was going into contract. If it wasn't resolved. But it's not, I think the general concerns about admin are about other components.
Before we go into temperature check, if I can give a little bit, maybe more background too, of partially, I think of how this solution came about is we had from last year, a 10 PTO thing that we've said, these were our 10 PTO days that needed to be resolved though, and it seemed like this issue came out of people not having personal days. And so we were from using up sick. And that seemed to sort of be the impetus for having to change this solution. And I think part of our discussions was why we left it at 4 personal days also was we're trying to go with what we had decided, but change the problem that existed within the decision that we had already come up with, the 6 and the 4. And that was part of the reason of leaving it at 4, was saying the issue was people not having those personal days at the end of using up their days. And that was one of the reasons why it stayed at 4 also, because that was what it was, solving the issue of people not ending up with their days.
Thank you. Go. I'm not sure who's
Nine.
where it's go 9. I think Adam, and then we should.
Just back to the conversation with Anna and what your executive team wants to bring up. I think this is more of a process question for us right now. I think when we get into CBC, we already during our podcast talked about the structure we kind of want to like. So I think that's a good place to put that. That being said, as this policy stands, if we put this in contract, your team is okay with this language.
I think we need.
I mean, okay, yep, that's right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool, okay.
Yeah, but I think that's.
If we're good with this, then, okay.
Yeah, I think this is an elegant solution to a difficult problem, and it's a one line change to a longer policy that I think will work. And just going back to your point, Begonia, like I understand that is tricky, that those cases will have to be managed independently, or somehow ASAP settings need to be changed, but it does take a little bit of work away from the people that are having to carry all this appeal process conversation. So, because it would make all that go away, so it's more of a transfer of energy rather than an add.
Absolutely agree.
Thank you, Alicia.
So I just wanted to bring up Anna's point. I feel like every time we've had the talking conversation about PTO, it's about leaders. And so I get confused on why this isn't a major component in the admin IBB, because it sounds like the interest is of the admin. It's not of the teachers. It's that the admin are having a hard time negotiating the current language as is on how to draw that line. And I know it came up with the conversation in our super subcommittee from an admin. And so I think that, or from a couple different admins' perspectives. And so I don't know, I guess that would be my question to you, like, why isn't this in admin IBB? Why does this belong in this IBB versus admin IBB? Because that sounds like it's more of a leadership or admin conversation than when that includes all the teachers too.
Okay.
Any change here, would it affect all employees, or is it just going into the CBC to apply to the covered parties in the CBC?
The second.
So then we'd have 2, 1 for classified.
Okay.
I would say we don't represent that group, but if it's easier for you guys, it's better for them, give it to them. If that's.
But traditionally, any change to this, what has been a policy has applied to all. So now I'm wondering if we're bifurcating that and having here's the policy for everybody not named, that's my question. Because historically, this would be different from what it's been.
Yeah, and that is the road that we're on.
Yeah.
Like, that is through a CBC, we will have an entirely different set of regulations and agreements that apply to certified staff only. Which is why it's also great that we now have a formal, classified process. Yes. You're right.
Which is kind of my question, are we amending the policy, which will then go to the CBC, or is this just CBC language and the policy stays as it is, so we still have confusion amongst?
I think we're amending the policy.
We're amending the policy.
I can the agreement that is then gonna be copy pasted into a contract. Is then gonna be codified by the board. We're not touching board policy. This has nothing to do with board policy because we are now in a different realm. Because this is related to, yes, something that's a board policy, but through the board's recent, almost soon to be adoption of the H policies, they've enabled this team to determine PTO through the contract. And so we are moving into a different space now with this team of that many of our outcomes and deliverables will then be codified in a contract distinct from policy. And that means there will be a whole bunch of policies now that once the contract is approved are kind of irrelevant when as applied to certified staff. That's where, I mean,
I don't think a whole bunch, because there were several policies that you guys had concerns with that we can stop.
But I mean, I think we're still changing one line of the policy that was agreed upon through the IBB process. Which is that you have to use all 10. This is just replacing that line with this statement, with these sentences. So. Right? That's your.
I feel that way as well, that this is a policy revision. IBB recommends those policy revisions. So yes, I feel that way too.
Miles.
That might be.
I think we need to be clear that there is no contract at this point, and there's no guarantee of a contract. So what happens to this if we don't come to agreement? Where's it gonna go?
that's what when Begonia was just saying that, I was thinking, yeah, if the contract doesn't go through, but we've agreed, then that needs to come before the board as a contract didn't go through. But IBB agreed on this change.
Right.
Now.
Then it's a change, just like all other, just like the process we've done in the past.
Yeah, yes, I think.
For agreements from IBB.
Right.
Yeah, recommendations by IBB get brought to the board, and then the board either agrees or rejects them, right? I mean, that's the process that's happened.
Yep.
All years that we haven't had a contract.
Yep.
Okay, so we can do a
Temperature check.
temperature check on.
Are we voting or temperature?
Temperature check.
Why don't we just vote?
Yeah, I agree.
I was-
I want to see the second option here.
But if the first one with temperature check goes through, I don't think we need to go through all of this again with proposed solution 2. It's kind of like the backup.
You have seen it too.
Yeah, it was
I know, but I
emailed.
haven't heard everybody's comments, maybe spend an hour discussing this.
Well, if this is the preferred recommendation of the group, I think you can vote first.
I mean, everybody's seen it.
I guess
so-
if it gets voted down, you get thumbs it down, and we'd have to look at the other one.
But if we
Alright, so like-
make a temperature check first, just
I mean-
to make other people more comfortable before we make it a vote.
Second the motion.
Okay,
Temperature check.
temperature check, fine.
It'll temperature check, It can be thumbs up, it can be sideways, if you're down, then
Okay,
don't see the downs.
So can
Do
we
we
vote?
need to the new members explain?
they.
They're not voting at the table,
Thank you.
they're here to provide information about the contract and
CBC.
so forth.
So can we vote?
Yeah, can we just vote now?
And would you like to see the vote first?
Well, I just wonder if the group made a second proposal, is that something that should be looked at, is there some
It
major
wasn't,
difference?
it was really, I mean, we almost considered not
don't-
having it.
We don't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it.
Yeah. We're just, if somebody was really, really strongly opposed to this, it was more of, okay, this is
Here's
something that we
another way
could
we
maybe
could
live
do
with, but this is really not what we want to propose.
It's barely better than the current policy, the second one. And way more tax heavy on the HR department, the next one.
And everybody received it in an email, so should have seen it.
We think this is a much better solution.
Already.
So I recommend then that we do thumbs on it, and if you are not in connection with this one, and you think the second one might be better, want to spend time there, you have the option of going thumbs down.
Can we at least just switch the screen to read it for a minute first?
Sure.
Sure.
So this, I can explain this a little bit. You could lock in 4 days, like if you knew you had a graduation coming. You could say, I need to reserve these up to 4 days in May. So that then if you had some event where all of your time your PTO days were used up, you would still have those 4 locked in. But that, we haven't gone through all of the, like, that would be logistically difficult.
Yeah, we don't know how it would actually work. Because we preferred solution one, we really logistically didn't come up with any of the how. So if people pose questions, we probably really aren't gonna have an answer, because we haven't really been, you know, the bulk of our energy and time was on solution one, not on this one.
The short description though is you get prior approval because you know something's coming later in the year, and then whatever comes up during the year, you don't have to worry, that's now you're not. Versus doing an appeal later.
So it's an appeal.
It's an upfront.
Yeah,
yeah,
pre-approved.
It's like I have pre-approved block those days, so it's not going to be an issue if I have something else that uses my days. It goes, again, it would give them access to accrued.
At
sick
6.
Sooner at 6, if they have other ones locked, so that they don't have to go through all 10. So it takes the burden. But then it doesn't alleviate people who just. Maybe they don't know they need something at the end of the
They
year,
don't know
but
the
they
numbers.
should still have some PTO if something else happens in the fall. Right. So that's why it's not as protective of the staff. Not everyone knows what they're doing at the end of the day.
Alright.
So can we go back to solution one and
Consensus
do
for recommendation number 1.
okay,
Remember, this means you're 100% for it. This means you're not going to sabotage it in any way. This means you reject it. Okay, so it does pass.
Oh, we don't have Grace.
oh, Grace, we need to know.
Grace is not. Sorry, thank you guys for paying attention to that. All right, so this,
Passes.
Stacy, she's in a meeting,
so this is then accepted by the team to go into board policy. And under contract discussion later, will be put into that.
CBC recommended
Right.
board policy.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. This is recommended for the board policy. Okay. Great, thank you, super committee PTO.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the dialogue. One of the things that I see missing that I would like to have improved more for next year is the concept of the motivation to solve the problems. Because I look back and we have given story, but I don't see anywhere interest. It's called interest-based bargaining. And so that is something that I think needs to be improved, because what it does is it makes clear the motivations that everyone has around a particular issue. And I have heard plenty of interest being said, but they weren't necessarily said as that. So that is something I would like to see in the future as this process builds, because that is missing. And that is the typical way that we evaluate in interest-based bargaining, is we come up with the most common interest that we can, and we can even look at divergent ones and see how those match up to the solution meeting those interests. That just to me is something that I am noticing that I'm not seeing somewhere. I'm seeing otherwise great clarifying questions and analysis of the problem. That is outstanding. That's just one piece for future work. That is the key to interest-based bargaining. Okay, I know we're not gonna change anything now. You guys are all set, but that is something I think we should look to work on.
I think Anna had heard it.
And
Rusty, can you give us a, looks like, sounds like?
Yeah, that's
like
what
the
I was gonna
conversation
ask.
We just had, can you give us a little coaching push on that would have sounded like?
I
in your last
Here's
conversation?
the interest we had for the subcommittee, which is not the huge, we couldn't solve the major interest from the original PTO group. But when we left the March group, the dissatisfaction was around people not being able to access any of their accrued leave. So we did write this interest, and that is.
okay,
what the
So was that not-
proposal
so
was
that
trying to
is your motivation.
Right,
Yeah.
it's subcommittee, but there are still many other interests around PTO, and I think that's what you're hearing. Is that there are, but just this subcommittee only dealt with that one.
Right. Okay, so what, I agree with Anna, what would this, how would this have looked or sounded differently if we had more interest forward, like you said?
Well, I'm just used to seeing groups. It doesn't always work this way for each particular issue because of joint study committees or straw committees. But typically, story is given and following story interests are given. And then those interests are worked in some way. They don't always have to be like in some fancy systematic way, organized in a structure, but they are used and evaluated to try and tie in as many interests as possible to a solution. So this is an interest specific to this one piece, and I didn't look at it quite detailed enough to connect on that. But that is typically, we want to try and get as many different interests as we can represented from all constituents. Just something that I noticed.
So what you're saying, again, to make sure I'm understanding correctly in the whole group for clarification, what you're saying is this was too narrow. Like what you've seen would have been like way more interest built into the proposed solutions then?
I would say that this committee created a focus based on their interests of what they wanted to deal with for this, and so there is an interest.
Yeah.
But typically, there are more interests that are initially laid out. So for example, back when we met first, all that was given throughout the whole thing to decide on which particular issues or what you call interests are taken was all story. There was no motivation given around the story related to something. So to me, that is a piece that I think would help the group in the future is when you have your issues and you give story, you then find out what is the motivation from all constituents about that particular issue to solve that.
So
I
again.
think we did it.
Yeah, I
We
think-
just didn't name it and partly is because this is an addendum to
Right.
like what we started before, so. I think your point is correct, it's just like this particular one. We didn't follow that because.
Yeah, and that's fine. And I'm
It was
just,
an
and I
amendment.
didn't, I'm not trying to derail anything. I want us to continue the work you're doing. But I like to hear the motivation. Okay.
Maybe before next year's meeting, you could share with us so that it can start from the beginning. Cause I think it sounds like it's a start from the beginning
Yeah.
process. And that's where maybe we went in a different direction than your previous groups have. So maybe we could see what other groups have done, so
Yes.
that if you're encouraging us to follow more of that direction, we know like where the mark is, cause.
We did.
I apologize. I think this is just my delirious head. This was not the time for me to bring this up. When every bit of the work was done was the time, my brain just foggy and I apologize for that. Okay, so we will move on to the next item.
Which is the CBC. Presentation, right? So who's in charge of that? Right, cause on the agenda, that was up next,
Yep.
CBC presentation.
Know somebody who's in charge of it.
Yay, PTO.
This sort of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, but it was a good
I
process
propose,
first.
Rob and Anna, you guys do a quick little chat and figure out how it's gonna be proposed.
Yeah. Whatever presentation, you want, like
present
a
it.
5-minute. Present.
Quick question
Giving you
before,
homework to do.
before even we move into that, is that gonna be also another discussion that's gonna be broadcasted for contract conversations or not?
It's Rob and we're gonna figure it out.
I think it's bright.
You name it and let me know if I need to stop the video.
5-minute break.
5-minute break, okay, that's what I'm about to ask.
It's like pre-huddle. It's like 5-minute huddle. Should you turn off the camera? No. It has to be turned off.
I'll go for the break.
We start.
Yeah.
Fair timeline. I know you have.
Yeah, if you want me to, I'm over there.
I'll join y'all. Well, that sounds
bargaining contract, just updates. This, the purpose of this meeting right now is not negotiations. The purpose of this right now is for us to talk about the articles that we have gotten a little sticky on. We want to be able to ask questions, we want to provide clarity, we want to have a discussion about why these issues are sticky, what the problems and concerns about them are, so that we are all informed to make our next steps and our next decisions. So please keep that in mind. We're not negotiating, we're not trying to make one-sided budge. It's just clarifying questions. What do we need to more clarity around? Rob's gonna go through the timeline, and then Anna, you are going to
About how we arrived.
how we arrived at the timeline, and then we're gonna go in, there's 5 articles that we wanna discuss. We wanna do round style. I think a process question, Rusty, I might lean on you to help answer this, is I think maybe each person go around, if you have questions or concerns, voice them, and then maybe if there's responses, we spend a little bit of time responding to those before moving on to the next person. Does that feel like an appropriate process?
We can try it and.
Okay, and we'll see if it's working. Does that make
Yeah, so when is the negotiation component meant to happen?
We're gonna talk about that and go with the timeline.
Okay, great, thank you.
So when this group last met, we set this date to wrap up PTO, and we had hoped to have a final draft of the contract for you all to take a look at before we took it to the board. We had targeted the May 8th board meeting. That's not gonna happen. We're not at a place where we have a final draft yet, and so we have now shifted that timeline to May 22nd board meeting. And sitting in on the board meeting last night, that is still a tight timeline, but we did hear from board members that they are committed to trying to make that happen. There's a couple of reasons why we want to make that happen before the end of the school year. Number one is just because this group last year said work towards this in the next school year. So we want to honor that commitment. But also, if we do extend it into the summertime, that makes it a lot more difficult to communicate with stakeholders, particularly teachers who scatter to the 4 winds every summer. And so we're trying to still get this done before the end of the school year. And so before that May 22nd date, this Friday, the board wants to release, essentially publish the draft of the contract that we are working on right now, so they can start getting feedback from community stakeholders. And then on May the 15th, the CBC group that has been working on this will basically try to nail down that final language so that we can start our ratification process by the 17th. And that gives us our window of ratification leading up to that May 22nd board meeting.
So I think we had hoped again to have a final draft by today. And I want to name and own that the process that we were working through, I was unclear. And I think as we've gone through this, have clarified what was unclear. And I think for what that was, we have been, I think, and I am correct if I'm on that agenda. The committee, the CBC team, I think was formed. And as you guys know, we've got from our CEA on that. We had an initial group from admin and board on that. When the work got started, as someone very new to IBB and someone who's never done contract negotiation, I thought that essentially we were a straw committee and that the final contract was gonna come through IBB as a finished product. The decision to move into contract negotiations takes us out of interest-based bargaining into positional contract negotiations, which is new for our district. And so what I failed to recognize was that the time invested by the members of our RPA, by Ben, who's jumping in as our editor and like keeping us moving, by Eric, who's coming in town for these, that the team was feeling like in those meetings, if I said, sure, let's get that in there, that I was representing the board admin's approval and that I could ensure that. My sense was I was trying to get us to a finished draft that then would go through layers of. And so not only that, but then I also, and I think this is again, this is my lack of experience doing federal relations with you know, failed to realize the concerns that would come up when from the district's legal representation, from our admin team, from our board, with the draft material that in our team felt like, okay, there's a rationale there, I get that, let's keep going. So I just want to name that, like, if I think that if I had better understood that we were in contract negotiations, we would have shown up just like RFCEA did with the full admin team, with our legal representation to better be prepared in the way that RFCEA was better prepared on our position versus interest. And so I also just want to name that I do think that where we're heading, and I think that we're gonna have this interesting spot where I see in the future where we have this contract, IBB does its work in an interest-based collaborative process that Rusty's really trying to get us to learn the language and the framing of, and I think that we have years of experience of knowing that this process drives really good solutions. And that we're now gonna have a contract to do exactly what Heather named, is stamp those things in a contract that has the accountability metrics that this whole team, the first time we met this year, felt like we haven't had that. And so I think that eventually we're still gonna see that interest-based bargaining as a pathway to creating the content that goes in a contract. But I will name that right now, as we shift, the process by which it's happening is not interest-based bargaining, it's positional negotiations. And so we're not looking for IBB's consensus on this, because that will be achieved through negotiations by the union representatives, by admin representatives, and by board representatives. I just want to name that, because that is a shift for us. And so, and I also just want to own that I'm sorry for that time it took, and for the way I was misrepresenting, you know, what felt to me like, okay, now I understand why we're putting that in, that's a past agreement, let's take a look, let's see what it looks like in there, for consent. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so that's part of why, you know, and do I think we would have needed more time if we had a full admin and we had board members in that room saying, hey, no, we can't, this section. Maybe we probably would have needed more time, but we would have been able to better assess that 6 weeks ago instead of kind of up against the wall. And I also just want to name that this rush time has meant that your RFCEA reps were here Friday night until 9:30. Folks, the board members, RFCEA was here in this building until last night 11, trying to get this new timeline. So I just want to name that as we head into this, and that we've been trying to be really careful. Because again, I think it's a shift, right? In this room, we are talking about interests. We don't tend to say the four of us have a position and we're sticking on that position. We try to, but this moves us into a different space. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Grant.
So a follow-up, so how long, what is the future of IBB?
It's a good question.
So the board is about to pass this section of policies that we've never had called H policies. That y'all, if you're reading those leadership weeklies, leaders, staff, it's in the staff newsletter that what's been happening at the board meeting. H policies define labor relations pieces. And in that, they have stated that the process they want superintendent to utilize in labor relations is interest-based bargaining. So there's still a deep commitment from the board that interest-based bargaining would be the way to do it. But I think in order, you know, this is much clearer now to me too. I'm naive, but I've watched the amount of time we put into a 2-sentence solution versus a 26-page contract. Do you know what I mean? That like, if we did IBB process for the contract, it would be a lot more time. So.
Also, the contract names annual salary.
Those updates would happen, right?
And it also names what's not an interest, right? Like it'll say, these are open, and these are things we're not gonna touch for 3 years. Now, to Heather's point, we all say, oh my gosh, that thing that we did last year and we stand and we put it in the contract, it's totally wrong, and we all agree that we wanna work on it. Through IBB, we can still do that, and then we can amend the contract. Well, we can make a recommendation, help me out with this, y'all.
Create a memorandum of understanding.
We would create a memorandum of understanding that would then go to the board. They have to go execute. I think so, right?
I think so.
Yes.
And then every few years in my contract stuff, it'll be a normal IBP. Like we see this year where if there are major things that we want to bring as interests, we bring those. As well as updating anything in the contract and adding in those years.
Every 3 years.
Every 3 years when the contract expires. So it should shorten our IBB process for 2 years, and then we do one like we did this year.
So we'll still do IBB next year, but it'll be a shortened process.
We're anticipating less.
Right, yeah.
That I worked on.
Hey, Ben?
As a non-IBB member, my primary interaction with IBB every year is the survey at the beginning of the year and the presentation at the end of the year. And when I began this process and was invited onto the CDC team, it was my understanding that the contract was supposed to lift some of the weight off of IBB. That the same topics come up every single year and prevent IBB from accessing other topics that are worth talking about. And what the contract does is it sort of freezes the stuff that we've come to agreement on, those things that can be frozen, and allows us to shift our focus in IBB to things that we haven't been able to get to because they're so low priority comparatively, that you just never have the time. So my hope was that it would actually ease the burden on y'all, at least for a couple of years. And if something that is in the contract is untenable or extremely problematic, it's not locked in without an ability to fix that. Like we aren't trying to lock in bad policy. But the hope is to make things a little bit lighter some of the time so that we can expand the scope of IBB in some of this.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Alicia?
I guess I just have a question then for both people who've spoken. Well, 3 people have spoken to. What do you guys envision this next process looking like, knowing what you just said, knowing that the contract is for negotiation, but it's a totally different process. It's a position-based process. So like, I guess in other words, where do we all fit in, like who are in this room that aren't on that subcommittee that is doing the actual negotiation? How do we all fit into next steps? I guess that's my question to you guys, and that could be for anybody who wants to speak to it.
Eric?
Yeah, so, those of you that don't know me, I'm Eric, I work for CEA, and I do a lot of contract negotiations all over the place. So I guess where I've seen this happen is that this now gives you a starting point to have your conversation within IBB. So you have your article about leave, and so that's your starting point as your committee work, or however you all function in IBB, to create revisions based upon that. So it just gives you more tangible language, I think, to start with.
But I mean, like today, because I understand that, like, we did what we did and came up with that language, but like, for the next chunk of time that we have working together, this is completely uncharted territory. How should this look? Is the question I'm posing.
Do you want to answer?
You go first.
I was gonna say, when I shared with Rob and Anna, when we were discussing what we want this to look like, is giving us all a space and an opportunity to understand why certain articles have stalled us, so that you can go back to your representatives and you can discuss what you think our next steps needs to be on that May 15th negotiation conversation. So you can better understand where each side is coming from, so that you can be a part of this conversation moving forward, because we can't have this conversation as the three of us. Because we've been having it.
I would just add that compared to our rank and file members, you are much more informed about the way that the district works, and policy works, and administration works, and so we're looking for your insight, clarifying questions to help us decide those next steps.
Because we're more informed.
We're not really interested in debating things, it's more bringing things up that might seem like that could be an issue or something. that
Right,
might
this
be
is,
worked on.
this is not gonna turn into a conversation where we say, well, we'll give you this, if you give us that.
Okay.
So just that, I think the way that I'm understanding this, like, with our last vote, like, our interest-based bargaining
Is
process is
over.
over. And now we are turning into being representatives of our schools and the members and all the members. So that we can help disseminate and communicate information. We're no longer bargaining, we're now just here to understand.
Like asking for clarifying questions. Okay, all right.
Anna?
Yeah,
I concerns.
totally, I would say this is a consultative group at this point on the contracts.
Okay.
I do think like I do think that, so I think you're right, Alicia, that like it's, what would be helpful are kind of pieces Nina mentioned, like, what about, have you thought about, have you considered, this seems really concerning. Or, you know, those kinds of nudges and pushes, I think would be really helpful. In this space, and then I also think that like, I just think that this is a really smart group that's done some hard work from an interspace process. And I think that this group is also trained and adapted to seeing both sides and not necessarily slipping into positionality. And I don't want to stick, this is just my own philosophy, but I like this work and I want to stay in a space of being able to see things from multiple sides, and this team helps remind us of that. And negotiations feel different and they feel really positional. And so I think that one of the strengths of this group is that ability to see the big picture. And ask really thoughtful, pushy questions. So I would hope that we hold that space as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add that you are also here to learn, because when we do get to that final document, you are gonna be the expert in your building that is going to share this with people and answer questions. So you're in it for the long haul. Thanks for showing up today.
He said it, not me.
So I have a clarifying question. I think I understood what was being said. Once the contract is traditionally bargained, it will then be, is that something that's going to be ratified by the staff and the board? Okay, and then I thought I heard that then the actual adjustment or going in and changing any language is every 3 years.
Memorandum of understanding if both sides agree to that.
Okay.
There's a place for that.
So if a particular issue is popping up a lot and creating challenges, then an MOU could be worked at through interest-based bargaining to be placed into the contract. And then at the time that the official contract bargaining goes on in an interest-based way, when you revisit the contract 3 years, is that going to be a traditional or an interest-based process?
The H policy names collaborative bargaining.
Okay. Okay.
So it sounds like, I mean, we would then see in 3 years,
IBD subcommittee that's doing the contract.
Mhm.
Does that sound right? And that be really deliberate about what they're working on. Yeah. And we probably have a good sense of these core MOUs maybe they can.
Okay. Yeah.
My question is, I was trying to find where it was. So if you can just tell me. It seems to say like when these 3 years are up, that within. Remember what the term was, 2 weeks, a week. If it's not changed, it'll be admitted. Automatically rolled over into the next. I imagine that's where in 3 years, an IBB will have a longer. Meeting of a year, sort of like, so as that is ending, though, will have been a group that has already been meeting and talking about the changes. Or how that contract wants to be looked for the next time, and it's not gonna be like that mad rush of a week's time. To make those changes.
So I think what you're asking is, are we gonna wait until June 30th to negotiate the new contract? No, I think, Eric probably talked about how long it typically takes to write us or update a contract and when it's up for renewal.
Yeah, and I think we just use the bargaining procedure that locals use, right? So if you all start meeting in January, I think that's the whole process is used to figure out what the change to the contract would be. I think we generally all trying to end by like March or so.
So guys, ready to jump in?
Ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
We'll start just from the beginning.
Sure.
What would you prefer us to do on our end? Like, should we be
That's a good
reading it
I would
as
say
you're going through or something? Just open
having
up,
the article or the document.
open?
Just so you can reference it, you can read through it, maybe it brings up some questions that you haven't thought of. Which document? The one that we sent out this weekend, the agreement RFSD. Board, yeah, yep.
Is it in the shared folder?
No.
No, it's not. Is this? Latest version, 127.
Friday.
And I think what we're thinking is there's like 5 kind of sticky spots that feel unresolved for one reason or another. And in a lot of these sticky areas, what the board identified last night was what are their sticky areas and what do they need in order to get clear? And a lot of what they needed was a legal consult, which is why they're gonna have an executive session on May 8th to go into the legal consult. But I think it would help in talking through these to understand the different kind of varying rationales and interests and positions on as to what we're probably gonna do. What we're thinking process wise is to go through each of these sticky sections and kind of talk about the interests or positions of the teams or the questions that the team is holding around that topic and what feels unresolved. And so we'll try to frame it with those multiple perspectives and then kind of open them forward. And we'll do that with the 5 things. Does that sound okay?
Yes. So where should we click first?
Article 7, let's start.
7, bargaining procedure.
Okay, sure.
We'll have to go through.
They're all.
Lindsay, I'll share with you.
I'm not.
It's like, what?
And we're at 7.7.4, right?
I see. If I move,
Do you have access to it?
Oh.
You always have.
7.7.4.
Or is it?
Hands up if you need access to this.
Got you guys.
Seven.
Right here.
Yep,
No.
thank you.
Not 7.7. Okay, I found it, see, I was always do that.
The rough
I used to do it.
You're right.
Like,
The whole.
Yeah.
For the record, there is it a 7.4?
Yeah, I know this
Okay.
stuff too. We have to go back and read it.
You were not gonna read my words.
Yeah, you're
I forgot that everything was
The one you gave me is like.
good.
I can remember that there, so thank you.
So you have renumbered a couple of times.
You are so. Cause
Yeah,
we're,
that's only comment on the access to
these when you're giving to us.
No,
I just didn't speak sound.
Can everybody access it? You need access?
We're all good.
Begonia, I think, just gave it to me. But I just can't stand turning sideways and looking. up,
Oh,
so
yeah, well,
I'm just gonna-
especially if your head's not
Yes.
right, yeah.
But I can also go sit back and just stare at the actual computer now that I've got shared access.
Who's got that?
Thank you.
I know, seven. Where are we going?
Article says.
7.7.
7.4.
7.7. Okay, 7.7.
That's the 0.7.
Okay, seven.
On page 7 for the labor management committee.
If
Yeah.
y'all
No,
would
keep
already
going.
did or really nice,
7.7,
you click on that spot,
7.7,
and click the picture, you get straight there.
Yeah. Keep going down. Okay, anonymous, don't shoot. There, this group, I see you.
Wait, wait a minute.
7-7-4. Look at
7 dash.
4,
There you go.
where a lot of people are there with their cursors.
That's fancy.
Forest.
It will be quicker next.
Let's start with rest. So you know, you can also hyperlink in the title. In the table of contents.
Or you can do control F.
So the initial, what we were initially capturing in the first draft was every agreement that IBB had ever established. Wherever it lived, including board policy. Any agreement that had gone through the IBB process, and was stamped. Whether in a Google file, of like a time agreement or board policy, we're kind of go them all together. The position from, so what that included. Is, I'm gonna see if I can do this right. Assignment and transfer. Teacher displacement. Evaluation, this would be a regulation around evaluation, which we don't have. I don't know if this exists somewhere, we probably need to find that, but it doesn't exist in board policy currently. And then this is reduction in force. And so initially, in the initial draft, we had those policies copied over. They are out. Those topics fall outside of the scope that this, and I'm speaking from an admin board perspective rationale right now. Okay, so then we're gonna hear from our CMs. So those policies fell outside of the H series policy scope that the board is about to define. It's basically salary, benefits, working division, and anything else we agree on. And so because of that, admin board requested that we keep those in board policy, not move them over into the contract at this time. And so as a compromise, what that does then is it would enable the board to make changes to those without any sort of consultation, heads up, connection with the group that informed those policies in the first place. And so a compromise for taking them out of the draft that we landed on was to add this red language that requires any of those policies, if the board wants to make a shift to those, they have to go through the labor management committee. Then which sounded, I mean, I think in the room, we were all like, yeah, that makes sense. So like, it's a compromise. It doesn't get everybody quite the autonomy that was desired, but it ensures a collaborative process for any sort of change. I think where we're at right now is the board wanting clarity and some additional legal consultation on this language, the collaborative decision-making, feeling that that is unclear. Like, is the board a decision maker? Or is the labor relations a decision maker? And that the board stamps that, or is that a consultative group? And so where the board is landing is wanting to consult with legal to clarify that. Labor relations is gonna be made up of admin and RFCA members. So for admin, frankly, we don't like, we have the privilege of being at all those tables. And not that the board always agrees with us on policy, but So we're gonna show up for the conversation for it. Penny, does that feel like an appropriate reference?
Yes, I had another question, maybe Eric, you can help clarify this. My question was, the way it's written now, where our question to the board where maybe lack of understanding or was this line right here says policies must come through the labor management for collaborative decision-making before the board may take any action on them. In this part here, is it saying that this is what the labor management suggests and then the board can say yes or no, or does it become the decision of the labor management that this is how it's enacted?
Well, it's my understanding of state law that the board ultimately decides on policy no matter what.
But in this contract, it sort of says that this supersedes board, this contract. That's what my understanding of the contract was.
Well, in some areas.
And so that's my question is it within this area too then?
All this is saying is that there's this chunk of policies sitting out there that belong to the board. And that they can't make any changes to them before they bring it to this committee and this committee gets to review it, make a recommendation. And I think you're right, Eric, that at the end of the day. Per state statute, if it's still sitting in board policy, labor relations, RFCA and admin could say, we want you to do X. And and we could say, we have 100% decided this is what you need to do. The board can still say, no, we're not gonna do that. But before we get into discussion, I'd like to make sure RFCA gets to frame.
So the reason that we originally included those policies like RIF and displacement is because they were written in IBB. I don't remember when RIF happened, but I definitely know that displacement was written after rate review was opened and there was a lot of drama around that policy. And so that's why we had originally included them in the contract. This compromise language, even though the policy itself is not in the contract referencing those and this labor management committee as a collaborative decision maker essentially protects this body who originally, or at least in the last revision, helped to write those policies.
So where the board was getting a little bit questionable, not understanding was like, so. With the negotiations, like where the two sides can't come to an agreement. And then like a negotiator comes in, this. However, appointed negotiator. Where the board wasn't maybe understanding was, if these two sides don't come to an agreement, is it then put up to a negotiator. To come in and say, this is what the agreements, and that's what's going to the board, or is it? That the two sides can't come to an agreement, then it's left at that point that we can't come to an agreement on these policies.
I think that's a good clarifying question. I think you're right. That's why the board is seeking full consultants to understand what will happen in that case and how to better write this so that we're clearly defining expectations. If, yeah, it's time for the labor relations committee to report on the board and they're like, we're stuck.
Sure, and so I guess, Kenny, this is part of the reason that. Just to get some more background, like this is part of the reason we wanted this language in the contract, so we just knew, right? So these are. I guess like the whole goal here was just to have all of the policies that teachers deal with on a daily or yearly basis, like in one concise place, right? So if you've worked with the board for several years, you know that there are several hundred policies you all deal with, right? So. I think the premise here was to put like the 8 or 10 policies that really truly affect teachers that teachers developed through the IBB process into one document and try and kind of avoid some of this lack of clarity about like what is the process for changing it, right? So really like it's about displacement, which honestly by state law is actually required to be negotiated. It's one of the only things that Senate Bill 191 said that the union had to be able to have a voice in through that process. And then it's just things like evaluation and RIF and some other things that we thought are just pretty simple, basic things. And so I guess could you maybe talk a little bit about why the board was hesitant to put those policies into the contract in the first place?
I don't think it's a hesitancy to put those into the contract. I guess the hesitancy was, where does the ultimate decision-making lie? And so the question was, does the decision-making lie with the board having the final decision on what happens with that, or is it like an arbitrator coming in and saying, because this is the decision that was made because these two entities couldn't come together, the arbitrator came in and that was the decision, and now that's the final endpoint.
So the way Colorado state law is written, the board always has the final say, right? So the way that looks like in policy is that the board gets to take 3 votes before they pass the policy. The way that, in my mind, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong or you interpret it differently, is that the way the board then would approve those policies going into contracts is just by approving the contract, right? And so the board ultimately still has the final say what happens to those. Either direction, it's just a different approval. And I guess the thing that our request is that since these were policies that were created in a shared decision-making format, that we keep that in a shared decision-making and put them in the contract.
I think we're negotiating a different topic then, because. I mean, I hear you, I absolutely hear you, Eric, but. The version we're working with doesn't have those policies in it, and if we wanna put, if that's the negotiated position. We kind of draft has them out.
Well,
So if that is back on the table, then I think. We gotta step back.
If I'm trying to explain to my teachers, they're going to ask me why. So I feel like that's a huge question I have. I was one of the teachers who spent the hours and hours and hours, similar to the CPC committee, negotiating the displacement policy. Like, we met weekly for a year to negotiate that. And so I'm just wondering, when my teachers come to me asking why these policies are not included, I don't know an answer that I could give.
You know, and that's a great question, Autumn, and I would say that where that lies right now is that. When they're outside of the scope that the board has named, unless they're mutually agreed upon. And to be honest, this admin team is brand new and wasn't part of those. And feels like, given the time that we have, we haven't had the time to dig thoroughly into those and understand the ramifications. Understand the thought that went into those pieces, understand how they might sit against current or future contexts to do the work that we've done. And so we're feeling that we either like more time to better understand that before putting them into a contract. Maybe that's part of it.
And so Anna, while I think it is kind of a separate conversation, I do still think that those policies are in this draft, they're just struck through, right? So there's like 9 or 10 pages of stuff that's struck through in the end that are these policies. So like, I think that strike through does relate to this. And so I don't know that we can separate the conversation, just to be fair.
Okay, Nina.
I guess I just have the question about if these policies are already in board policy, what's the hesitation from the executive team from the district of carrying those out if they are already being held accountable to them through board policy?
Yeah, I mean, again, the rationale that we're getting through legal is that it has to do with scope, it has to do with being able to implement fully, be able to respond to changing dynamics, to have, which means frankly, the ability to change them without them being bound in the contract.
Okay, Stephanie.
To Nina's point, they're already in practice, so the question then begs, are you guys looking at changing them? And if so, I'm wondering why the board doesn't want to work with the process that has created those policies in the past, and why an MOU wouldn't come forward for next year to work on those, so the teacher voices in there. I think what my teachers are asking, and why my teachers really want to see a contract, is because with the changing of the board and changing of admin, things just started to get changed a lot without teacher voice. And it doesn't feel like a safe place for teachers. And this makes them feel like there's a protection for them. So I'm wondering how the board can really help us still have a voice in the process and things aren't getting changed behind closed doors.
Yeah, I think, Stephanie, your recommendation of like an MOU to work on them would be absolutely another way to try to stamp and hold that. It sounds, you know, that it would address, I guess, the interest you're hearing from admin of like more time to understand these really big meaty things. And would then commit us to saying, hey, next year through IBB, we are gonna have a group that's gonna revisit these policies and take them through this process with a fresh team, with the intent of then baking them into the contract, and I think we could totally do that. I don't think, I mean, I wouldn't want you to hear from admin that there's not a willingness to do this, I think there is. I think what we are feeling up against is, frankly, and I'll speak for myself. One, my own inexperience in this. Two, just that fact that 25 years of this, no one's ever done a contract, so I'm very cautious about what I'm committing us to if I don't thoroughly understand it. And I've learned all sorts of things that I think look really good, and then I've talked to a bunch of people and they're like, you are freaking crazy. So, you know, and to try to hold all that just takes time. And so I wanna honor what the work is and that intent that was set last year in IBB to get a contract done. I also just want to be really realistic about how much we take on in what feels like a very short time frame without a lot of learning, I would say, frankly, on my part, and our team's part to best understand what this all looks like and what it all means. But not an unwillingness to continue the work.
I think you would go Kenny, Autumn, and Lisa. I don't think the board is, or everybody that is saying, we don't want this to be brought up through the IBB process and to have that RFCEA input and the importance that it plays to teachers. And I don't think anybody feels like we're trying to shield so that we're not getting that input. I think everybody values that input, wants that input. And to have that best case scenario where the sides come to, this is the best solution. And so I don't think there's any of that hesitancy. I think the hesitancy that I'm hearing comes from maybe the wordage in how it's through various parts of the contract and how that is being written. And so in that 7.74, it says that these policies will come through labor management for collaborative decision making. And so that's great, the collaborative decision making, but then is that collaborative decision making overriding what that board decision is from the part that is in 4.2, where it says, in case of any direct conflict between the express provisions of this contract and any board policy. So if there's a problem between the contract and board policy, any procedure currently in effect and not incorporated in this contract, the provision of this contract will control. So as and maybe I'm understanding it wrong, and that's where I guess we're wanting to speak with some lawyers, is like saying, does the contract control this then? And that's where the hesitancy is coming, that like then it then becomes that the contract overrides. And if then it comes to this arbitration thing, and the arbitration says this, then the board says, well, that's what the contract says, and that overrides, and so that's what it's gonna be. Does that, I don't know if that makes sense, or.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions, sorry. I guess I'm struggling to understand what the difference between it being in the, already being policy and being in the contract, like how would that be an act of difference? Like it's the same, for example, the displacement policy, whether it's in the contract or not, is the sticking point the fact that we would not be able to quote unquote change it as quickly if it was in the contract as opposed to outside of the contract? And if so, couldn't that be remedied with an MOU, as Stephanie has brought up? I feel like a little bit, like we as teachers are, I don't wanna say that we're punished, but I feel like we're being a little bit at disadvantage because our district office is so new. And that doesn't sit well with me, and I get wanting to understand it, and I get that part. But if you believe in this process of IBB and that we've been doing that, and that all of these policies have gone through this very rigorous piece. I struggle with why we're only accepting some of the policies that went through IBB and not all.
Thank you, Lisa.
This is hard for me to talk about, but, I do represent people, teachers that have been affected by these policies, and I did contribute to revising the displacement policy, and teams of people, some of them are in this room, were right there with me. And the policy did get improved. And when I think about the effect that it had on me personally as a teacher and a human being in this district, you can probably hear it in my voice, like. It was hard, it was very hard, 10 to 12 of us got displaced. And mine was a new admin also, who's come and gone, and to say, oh, we agreed on the first policy, and then we worked with you to agree on the revision. But we're not really sure that we can hold up to what we said we're gonna do, so we're not really ready to put it into a contract. Hurts.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
Period.
Dan?
One of the things that, Anna, you've mentioned a couple of times is the idea of the scope of the H policies. And I'm a little bit confused because the H policies state that it's anything that's agreed upon, why we wouldn't include things that have been agreed upon in the past through IBB. I don't understand how that conflicts with the idea of the scope of the H policies.
But I just, that's a fair question. I hear you, Lisa, on that. What is being communicated by not being willing to honor all those past agreements and codify them in a policy right now? Like, I get that what is heard is not, this is a new admin team that wants time, but just the, like, you're not honoring work that y'all committed to, and I get that. And I would say, okay, Ben, can you say that? Sorry.
You mentioned scope as one of the sticking points, but part of the H policy scope is anything that's agreed upon, and these things have been previously agreed upon, so I don't know why it would be a problem with scope.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it feels like on this side of teams is like, yep, that was agreed upon. To be an IBB agreement, not to be put into a contract. This is the team that has to sign off on agreeing to put it into a contract. And we don't have to go through the story and the impact of learning those pieces and how we arrived at this. And so it's that distinction. And again, trying to be very cautious of the leaders that were part of a tenure of 8 years of IBB and never made it into a contract. I'm conscious that this step has never been taken by a leader. And so I'm very concerned. Those were, some of them were very experienced, very committed folks. And I know that a contract has been talked about for years. They weren't willing to do that. And I'm super concerned, and I now have lived experience of sitting in a room and being like, that's reasonable. And then I consult a bunch of people and they're like, Anna, that's super not reasonable, of the limits of my own knowledge. And so I'm very concerned about what having a contract is not a new request from this work. Why hasn't it been done by folks with a lot more experience and tenure? I want to proceed very cautiously, and not, and I think, and we kind of got to this point in the conversation of like, if we want to do all this, can we just invest more time to get this admin team caught up, to make sure that we have time to dig into every line and every paragraph and consult with legal and consult with IBB and get the story behind these pieces. 100% willing to do that work. If the push is to get it done right now, because May 22nd really matters to get something done, then I feel like then my current position on it that is then can we be more restrained and limited? Just add the things that we know, that we feel comfortable with, that feel solid, that we feel like we can vet. And that I can make sure that our admin team is gonna be expected to implement thoroughly, completely, with risk of all the new grievance teats that I know that we wanna provide. Feels ready, feels clear, that our board feels comfortable, clear on what they're agreeing to. I just feel like if we're gonna balance that time. There's components that I feel like we need more time to be thorough on.
Thank you, King. Lisa, in the question you posed, if it's already board policy, why wouldn't we feel comfortable including it in the contract? And I don't think that's, and I'm trying to understand still also, so I try not to misspeak and misrepresent, but my understanding is we're not uncomfortable what is in policy, putting in the contract. In those, where I think the trepidation comes is the wording. I think we're understanding it is by putting it in the contract, then it can be changed. From what it is now, without it going back to the board.
The other way. Because the contract, even if we change the contract language, the board still has to sign it.
But I was thinking that, I don't know, at least that was the conversation I was having, that I thought I was understanding, then. By putting it in there and then saying it now can be brought up by this subcommittee within. Of this of the association. And the admin, and then they can come, and if they're not coming to this agreement, then it can be going to an arbitrator. And then that arbitrator can make that decision, and then does it go back to the board or not? Here, maybe it's going back to the board, but the worry was, what I was hearing from legal. Is that it stays there and it doesn't go back to the board, and that was the part that needed to be then. Questioned about how that is. And I think that's where, at least the board was looking at, needing to talk to legal. Okay, Rob?
And you keep talking about how things make sense, and then you talk to other people, and I'm assuming that one of those other people is a lawyer, so they have a certain perspective, but I'm wondering who else you are talking to that is telling you that you're crazy, because we have neighboring comparison districts who have a contract that has this stuff in it. And so I think maybe expanding the range of people that you're talking to would be helpful, because there are school board members in other districts that have a certain philosophy about what public education should look like. And there are superintendents in other districts that have leadership philosophies that favor consolidating their own power. And so if everyone you're talking to is telling you that you're crazy, but the lived experience of teachers in these comparison districts who we compete with for staff, their lived experience is much different than what the lawyer is telling you all these scary stories. I think you're missing the big picture. I think that you need to think about what message that sends to teachers about your leadership philosophy.
Rob, I don't disagree with you. That takes time to do that consultative work and to do that research. And that's the piece that has been frankly not something that I have a lot of. And happy to do it. That is exactly the kind of work that I feel like would come if we gave us more time, or we got to work on these things.
I'd just like to ask, is this the type of process that you were looking for? Is this feeling like what you want? Awesome.
I'd also like to ask when lunch is happening, because we have that time.
Between 11:30 and 12, so.
So pretty much now.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Autumn, do you have another comment?
Good. It's a little side, but about the labor management committee.
it talks about, I guess what's the difference between labor management committee and IBB? That's question one. Number two, it talks about different people being on there. There's superintendent chooses 4, and then there's 3 RCA. I'm a little confused by the unbalance between 4 and 3 on that committee. And then is there a term limit? Like how long do people serve on that committee? Are they voted in? Yeah, so those are my questions. That was a lot, sorry.
Okay, it's been. clarifying that.
When we were working on this, we envisioned labor management committee to be a subset of IBB. And originally, the way that was written was, specific members of IBB were named instead of the superintendent choosing 4. That was their choice to switch it to electing 4, I think, to make sure that it was there. Or electing 3, but.
4th would be CEA Unicert Director.
Yeah, and the 4th one on the RFCEA side is the CEA Unicert Director, which is what Eric has been serving at on our language committee, CBC committee this year.
And is there a term limit? Are you just serving for a year? Do you serve?
It might be
Or 5.
Maybe you're stuck on IBB for years and years and years, so else from the school will serve.
It sounds right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Lunch is ready if we are ready to take a break before people go hungry.
Yeah.
And you need.
Can we go at them real quick and then
Absolutely, absolutely.
no cards
I'll
after
try
that?
to make some, concluding. No, sorry I missed a minute but I do appreciate the conversation that they came into because I was having a talk about that at the last break and just kind of mourning a little bit, the collegiality that I felt when I first came, that it felt like we were making these agreements and that the binding of your word almost felt stronger than a contract could have been at the time. And so that's just a little bit of story and history of how much thought went into this stuff. And so I'm mourning that a little bit because I really like being part of a group that has this integrity and the agreement and the word is the most important thing. And I'm cautious and kind of scared of that turning into just a legal debate because which I don't really want to do honestly myself. So I'm trying to, but one possible solution is that, if there's not time to just adopt these things that we put so much time into. And I think just going back, please listen to us at least as much as you listen to the lawyers or other parties, because that's just the historical precedent. But that, I asked this question in our side meeting this morning, what happens to the things that get red marked out of this, the first draft of this document? And the answer I got was, well, they're just gone now. And maybe we could find a way to preserve them as agreements that were made, even though they're not gonna go into the contract, and have those be, since we will have supposedly lighter work next year, that's where we could start, is what are the things that we weren't ready to say yes to, but I just don't want them to disappear. I don't want that work, those 10 pages of this contract, it should be gone forever. So somehow maybe we can hold on to that and parking lot it or, prioritize it for what can we hold on to that we still agree to? Because it just makes me wonder if it really was an agreement in the first, if it was really real,
There's still.
when we said it. And yeah, so that's what I don't I guess I don't quite understand it, if it's still policy, but it's not part of the contract. So that's my appeal, is to not have those things that we delete, being actually deleted, but that they just be set aside to be talked about further. So there you go. Let's see.
And that's gonna respond.
Okay.
Ben was first.
Yeah.
Oh, Ben, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just wanted to say that I think that we have these two things pulling at us, the hope and the fear. And you're speaking towards the hope. Our hope is that this is a great contract, that these are great agreements, that they stand. And what we've seen is that in the last couple of years with the turmoil and the changeover, we have this fear that our agreements aren't going to be honored, that our board policies are going to change. And what we're trying to do, even with this, it's understood that these policies need to come through Labor Management Committee. It's not going to stop the board from changing this. The board has to approve the contract. They have to approve the MOUs. They can change the policy as they want to. And those policies will take place. What this contract does is sort of make sure that teachers are told of changes that are coming before they happen or as they are happening, whether or not we like them. We can't stop the board from changing those policies. They can change them. And it also gives us this grievance thing where if they do change, we have this window, this 3-year window, where if the policy is changed and we have a different thing in the contract, we can say, we have a problem here, let's talk about it, and hopefully avoid that long litigation or a strike or the problems that pop up when disagreement happens. So I think of the contract as hopeful, as something that's going to preserve this sense of trust. But I can certainly see how legal might look at it as fearful. And that's where we have that give and tug.
I appreciate that framing, Ben, because Carb, I totally hear you, and as somebody who definitely can consider myself an idealist, and I've always loved education because of that hope of doing the next day better for our kids, that I would have loved the opportunity to have honored those agreements and implementation in a way that didn't involve the traditional negotiation process. It does bring in legal and brings in those fears. And I feel like as a lay, I get it, like I get why this is needed. I've been here not as long as many of you, but long enough to know the pain of this, to know what that turmoil has cost us in terms of relationship and trust. And I find it incredibly frustrating that then this first thing we're trying to do is that I get to step into the role of like chief disappointment officer of like letting people down from the get-go, but it does add this layer of the legal components, and I totally hear you, Rob, that there's more to it than that. And I want to take the time to do it right, but yeah, you need to really well about that, just that tension of what we're trying to hold.
Okay.
Clarifying question, you can answer after lunch. I think the difference, I really don't have the difference of being the agreement and in policy. Being a contract is the contract is a legal document that's immediately then open. All of these agreements tend to be written by people without legal counsel, right? So, like when I took education law, like there's really strict ways that individual words are interpreted sometimes, and so you have to be very careful about how things are written. And I think that's, once it goes into a contract, that's an immediately a document that can immediately be litigated based on an interpretation of a single word. So it does open, I mean, my understanding is that it does actually open the district up to some more liability, money, time, figuring out individual words possibly that were maybe not the intent of the IBB group when they came to that agreement either. And then that's some of the cautioning going forward, not the intent of the agreements, but the like, did we write them in a way that stands for both what the teachers want and the district can do, legitimately do? And that's the caution. That's the difference between having it as it is and how it would be in the contract. If I'm misunderstanding, but that's what I've been trying to wrap my head around just today.
Just to answer that, I don't know if the last few iterations of the board have changed this practice, but it used to be that anytime that we had like even a period change in a contract or in a policy, or like we're changing this word, like it always went through the lawyer. So Brent, I think, has been our district lawyer for a long time, so he's seen all of these and he should have been providing feedback on it originally. I don't know if that has changed, but these policies here were written long enough ago that except for H, they would have been before the last few iterations of the board anyway.
Thank you, Megan. Let's go.
What's the time frame for lunch?
It's 12:07 now, so let's go like 12:40.
40, okay,
You can do it.
I can do this. I'm just a little further from you, down to me.
Put the stop on.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. fruit, but that I've got a lot, I eat the same sandwich every time I go. And it varies by, what's the quality of the bun, well, this is a new bun. And what's the avocado stuff like on it, you know, it varies now, not so good, but it used to be awesome.
This.
All right.
Where did this
12:41.
Just wondering.
We didn't want to say anything.
I did it. Yeah, that's right. And then I was like making a jab with.
Oh, you know what, I don't use it, it's not getting my text. That was the question, and then I never even read the reading. Yes.
All right. We're all back. Thank you so much for the wonderful lunch. Appreciate that. Enjoyed visiting. Are we feeling good about this particular article and ready to move on?
I wouldn't say feeling good, but.
No, but in terms of getting feedback, we're trying to have dialogue around each of these articles to get feedback, to have more clarity. Or refining them and then negotiating them.
Accessibility shortcuts.
You are not allowed in this system. That's weird. All right, next.
Alright, should we just go down the list and do Article 10? Okay, Article 10, P2O, we have not read it because we were waiting on it. Our new policy going to be, is that replacing the yellow highlight? No.
It's 10.5.1 where the language that's being replaced would be. No problem. Second sentence.
This is the third sentence.
Oh, it is third, sorry, I miscounted.
Employees must use all grants.
Yep.
It should now look like that.
Good.
But
Control shift.
brilliant, okay. Sorry. There you go. Sorry.
Yes, it should now look like that.
All right. So is this an easy one, or is there still other things there?
I think what's felt sticky, from this admin perspective are the interests that we share, that were shared in the story component of IBB at the beginning of the year. Around ensuring that there was an interest in making sure that administrators have direction, support, and including PTO on holidays in order to make sure that their building is still functioning and running. And so wanting to look at ways we could strengthen language in 10.2 to provide additional guidance of what a fair and equitable mindset would look like. From the 10.2 that I think we felt like would be helpful to discuss for women.
Okay, I thought it was 10.5, so.
10.2,
Is the main
highlight
concern being like days after holidays or breaks? Is that like the main thing? policies.
Yeah, I thought this as stands is an IBB agreement and without going through that whole process again, I don't see how we can change language or anything.
Yeah, I don't know if we have time.
I wonder if,
Ben?
No, go for it, Megan, I'll go after.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say that on that language, committee, which is to advise how things are interpreted, might wanna look at that. It does say request may be granted at the discretion of the supervisor, which means that if we need additional advisement on how that goes, isn't that the point of the language management committee in this?
Labor.
The labor management, thank you, labor management committee.
Megan? Stacy over there.
I don't remember.
Megan, Stacy.
The point I just wanted to add to the interest was with the supervisors also because of these stories that came up when there isn't, aren't like 10 guest teachers that's able to cover how it does require the internal coverage and how we recognize that was also a way for teachers to
Anna?
I wanted to respond to that, is that, yeah, I think that could be, because I think that's the intent of that labor relations committee to work on refining implementation. And I also just want to name, because I appreciated the recommendation, Alicia, when you said, this language was worked on very hard, and what we're talking about is consistency around fair and equitable decision making, that this has granted to supervisors, that maybe that is the admin IBB's job to say, that crew, did you decide what is fair and equitable across the schools? And make that decision. And you're right, it does provide that, and maybe that is a better route to say, this is what admin IBB defined as a fair and equitable system. And then they can, I mean, I'd love to hear that from school leaders, if that feels like a way to honor what's in here, but provide more clarity about not, having a feels like fair and equitable.
Let's go Autumn, Megan, Steph.
Oh, I just want to echo something that I zoom miles that I was under the impression that we were going through and aren't talking about negotiating wording within here, and I am confused that, are we doing that for this whole document? Is it just this section? This policy has only been around for 1 year and maybe not negotiated at the same level as our displacement policy that was negotiated over 2 years in intensive meetings. So I'm a little struggling with that piece of why we're wording that. So I guess I would agree with that solution, possibly, but if this is the policy that we last year came to agreement, except for this new change that we made, it makes me uncomfortable to then, without going through the IB process, it makes me uncomfortable to change any wording.
Stephanie?
Well, I thought Megan was.
I'm sorry, I got lost,
me.
my bad.
I was just gonna say, kind of like to balance out the last section that we talked about, where we said that these certain policies. We recommend that ends up standing, that we recommend that those go through the labor relations, that also, I think. We could put in either language or just come to an understanding right now that this is something that. We agree to continue to work on next year, possibly through, if necessary, create a memorandum of understanding. Just because we also recognize that it's not perfect, and is creating tensions. But I do echo, like what Autumn's saying, I feel uncomfortable changing something that's gone through a negotiated process.
Thank you.
A couple things going with Autumn, Megan, and Miles. We just went through this PTO policy, we just brought it to IBB, admin sat on that subcommittee. So I feel like that was the time for them to voice that this was another part of that policy that needed to get relooked, and that didn't happen. So it doesn't feel just in trying to slap it down today and not create a bigger issue, like, could easily happen. And then Anna, to your point of maybe admin works on it, well, admin sits on IBB and has teacher voice and admin voice. And so just having admin then decide how to do it doesn't feel equitable either. I feel like it does have to go through teacher voice, admin voice, back and forth in the IBB process. Through an MOU next year, I'm willing to say like, we made mistakes in PTO, through and through, and we're still finding some, but let's give it the same time and just, that we just gave the other one, like the other part of it instead of just rushing.
My wonder is, instead of changing, can we clarify or like make sure that we all in this room have a shared understanding of the language of that highlighted section?
How would you wanna do that? Just people sharing or?
I mean, I guess it would be. I guess it would be when people understand that last line.
Like just restating it in our own words or something?
And maybe examples.
Last fall, my father died of cancer. When we got word that he had pneumonia and that things had taken a turn, I had to file for a Friday off before a long weekend in order to make it to try and visit him. He died on Saturday, so I didn't quite make it back in time. I flew that Friday night. He was dead before I got there, and then I had to extend my leave to stay for the funeral. My leave was approved. It says that these things are approved for reasons outside the employee's control. I wish I had control of my father dying, but I think that's a reasonable reason to have that approved.
Thank you.
I'll just say like, I like the discourse on this because, I think that it's an interesting question, right? Like, how does the, because a lot of this is sort of gray, and so if the administrators are the ones that have to decide what's fair and equitable, then I think that it's fair for them as a team to come up with like a rubric for that, right? That is like something that they can clearly communicate, like this is our decision-making process. Because otherwise it doesn't feel fair when it's just like each administrator goes with the hunch. And maybe that includes something like, well, if you do it 1 year, then, you know, you're not gonna get, like, kind of, how do you make it equitable? How do you share it around, right? And then the flip side is that teachers are supposed to avoid it if possible. And I think we haven't seen that necessarily happening, like, but also it's the first year, right? And so, and the impact of this. And I feel like that's a touch point sometimes that in this conversation, like the impact of this is gonna be felt by all of us. Right, it's not gonna be felt by one side or another of this. So, you know, when we make these agreements, and we've all experienced this, where we make agreements that don't work out that well. And then that's like, then we share that burden, right, of having made that choice. And so this seems like something that, yeah, it seems a little bit gray. It seems kind of risky. But it's also something that we've already agreed to. And we might have to adjust it. And I just think we're all gonna feel the pain of that if we need to. It's not just gonna fall on one group or another. And, you know, I mean, it's tricky because I think it's easy sometimes for us to say, well, yeah, but we need to find more subs on those days or something, but that's something that comes back to us too, because if there are no people to sign up for those sub jobs, then we have to cover. And if we want there to be more people, then we have to pay them 50% more, right? If we did that, we'd have lots of subs. But that money comes from us, so, you know, I guess all I'm trying to say is that, like, we are gonna, sync together or sail together. And it's a false dichotomy if we make it seem otherwise.
Thank you, Maddie.
No, I think most of what I was gonna say was just hit on. I think, yeah, it sounds like a lot of this and that, like the gray of what, whether or not to grant that approval, falls just upon supervisors or administrators, so. I know a lot of people, I've even asked for time, like on those days when you try to avoid it, but it's like, hey, this has come up. Am I able to take this or not? And most often I get yes. Sometimes I've been told no, and it's like, okay, yeah, I understand, or can rework it, or I guess in the worst case, take a pay cut if you have to. I don't know if I haven't done that, but I think it just sounds like a lot of it falls on admin. So I'm curious, would like a rubric help admin? Because I don't know, if I'm thinking about this, I think there's so many examples that like, how would a guidelines or rubric quantify whether or not something gets approved? Like, for me, this feels so gray, but I guess admin, like, what are your thoughts? Because you're the ones having to make these calls. Does it feel uncomfortable? Does it feel like most of the time it's clear? I don't know.
Okay. Grant.
As an administrator. Basalt Elementary, I want full discretion of where I think will work best for my teachers. I also work for a district. And it's important for people from different schools to be treated equitably and fairly. So it's tricky to answer that. And Nathan brought up a good point too earlier that I like the idea of a matrix. I think that would help. We're using one with discipline now, so that's kind of a fuzzy thing that we're putting quantifiable measures to. But it's not just the coverage plan you have, but from what I understand, we have a harder time getting subs in Basalt than we do with Glenwood. So that should be a factor in. Ultimately, this is a part of this is, are we getting coverage in the building? And that is dependent on how our coverage plan and how many subs we have coming to the building that day. So it could be within that matrix, it could fall into the same category, but in Basalt, we can't cover it. So I would have, assuming I would have to say no to that. And the other thing on here, I've always had I know we're not talking specific terminology in the language, but I was just planting the seed for future. The idea of within the inside or outside the employee's control seems like a very wishy-washy thing to me too. If I lay a guilt trip on my brother about when his wedding is, do I have control over that?
Miles?
No, you don't. I think there's a pretty solid reason to have, first of all, I want to say, I mean, I don't even know why we're having this discussion. It's in board policy. It's been negotiated. We're not talking about changing it. Just to focus on why it's in there. Because teachers shouldn't have to feel guilty about taking it if they need it. I'll go into story. Very much like that. Going into spring break last year, my dad was in the hospital, he wasn't doing well. And I agonized for 3 days about whether I should take a day off to go try to see my dad before he passed. And finally, I went to my supervisor. That was before this policy was effective. And my boss very graciously said, of course, take the time, I'll figure it out with HR. Well, I missed it by about 6 hours. Teachers should not have to agonize about whether or not to ask for a day off if they need it. If they need the day off, it shouldn't be going to their boss and saying, can you find it in your heart to let me have this day off? Teachers should be able to do what's best for them. And if it's hard in the building, so be it.
I think the question was asked, is it clear? It's not clear to me. Like, I don't know. Like, cause I've heard two different, like, one, my understanding of PTO is I should never ask why someone needs the day off. So then how do I know if that's a reason that they need the day off? It's been very unclear to me. So like, I know I had a teacher who took off a conference day because that's the day she wanted to celebrate her birthday. It's not really like, you know, the day before a Saturday, Sunday, she doesn't have to celebrate it that day, I don't know. So I just have a predicament, to be perfectly honest at this point, and it means, like, the conflict I have is actually as a parent. Like, we're canceling classes, we're not covering with subs, it has an impact on kids learning, like, I see that as a parent, I see that as an administrator, like, we can't cover, we have about 8, not 8, 9 is our average out a day right now. And we can't cover, so kids get sent to the library, they're doing everything online, it's difficult. I just had a teacher who asked, and I didn't ask what he was doing, because I thought I shouldn't ask what he's doing, but he wants Friday before Memorial Day, which is what it is, and so I didn't ask about that day, but I said, are you gonna be there for graduation on Saturday? Because we have an expectation, like our 2 hours outside of contract time in May is to attend graduation. We expect all our teachers to be there. And he was like, oh, well, I can drive back for that if I have to drive back for that. It's just very awkward because it's not clear to me. Can I say, hey, and I know that'll be a rough day because it's the last day of classes before the next week is gonna be finals, and we'll have kids crazy trying to get with teachers, and we won't be able to cover his classes. I already know that from now, that we won't be able to cover his classes, because we already have so many out. So it's not clear to me whether I could actually say no, or whether I can ask, like, do you have to have that day? That I would love to have clarity on as an administrator, and I don't ever want to have someone feel like we can't take off days for any kind of personal sudden thing, but I do question some of, like, do we have to have that weekend as your camping trip, or as the day you celebrate your birthday when it creates other impacts on kids? I would love to hear more about how people feel about that in relation to how this is worded. Because those are avoidable requests to me. Someone in your family being ill is not an avoidable request to me. They're sort of two different things. But if I never ask, then I don't know how to make a decision.
Alicia.
I honestly think, and I wasn't on this subcommittee last year, but I feel like it was great for a reason. I think that they wanted it to allow for people who needed to go to just go without having to, like, appeal or. But I also think that it allowed for, because I get concerned in these conversations, because there are times where you could take a day before a holiday, let's just pick before a 3-day weekend that is officially a bank holiday. That nobody else is out. And that you have somebody, this applies to me this year. I ran a half marathon. I took the Friday before a 3-day weekend so that I would have time to travel to and from. I knew I had sub coverage. I knew it wasn't too big of an ask, but if we make a blanket statement that no one can have that time, I wouldn't have got that time, and it's just unfortunate. It's like, why? Why are we not allowed to use that time simply because we tack it into something else so that then I don't end up having to take 2 days instead of just 1? Because if I didn't tack it with the 3-day holiday, then I have to do 2 days I take off, which then maybe would it have been filled on both days? I don't know. So which one is a bigger, you know, I guess, like, inconvenience or impact? But I get really concerned when we start to talk about, like, well, not before holidays, because it feels like if your building can make it work, why can't you make it work? And so I just think I would warn us not to write too broad, like in whatever reworking of the language. Just don't go too far in the other direction, because I know the PTO group who wrote this language last year, from reading their notes, from being on the PTO group this year, I saw a lot of voting that happened. And this was something that was highly voted on last year because they did not want the blackout days. Like every member, I think, for that language to be struck from our current, had voted like they wanted that language gone. So there was, there was definitely an interest to get rid of that language, because I think it felt like people were not being treated as professionals and not being honored that way. So I would just, sometimes you make corrections for a problem, which I hear is here with admin. And that's why I said that admin IBB for things like a matrix or how to guide them in that decision making. But to go in and change the entire policy, that's where I'm like, I get concerned that we'll overreach and that we'll be back to where we were before this policy went into place, which is so black and white. You just can't miss or you'll get paid off.
Thank you. Rob?
I was gonna say something. Previous policy was very specific. Not allowed, and that's where a lot of the motivation for changing this policy. And I hear from the admin side, it makes sense to me. We're not gonna rewrite this language for this group. Small. But I think this is an item. For labor relations. Because there are administrative representatives, teacher representatives in that group that could come up with some guidelines, guardrails, something, so that Grant has the flexibility to run his building. Flexibility, her building, it might be different at different levels and different communities and different situations. So I wouldn't want to get too specific, but I think the Labor Relations Committee could come up with something to administer that would be agreeable also.
Thank you, Rob.
Is there a process chapter question? I thought we were no longer in IBB and this is feeling very much like IBB right now. So are we negotiating this policy right now? Then I guess if we're not, and we're not gonna come to a decision, then I feel like we need to move on to other articles. Because this, people are sharing stories, people are doing what we do during IBB, and that's not what we're doing right
I love the way you guys work because I'm just sitting here wanting to say things and you do it for me.
Yes, to that point, what Autumn said. I guess my question for the team is it something that we can keep in? And we can work on next year through the IBB process, through an MOU, through the labor management committee, or is this something that is really, really sticky for the team? No, we will not be able to move forward unless we get some sort of. Whether it's going to deal whether it's. Yeah.
I mean, I would just say that I appreciate that distinction, Autumn, and I think really enjoyed the last 30 minutes because it is in that problem solving space, and I think that's why I works that kind of process, because I feel that I have a lot more clarity on the intention behind this and the components that were deliberately left, right? And I do see an opportunity, and that this team is saying that there's an opportunity for admin IBB, for labor relations. Go ahead, build a consistency matrix, get some input on that thing, go. Like, and to me, that feels like a really nice through line of there's some work here and this group's not standing in the way of that. So I think that's been really helpful. I don't know the rest of that, but that's appreciate the ideas.
All right, so we clear there and ready to move to the next article.
What are we moving to?
Article 12. Anything. Okay, let me see if I can frame this, and Kenny might need to help me out. I think the concern here is that tension around, um, certified teachers as classified as exempt employees, which means exempt from overtime. I think there is no, misalignment with the agreement around an 8-hour workday, around honoring 40-hour work weeks. I don't think there's anything in that. I think what the board is worried about, and that's when this came up, is they were worried about needing more information. I became worried about, but I think Lindsay's point about the shift when we move this into contract, is there a vulnerability that's in the current language written here, that when in a contract does not protect the district from a teacher saying, my grades were due, I had the time allotted through the agreement to get my grades done, I didn't, it took me an extra 4 hours, you owe me money. I think that's the legal question that the board wants to ask in the frame of this agreement. It's not a disagreement about the scope, the define, I think, understanding that even exempt employees can have a scope of work and defined hours that are agreed upon. I think that is just the vulnerability that the board needs clarification. Is that vulnerability there? And if so, can we add a line that would say those kinds of additional time needed? We've already identified that additional time that is in receive a second. If it doesn't fit there, then it won't proceed back to Harris. Like, something. Can you go to the right place?
It's 12.2.5.1.
I mean, 25. So I think it's a pretty narrow question that the board wants to ask. It's not about the content of the agreement, which has been way through IBB.
Just to clarify, can you ask that question?
Yeah, I think the question is, in the way that this is written, is the district protected from an employee who spends additional hours doing something related to their work outside of what is defined by, bottom of page 15, additional duties that we're gonna stipend? Beyond the contracted pieces, is there a vulnerability that someone could say, I worked these different additional hours, you owe me money? And I think that's the question that the board wants. And thus, to me, that seems like a reasonable question.
Autumn.
I guess just Kenny, for the board, you were on this subcommittee with me when we created, and we wrote in this 8 hours, like this is what our subcommittee worked on this year. So I'm a little confused as to why this issue is arising now and didn't arise during our subcommittee. The board has already looked at this and approved this through IBB when they approved it last month. So I guess I'm a little confused as to why they didn't have an issue with it then, but they do have an issue with it now.
I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sam. My understanding is, it's not, as I understand the content of what is in there, that there's agreement that those things are. Okay, I think it was brought up from a legal viewpoint of how the school could be held accountable, vulnerable from a legal lens. That was not something that we were looking at as it was being brought up. Does that make any sense, Autumn?
Yes and no. I mean, I don't know. I feel like we have these agreements in IBB, it goes through this whole process. And so then as soon as someone else, like a lawyer, looks at it, then all this hard work we've done just seems like it's getting. So I'm feeling like a little bit going off of what Adam said, like I'm feeling like this group that I've been a part of for 12 years that I have held up as this high esteem, all of that work right now just seems to be like not important anymore. And so it's really hard for me to hear that of like, why am I volunteering 100+ hours every year to be part of this. And when that happens, all it takes is one lawyer to look at it. To then say, this doesn't matter anymore. Like, why am I mean, the amount of time that we have put into this. It's just feeling like I'm feeling a little belittled, I guess, right now in this moment of like this time that I volunteered to put in is not being honored. So I just want to say.
I first of all want to say, I'm sorry you're feeling that way. That isn't the intention, so I'm sorry that putting you in that position. And I think the difference maybe is that it's always been an agreement and it hasn't been codified in a way that could result in legal litigation. And so when it was being talked about, it was never in that realm where now you, as it becomes codified in that way, you have to look at that lens too. And I think that would be the difference. Stephanie?
So I have two things. My frustration right now with Autumn and the fact that I'm hearing that at least this board did not think these were like legally binding. Any of that makes me think like, how much are we even being respected? Or was this like we collaborated with the teachers, but we're really doing whatever we want? Because that is definitely what this is all feeling like right now. And the second thing is, if the board is so concerned about the language, come to us with some language to fix it. Have an idea of what you guys think that you need to have in there, because honestly, I'm not sure if it matters what we say, because you're gonna put in what you want anyways.
Okay, Miles?
Is board policy not subject to litigation? I don't know. So if it's in board policy already, then it's already open to legal action.
Is it in policy or agreement though? It's just from the timing.
Everything we agree on, it goes to the board for approval, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it
Yeah,
gets.
but not in policy, so.
And then secondly,
Okay, thank you. Eric and Megan.
So just checking for understanding, I don't think the intent of this was ever to say that teachers get paid for every hour of like grading or lesson planning they do outside of contract, was it?
No.
Okay, and so I think that just for me, for clarity's sake, since a lot of the tables that I work at, I think we just got some language around like you get paid for admin directed things after contract hours, so I wonder if it's as simple as like there's some language above 12.2.6, Begonia, I think you're driving, right?
Yep.
Can we scroll down just a little bit?
Like this.
Right there, so if a teacher,
Is
teacher staff
required.
member is required to attend duties that will exceed the 2 hours. Like, this is the only thing that I can see just at a quick glance that says that they get paid for anything outside of school, correct?
Yeah.
So is there something, is there just some sort of language around like if it's for admin required or whatever that would alleviate that concern?
I think that is exactly what they're looking for. I think exactly to your point, they just haven't talked. They haven't gotten a draft of what that sentence would look like, but you're right, that's all they're looking for.
And I don't think that violates the intent of what the work you all have done, correct? Yeah, we're just clarifying, right? So maybe it's as simple as that.
I think so.
Yep.
I'm just curious if there's something like that, something that
We just
will
do it
be
now.
stuck in or that we stick in now.
We don't need. Right.
I mean, if you're, I don't know, I'm just curious how the process is going, because if you're gonna come back to something that you're gonna add, you
And
might
draft
forget.
it.
I know that Niall's taking great notes over there, typing away, but it still may be hard, just curious.
Yeah.
That's something very simple.
Yeah.
I mean, different.
Editing, right? Already tried to.
Dan, right? So we had Eric go, so it's Megan, then Nam's drop, so.
Suggestion up there, so. I don't know.
Okay.
No, I do wanna say something.
Yeah, go
quick.
Megan.
I just wanna say, just point out a few things. First of all, other districts have this exact or very similar language, and I'm just wondering, Eric, do you have like other districts
like teachers in other districts with this language. That where they're like, you know, litigating it or grieving it or whatever, does that happen?
No, although like my 13 years of doing this with 12 districts, we filed one lawsuit ever and it was over a FOIA request. So no, but also like I think that part of maybe the thing that might alleviate some of this is we have a pretty robust grievance procedure in here. That actually outlines multiple steps to avoid ever even getting there, right? So like legally, you can't file a lawsuit if you haven't followed all of the administrative remedies, so. That's not, is that the answer to your question? I'm trying to.
Yes, yes. Also, I noticed the term work, so we do have workday defined up in 692. And also, like it does talk about, yeah, during which certified teachers prepare for the school year, prepare classrooms. I wonder if maybe if we could just deal with it right there and just say it's like during which certified teachers have administrative direction or something like that, and if that would be the place to define it, and then that could then run through the contract.
I think part of the struggle there, Megan, is that workday refers to like your teacher preparation day.
Yeah, it's like in service days before school starts. That's what they're calling work days.
Okay, well then maybe that's an issue. We need to just like define those two things different, because it talks about workday later on in 6, 11, 12.
Preparation day.
Also,
Pre-service.
also up to 12-5-1. It also does say it's recognized that teachers consistently put in countless hours outside of school day to prepare for and plan for student instruction and attend chaperone school events, trips, and it does not say we expect to be paid for those countless hours. I do think that it's a good idea. I very much echo Autumn's feeling of just like, what are we doing here? And feeling frankly disrespected. And also, I just would like to know, I guess since this is mostly coming from the board, I'd like to know, your proposed language so we can move forward.
Anna?
I would say that's the purpose of the board's executive session. To get proposed language. And so that would be that, you know, their target is that to walk out of an executive session with proposed language. For these new spots.
Thank you, Adam.
I'm feeling more confused and less disrespected. I didn't like the word sticky at first, but now I think that that's apropos, and I think that like trying to take something that was, you know, just personal agreements and putting it into a legal document is a sticky thing. I'm still thinking it's a great thing, and that everything that we get into this contract is a win. But I just want to reiterate what I said before, which is please listen to the voices in here as much as you listen to the lawyers, and like, especially like the board. Like, Kenny, you've been in the classroom and you could be the one that says, I don't know any teachers that are gonna come try to bill you for grading a test at 7 o'clock at night, right? Like,
Sunday night.
the lawyer's job is to say that, but somebody needs to speak up for us and be like, they're not gonna do
It's
that.
not reasonable.
So just, I want to empower you to be the voice, you know, as a teacher, that it's okay to push back against, you know, it's their job to make a big deal out of it, and our job to bring it back down to reality.
Okay, so Stephanie, Ben, and Kenny.
I have a processing question. So Anna just mentioned that the board is gonna go into executive work session on the 8th. We're putting some sort of draft out in the board packet this Friday.
Yeah.
That feels really unsafe. We've already had I'm just gonna say, we've already had admin leak drafts to teachers, which has stirred up, like, I hadn't even seen a draft. And I had teachers coming at me all hot and bothered and upset about, you passed this, or you didn't pass this, or you let us down on this, and now we're gonna put out a draft that could be drastically changed. We won't really have any foreknowledge of what they're gonna do on the 8th. I don't know. I'm really uncomfortable with this being published to the public after what's already happened. I feel like we're making big missteps here.
Kenny? To talk a little bit what you said, Carb, and with your feelings on them that you expressed. I guess when I first read through it and I was like, I don't see any problem with that. And then it's given to our lawyer and the lawyer says, I see problems with it. And that puts me like, and as a board in a hard position to say like, the lawyer says that there's problems. I'm not a lawyer. And this is a contract. And it's hard for me to say like, oh, no, that's not an issue. So where I think we are doing on the 8th is to be able to have the lawyer say to us, this is why, and then we can go to your position card and say, well, we appreciate you saying that this is an issue. We don't feel like it is an issue, or, oh, we do see where that's an issue, and then be able to come to what we feel is our end place. But it was hard for me as like a layperson to get this feedback from a lawyer and say, I'm just gonna ignore what the lawyer is telling me on the contract.
Yeah.
That's a hard place for me to feel comfortable saying, oh, that's okay. The lawyer doesn't think so, but nah.
Yeah.
I guess just to respond to that real quick, I would ask. I really appreciate all the work the court's doing on this, and I think it's really great that you're being thorough about it. I would ask that you would respect the grievance policy that's also been put in place to help support that. So if there is a situation that arise, that has been built into the contract. And I think honoring that will really help with all of these things.
Eric? I guess I just wanna clarify, Kenny, maybe is the lawyer telling you that something that's in the contract is illegal? Or just something you have to be careful about?
I see. According to, sometimes it'd be according to law, sometimes it'd be according to the statute, sometimes it'd be according to this policy.
Ben?
I think there's two things I want to say. First off, in the grievance policy, there's a point where things are going to get expensive for both sides if they want to continue on to, I believe it's a mediator, which is what y'all asked us to put in there. And that is an opportunity for RFCEA to also say, hey, we're not going to finance this. You're on your own, teacher. So if a teacher does something dumb, like puts together boards and decides they want to take you to court, not only do they have to finance it themselves, because quite frankly, RFCEA doesn't have the money for that and doesn't want to waste their time on something dumb like that. But I will personally come to court and testify on the board's behalf that that was a stupid thing that you would expect, and you will be fully supported. That's my guarantee.
You've been recorded, baby.
Just to follow up to what you were saying, what y'all asked to put in there is the y'all, us, the RFC, everybody, who is the y'all that asked to put that?
When we were working on the grievance policy, we didn't have mediation written in. And Anna came to us and said that it was a request from, I believe, administration of the board, but you might be able to confirm that or deny. All I know is that we sort of looked at it and went, okay, sure. If you want mediation as an option, that's fine. We'll add it in. It's an additional step, sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Jason.
So I have two attorneys in my family, both labor attorneys. When they hear the word contract, they kind of freak out. What we were doing prior, when Stacy said, hey, join IBB. Attorneys don't freak out as much with IBB, right? Because it's a good faith and we're working together. When we put it into writing, there are times that attorneys go, oof, I'm not sure I want that in writing. because it's not clear. And that is something that Lindsay has said as well, like, we have to remember, when we put the term contract, that changes as much as we are respecting everything that everyone is bringing to us, that changes what a lawyer or the district is gonna look at it. They're gonna say, this is a contract that is much different than what you were doing prior. So that just changes, that one word changes their thinking. And so they're just gonna be a little more detailed, every little point that we might bring up, wording wise, and we talked about that with Rob. About like how we can work on the wording, but it's all part of it that goes through this process. That's what it appears to me from being the new person that I mean.
Thank you for that story, Nathan.
So I think, to Carb's point around, like, no one is going to submit a bill, but does it create conditions where someone could? And I think that's ultimately what the lawyers are seeing that through. It's creating ambiguity, to Jason's point, that creates a conditions where someone could interpret a way that could open the gate to action all the way through the grievance policy. I think that's what they're trying to do, is create clarity. It's like, no, like, this is not making it more black and white.
Thank you, Autumn.
Isn't it already in writing? Like it's literally physically typed up. Do you mean like it's legally signed when you say in writing? Is that what you mean? Cause like it's already in writing. It's already been approved by the board.
Right, but is it contract or is it policy or is it, what is it, right? Like if we go into a contract, that is much different. It seems to be like eventually.
If there are agreements, I guess this, I wanna clarify what I'm hearing. I know that this is not what people are saying, but what I'm hearing are the agreements that we've made, quote unquote, are half-ass. And now they're making it contracts. Now we actually care and let's look at it. And I know that's not what people are saying, but that's what it sounds like right now. Like, that's what I'm hearing, like, well, we didn't care before. Oh, but now that's going to this part, we actually do care and now we have to look at it. So I just, so you know, that's what it sounds like, right?
We should thank you all.
I feel like some of the language in there relies on actual legal language though, right? Like the Colorado language for us being, what's the official title of the employment that we have that we're exempt, right? Isn't that then like Colorado law, that it states, like, it defines what those terms mean, which means you can't sue for working over time or whatever? Isn't that included in that language already? I'm wondering if we cannot just rely on stuff that is already done with just, titles like that. Like, if that's already defined by the state of Colorado, then why are we spending so much time like redefining something that is already, because it wouldn't go any further, like, up the chain, like hypothetically speaking, it makes through all the way through grievance, and then it goes to an actual lawsuit. At that point, wouldn't the lawyer be able to just pull that out and be like, see, this is already written in according to what kind of employee you are? Or am I wrong? I don't know. I'm asking that of people who understand the legalities of that.
So I think that's the board's question, is does including this language, and that's what they're looking for clarification on, change, because now it's in a contract, which is a legally binding contract, does it change the status from exempt to something in between? I think that's what they're seeking clarification.
I just was saying though, if you
one.
give it though, like if you write it into the contract, if you use that language has already been agreed upon, then isn't by you using it, you were also agreeing upon? I don't know, that's what.
Again, I think it's trying to, there's ambiguity and the board is asking for clarification. I mean, that's, where a board doesn't have clarity, like they should ask. I think that's what they're raising right now. It's like, we just want clarification. This isn't changing the status, the legal status of employees. I hear the frustration, but a contract changes the stakes. I mean, it's legally binding and there's all sorts of other things that go with it. we absolutely do our best to work within the agreements and to honor everything that's in there, but a contract is a different level of agreement. For lack of a better word, just like when we talk about policy versus regulation versus procedure, like those are different levels of binding. And we deal with that every day.
Stacy?
I don't remember. Actually, I think Autumn was your point, and to clarify for Jason, it's not. And I've heard multiple people say it's not just about whether it was in a Google Doc or like a verbal agreement, it is. I mean, it's obviously in the time subcommittee, we spent a lot of time to clarify, like be very explicit and do all that, but it was. For the purpose of making it very explicit for the time agreement versus we're trying to get to a space where it will be legally. That's all, and I don't want to discount all the work, because it's a lot of hours of work for everyone around the table and every committee there, but the piece about, I guess I think of it like, I can have an agreement with my neighbor to sublet their basement. We don't have anything written or anything, but then when there's like a formal lease that's pages long, because it has to be so specific and explicit, and we've known we do. And I think that's a key difference.
Thank you, Stacy. Adam?
Yeah, I agree, and I started off feeling that way too, Adam, and now I'm starting to see that, the stakes are changing, right? And like, we know that if the districts get sued or something, then that's something that's gonna come back to hurt everyone, including the students. And so I think the language has to change, not because people don't want to honor it or they don't think that it's like valuable, it's because the stakes are changing a little bit, and so the language needs to change a little bit. But the second thing I would add is something Stephanie brought up earlier, and just asking, and I mean, maybe I keep saying this over and over, of like, listen to both sides and don't just listen to the lawyer, but just that, like, okay, we have this contract. I think the priority number one is to get something passed and stop kicking it down the road and just make, and it's not gonna be perfect. Can't be perfect. It can't be perfect for all the people in this room, for the legal team, for any of the parties involved. It's not gonna be exactly perfect. But we want to get something passed so that we have, so that all this work that's been done, is validated, and also that we have something in writing. And so the other thing that I'll just say is that in the negotiation and in the bargaining thing, that involves sacrifices on both sides and risk taking on both sides. Right? It can't just be, one side is worried about all this risk, the other side has to sacrifice. Both sides take the risk, we do it together. We own it, and we create something that's 95% right. And then we have it, and then we can adjust it. But if we just keep saying, well, these words aren't right, and so let's wait another year, like, we can't do that. That's a never-ending process. So what I'm in favor of is all of us just getting behind something, and it can be a minimal version of what we want, but and it's not gonna, but like, yeah, let's do it. And as much as we can. And I think that's what, and I'm trusting you guys, because there's been people working on this for years, right? And I can't be the one that comes in here at the last minute and be like, well, you should change this and that and this. Like, people have been working on this, so I give my benefit of the doubt to them and be like, okay, every single thing that is possible to pass and leave in, let's do it. But then let's not lose the stuff that gets cut out. Those are still, like Nathan said, those are still agreements we made. They still are viable. And in my view, they're almost more viable because I care more about that person to person, eye to eye understanding than I do about this legal stuff. But now we're going in there. So like, let's get the contract passed. Let's keep the other agreements and let's keep working together.
Yeah, okay.
Eric.
Yeah, I think that, there's nobody on RFCA's side that's arguing that we shouldn't have language that's clear, right? Like, we want black and white, we want clarity. There's a difference between talking about small tweaks to language to make it clear and just totally rejecting other things that we've negotiated and talked about. And so, I think that's a great transition to the next thing that we're gonna talk about. I think that really there's a pretty simple fix to this one. Yeah, and we can kind of move on. So that's right.
Kenny?
Just as the last thing is, I feel uncomfortable in that. I don't wanna, I'm sorry that this has caused hurt feelings, and I would like us as a board to make some kind of statement as like an apologies or something to say like, we're not trying to say we don't care, we don't believe in what we've done. But I feel like, I'm sorry that that is the perception. I don't feel it was the intention. And so. Feel like hopefully we can do something to show, I don't know, I'm just saying, I'm sorry that that is how it's being looked at and perceived.
Before you move, I just want to say something that's appropriate at this time as a large concept thing about when we evaluate options. Is the concept of respecting the role and responsibilities of others. So we've got these two groups of people that are working together, and each has their roles and responsibilities. They're aware of them. They then have to be aware of each other and how that dynamic works and not allow themselves to get just fixed in one place. That is the challenge, I think, that I see a lot, specifically around contract language. I've seen hours spent on just 2 or 3 words. I've seen it in here already where there isn't official contract language, and that respecting those roles, it's a challenging thing to do. Thank you for your work on that one. We knew what the language fix was that the board may then put in, and we're ready to move on to the next thing.
Sounds.
Article 14, due process and just cause.
All of 14?
All of 14 as a whole. I have an idea that we're gonna get into like a similar conversation right now about the legality of it. I think that was a good productive conversation. I think you've said all that we need to say, so let's focus our thoughts somewhere else. You want me to talk about?
Yeah, maybe we start on the.
Yes.
Now and.
So we originally included this article just as we call it boilerplate, like contract language. This is something that we see in other contracts across the state of Colorado. This is how teachers can expect to be treated and the process they go through if a situation arises in terms of discipline. It lays out just cause, that there needs to be a reason why the teacher is being disciplined. There needs to be restorative practices. There needs to be due process of going through and making sure that the teacher has a representative, that they are given notice of what the situation is about, that they have access to information. There's an investigative process. And then finally an appeals process. We feel like this is important and necessary because if it doesn't come in the contract, then what is the weight and what is the backbone of the contract? Eric, do you want to
maybe add on the 7 points a little bit further.
Sure, thanks for putting me on the spot.
As well as you can.
I mean, I think there's some words in here that maybe are like, I don't know, like the idea of just cause, is that like a federal labor standard of, oftentimes will be referred to as the 7 tenets of just cause. It's basically just that, nobody can be disciplined if they haven't received adequate warning. What the rule is, that the rules are reasonable, that there was an investigation done that says that they broke the rule. That there's proof that they broke the rule, that people are treated equally. That there's equal treatment for different parties, and that the penalty is just, is. Right, or appropriate, thank you for the word, appropriate for the action, right? And then it also goes into just some, just a progressive discipline procedure, and I think our hope here is just to provide a uniform discipline procedure across the district, right? We have lots of different school buildings, with different discipline processes happening across the district for lots of years. And just so we have like clarity on exactly what it looks like, and how it needs to be implemented. And then, yeah, I don't know, I'm not rambling and what you like.
It was excellent, Rand. Good
Thanks.
job. Thanks.
Is this, I assume this is a sticky part, which is why we're discussing it. In the classroom, we're encouraged to do social contracts and to define our behavior expectations and to talk about what happens if we don't follow those behavior expectations. So, and when I think about my own story about being displaced, that was without just cause. And if I didn't have those due process rights, I would have moved districts by now. So I'm having a little trouble understanding why we can't have this for teachers in a contract.
Let's see, Stephanie, then Grant.
Couple things on this. We just heard from principals with PTO that it was hard for them, things were gray. And this to me seems like it's very black and white for principals and for teachers as the somehow voluntold grievance representative for the past few years. I go into different buildings and the discipline is drastically different in every building, or what escalated to the principal making those moves is drastically different. And so it would help, I think, all parties involved to play by the rules. I also think we talk about in this district consistency for students if they switch to schools, and that we do curriculums that are consistent so they know. We have teachers that switch buildings all the time because of job reasons. And if one principal disciplines one way and another principal disciplines another way, that's another part of like, that's so confusing moving buildings. You think this is how it's handled, but this is how it's handled. I just think this would make it easier for all members of the education community in our school district to have clear black and white guidelines for what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, what escalates, what doesn't. And then, we have a grievance policy for a reason that would fit nicely into this. We would know as a union rep, these things have been done or these things have not been done. This can go for a grievance, this cannot go for a grievance.
Thank you, Grant.
Progressive, I have a clarification, progressive discipline. 14.32, the letter of reprimand active for 18 months, is it then removed? Or what happens after 18?
But I think under this proposal, yes, it would be removed.
All right, Megan.
I would just like to know what the specific concerns are about this policy, if you could state those things. Or not policy, article.
Yeah, kind of long.
Stacy, you're next, but Hannah, were you gonna answer that question? Stacy, were you gonna answer that?
I think I can answer because it's not necessarily about the spirit or the clarity, it's what falls under discipline.
comma, and really just, staff member will be disciplined. The reprimand writing is clear, reducing rank or compensation during employment without just cause is clear. But I think the group we want to clarify is discipline means, hey, why did you do that? Or, hey, it wasn't okay, is that considered discipline, or is it something more formal, like a written warning, a leave? I think that's clarified.
Can you specify which section you're talking about?
14.1.
14.1, so there's no staff member.
I think the discipline is.
Is that right there?
Well, I think, so, the very first sentence, so no staff member will be disciplined, recommended, writing, or reduced in rank, compensation during their employment without just cause. Right, and then 14.1.1 is what just cause is, and so. Were they warned? Were they given the rules? Are the rules reasonable? Was there an investigation? So did you have that conversation? What happens? Did you investigate the process or what, between the parties or whatever it might be? And then did it actually happen? And is the discipline appropriate? So I guess, I don't know if that answered the question or not, but I think that those things are trying to clarify exactly how that works.
But are you saying then, like, you wanna know, no staff member will be disciplined, like, would an administrator be saying, like, if I go and talk to that teacher and say like, hey, I had this parent say this thing, does that qualify as
Right,
discipline?
but that staff member saying, you follow the wrong procedure, right? The rest is very clear, a written reprimand, that's very clear. Reduce and regular compensation, really clear, probably leave loss is really clear. But discipline by itself is really broad, and so that's why I think it's important, maybe not today and during hours, but like to clarify what do we mean when we see that.
Can Eric answer that and go to Anna, Kenny?
And so I think that's what 14.3 spells out, right? Unless we enter that procedure, it's not discipline.
So could you say no staff member will enter the progressive discipline process? Or be reprimanded in writing, like.
I think there's definitely ways to, if that's.
Yeah,
a
you're
need to
referring to
clarify.
the letter, no staff member will be given the letter of discipline without following.
I mean, not necessarily, right, because there is the ability to escalate if there's some sort of serious action, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's
Yeah, yeah.
child abuse or, I don't, like, that's the most drastic thing, right? So like that, obviously, there's language in here to allow for skipping of steps. So it's not necessarily the red letter,
Yeah,
but the process.
Formally disciplined is really what it's like entering into this 14.3 process. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I go back to where I was before. To me, I'm like, yeah, I'm another lawyer. But like people, it seems really clear to me as somebody that just reads through this, but see how maybe you want to add that word. Formally disciplined.
I got Anna, Kenny, Heather.
I would, from a high level on this one, I think. We have a board policy. It's over 10 years old on discipline, suspension, dismissal of professional staff, and then there's a separate one for classified staff. So it's not that this doesn't exist anymore in the district, it does. What exists in the board policy is not as robust or instructive or directive as the draft language in contract. I think where we started to land when our admin, legal, some of the members of the board started to look at it was lots of questions around language. It's super legal. It's never been through IBB, which feels like that would be a really important process for us to figure out. And it felt like a whole lot to just add in there in legal language and then try to work through it with negotiation. I think there was a lot of questions the board had on clear language. And so that's why the board feels like this sticky piece they want to deep dive with people on. I think the intent of having clear process, when I stack this up against the board policy, it feels a lot more consistent and clear. And I think where I've felt out of our depth is on like the legal read of it and making sure that as we go through this, especially on something as high stakes as discipline, that we get it right, that we're thoughtful.
and just feeling like. I mean, I think. In some respects, depending on what our criteria for inclusion are, I feel more comfortable. Swapping out policies that have been through IBB than something this robust that hasn't.
This is how AI.
What does chat say?
I'm literally looking at this.
Okay, Vinny. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I think it's. When we're hearing. The board has recommended this or. That phrase like, yes, there's something to that, but I think. Also from what I've been told and my understanding is that. Legal advice that we're receiving. And that the lawyer is our lawyer is predominantly like sort of the board's lawyer. And secondarily, the district's lawyer. And so when it's like upon board, I think some of that is lawyer and not necessarily board. And so, then again, there's that quandary of where we are to, or at least for me, I can speak, it's been challenging what the lawyers tell me. And I think that's been a hard position. But that was sort of secondary to my question I raised this board is Nina, I think it was you who mentioned that this was boilerplate. Language, the word. Can you tell me like where did the boilerplate language come from? Was it from somebody else's district policy? Was it taken from this district, and this district, and compilating it? How was it that this language was arrived at?
We started looking at a whole bunch of different policies across, different districts and their contracts, and seeing what they had in theirs. We came up with our own, version.
Just for full transparency, this is what was passed and Aspen after their lawyer looked at it.
Okay, so basically we're.
That's the foundation of the first draft that you said.
Okay.
So CEA wrote non-contract language, and it's been passed into lots of districts around the state. And depending on which lawyer looks at it and provides feedback, it looks a little bit different, but this exists in Aspen, it exists in Eagle, it exists in Summit County. Trying to think, I don't know Metro Denver, but I know it's made its rounds elsewhere, so.
So this was taken basically language almost verbatim from Aspen's.
This is verbatim, so Kaplan and Ernst is their lawyer, it's who looked at their.
Kaplan and
Ernst.
Okay, I have Heather, Megan and Autumn
I'm fine.
down over there.
Yeah.
Okay, Megan.
I just want to know. I feel like I heard one thing, but I'm hearing something else in that. I asked originally, the last time I spoke, I said, like, what is the issue? And Stacy said the definition of discipline. If that was cleared up, I assume that would not clear up all the concerns you have with this, because I've also heard that you feel like there are a lot of legal language that's problematic. So I'd like to know, what is that legal language? And can that be, like, just thinking about timeline. Like, can we get that before May 8th and try and work through some of that? Because I anticipate, based on the conversation I heard from the board last night, that the legal is saying they don't like any of this. And I anticipate getting this back almost all redlined. And that's gonna be a non-negotiable. That is a non-negotiable. You've already heard that from us. And so we're gonna stop. We're gonna be done then. And I'd like to try and find out what are the specific legal language things that we could work on together to clear up before that point. That's discipline.
Anna, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I totally hear Megan, and I worry about the same thing. I think what's been really hard is because of sunshine laws to get the board and the lawyer together. All together to talk about a draft at the same time, we haven't been able to do that. So all the comments that we're getting are online, and moving through things like telephone. And as you heard last night, they shared that and tried to look at these to get everything together sooner. We weren't able to pull that off. I don't know that we know enough. This one is big about to name these specific components, and I think no matter what we pull through, because we're in contract world, it's like a lawyer, and there's gonna be that review, so I don't, you know, if there are areas to hear that feel really important, I think that would be helpful, the components of this that feel like these are the pieces that make this non-negotiable. Is it the whole thing? We just love the Aspen language, we love the protection of it, the clarity. Are there certain components that feel really meaningful? Is it just because it has more robust steps that are more visible in the board policy? That might help, especially I think with what we've been trying to name of like how to thread, you know, all those things, like, yeah, the board's been hired to protect the district's interests, but that doesn't mean that everything has to be. And it might help to hear, you know, what are the pieces of this that feel critical, at this moment?
I just, sorry, before somebody else goes, I just got to respond to that, which is, I mean, I feel like I'm asking a question and you're deflecting and telling us that and I'm not saying you, but like, we want to know what are the concerns? Tell us, don't ask us what we think is good, because we think this is good.
Sure.
We've presented it to you. What do you have a concern about that can help us move forward toward a resolution that would get us to a place that would allow you to accept this? And I mean, I guess you have a bunch of comments on there, I'm assuming, from a lawyer. Somebody alluded to that last night. Like, can we know those, or can we know the gist of those? Can you tell us what they are, so that we can come back, we can talk, and we can try and problem solve this?
I think this is being compounded by our short time frame that we're engaged in right now, and so maybe we didn't do the job we should have by getting to our lawyers sooner, and when it was, and involving that part of it sooner. But it seems like right now, the board is wanting to say to the lawyer, like, the comments are pretty, at this point, generic without giving the feedback that we need. And so the 8th is for us to say, why are you saying that? And for us to be able to say, well, we feel like that's okay then. And so I don't know that answer exists yet to be able to supply what you're asking. And I think it's unfortunate that the time frame hasn't been a longer, so that the concern about, yes, putting this out there maybe Friday the 2nd and seeing that there's some red line things on there where that could have been avoided if there was more of a process of being able to have the time to not have to go that route. And I just think that has compounded without us being able to get together and have that conversation to be able to answer your question.
Okay, I have Autumn, then Eric.
I just want to say, Kenny, you know, I really appreciate the board support. They've been really awesome for teachers. We delivered 250 postcards of teacher thank you and support and all the work they've done on it. And so I think my question for the board is, why does with all the support of teachers, why does the board not want to protect teachers and having this piece? It feels like this is a part that would be really supportive and hopeful of teachers, and so I'm confused because it's not matching what the board has shown so far.
I think I think the board does want to protect teachers, and I think our reading was. For the majority of the board anyways, we read that and says that sounds good. But as a lay person, we are, with the exception of Catherine, who is a lawyer, the rest of us are lawyers. And it's just a hard thing when our lawyer says, slow down. And for us to just ignore and say, no. That seems like a dereliction of duty on my part when my lawyer is telling me, hold on. And so that is the reason why we're having this executive session, to be able to say, tell us why, because in the feedback we're getting, it's not there for us to be able to receive that answer.
Well, I really appreciate that, Kenny, and I just ask that when you're in that executive session, that you really do what you've always done, which is advocate for us.
And I think that is,
Really appreciate it.
that is, I think, our place, and like, but if the lawyer's telling us. Like something that really like makes us say, wow, I mean, hopefully then we're able to. Use a part of it and not other part, but I think we are looking for the best interest of number one, children. And I think that's where the heart lies in everything that we're hopefully doing. And that, and we know that comes. It's after this, like through the teachers. As like the biggest conveyor of that. And so I do believe. Speak for myself, that's what my heart is, and I do believe like we're gonna be keeping that in mind as we're meeting with like, and unless there's like that red flag that says. I don't, it's hard for me to say without more conversation, that's where I feel it's been compounded by this short time that it's all trying to progress.
Well, I just think, Kenny, one thing I admire about you and other board members is that you've been a teacher, and I think that's great, and I just ask that you don't forget that piece when you go into those conversations.
And I will, and thank you, and I won't, but it's been a little bit of a adjustment for me as coming from teacher to this position, because like, really, when you're a teacher, like, you have your focus as a teacher, and that's your like lane that you're looking at things from. And almost like, well, children first, students, but then like outside of that, sort of like, this is my perspective, and I've learned and struggled with like trying to find that whole view perspective, and I think sometimes it's not in all agreement with what teachers think, because then you're trying to bring in other sides and it's a whole balancing scale equation. But I mean, obviously, that's where my heart is still and always, I think, in a lot of ways.
Thank you. I have Eric.
So I'm just trying to like frame this, this question, and so I know that RFCEA will have to do some training, with our folks around like what this means, right? And so is this an opportunity for us as a union in a district to come together and train around what this article means, and really give people the backgrounds and make sure we all have the same understanding? Like, can we use this as an opportunity to provide some rights, also provide some training?
Okay, thank you. We have Rob, then Nathan, Miles, Lindsay, and Elise. I'm so glad I'm doing this. I had dodged it a lot, like I can keep up, now you can't. This is pretty wild. So thank you all so much. Rob,
I'm gonna pass.
okay, well, it's passing, so that takes us to Nathan.
I think what Kenny is expressing, his background, your background as a teacher is, so valuable to have on the board. But where you stand on these issues depends on where you sit. Your seat has changed. And now you're responsible for the $75 million you receive from taxpayers and like Garfield, Eagle, and Pickens County portions. It's not just yourself, it's not the teacher line, or it's the entire freeway that you're trying to be responsible for. I think we all feel that comes out in conversations on the exec team with like, trying to balance past experiences with what our current role is in the district and to manage broader lanes than perhaps our jobs were in the past. So I think it is, you know, as a taxpayer and a voter, like, I want my board to see clarity before signing a contract, so they know what they're signing. I think, you know, I can thank you for seeking clarity before you vote yes on. I know exactly what I'm saying is too, especially if there's questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Miles.
Couple of things. First, you know, obviously the lawyers paid by the district, their job is to protect you and give you advice that can protect you in every single little instance. But it's then up to you as reasonable people, and this is what Carver's been saying all day long. You need to make a reasonable effort to meet us somewhere, right? And some risks, you might decide this is a reasonable risk. Is anyone really gonna sue us on this? I don't think so. Maybe it comes back to bite you, but at some point, can you live? Can you protect the school district against every possible eventuality? No. Can you do that while still treating employees as people? I would say even harder. So, you know, I would hope that you would evaluate.
That last part, I didn't get that.
The lawyer doesn't care about us as people. All he cares about is protecting the district at all costs. And sometimes that goes against treating people with respect. Like giving them reasonable rights, giving them reasonable protections, such as just cause and due process. Those are reasonable expectations. You know, so you have to weigh those two things.
I agree.
And that's where you come in as the board. So I would hope you don't just blindly accept every single thing that the lawyer tells you. And second, right?
But can I just respond really quickly to that? It's been hard because as of now, we haven't had that opportunity to engage with what the lawyer has told us up until this point. And so to ignore would be blind spots in its own way too, like not hearing that part, like make a decision before hearing.
Sure, absolutely.
And then that's where I think the timeline has been problematic.
Secondly, you know, due process and just cause. These are reasonable rights. These clarify things. You guys were arguing against the other policy we talked about because there wasn't enough clarity. Well, that benefited you to have more clarity. This benefits us to have more clarity and arguing against it. Which policy is more clear? The board policy or this proposed language? Which one benefits the district? You guys are arguing for less clear language here because it benefits you. So what is it? Is it clarity or is it we're going to do whatever we can to protect ourselves and skew the deck towards us?
So I can respond. I think we're seeking clarity. Do we understand what is written there? Not trying to make it more opaque, but when it's written as is, do we understand what we're agreeing to? We're seeking clarity, not seeking to add clarity or remove anything or saying we're against just cause. We're saying, do we understand what we're agreeing to?
Which part isn't clear?
I'm gonna defer to the board and because I think I'm the side of management. I'm just saying like that to me is what I'm hearing from Kenny saying, hey, when questions arise, I'm seeking clarity from our lawyers and from this group about what we're agreeing to. And do we understand if we pass this, we know what we can expect from section 14. That's what I'm there. So I don't think we're trying to like remove things to make it less opaque or sorry, more opaque. I think it's the opposite.
I guess I just don't understand. I think it's pretty clear. You know, we could put on a phrase here or there to clarify by, for example, when we talk about Discipline, thank you. When we talk about discipline, specifically, we're talking about the outline at 4.1, for example. We can make it clear what we're talking about, but to just roll it out. That's, to me, seems like. The lawyers saying, this gives your employees too much power. This gives them, yeah, I'm not saying you guys are, and I'm saying you guys, I'm not trying to draw sides, I guess, but. I'm not saying that the administration is looking for a way to punish people unfairly. But can anybody in this room reasonably argue that everyone across all buildings is treated the same in terms of discipline? Anybody making that argument? Anybody making an argument against the idea that that would be good, that every teacher can reasonably have similar steps that they can expect to have followed? Anybody arguing against that?
With that, I hear you and I understand that, but you can like extrapolate it too, like, are all teachers teaching the same across the district?
Is the
And so
district making a decent, reasonable effort to try to make that happen?
Well, anyways, I shouldn't go, I'm sorry, I want to take that comment back. As I don't want to engage, that's wrong way of going about it, so I apologize. I hear you and I just want to maybe reframe when we're saying, in one case, we're trying to talk about we want more clarity, and another we want less clarity, and one side wants this and one side wants that. And I think we need to, in a sense, drop the like what one side, what other side, what is best for kids. And I think that is often lost in like how it is that we're deciding on these policies, and like, so like you're wanting more clarity on the thing about taking off days, like how does that affect the kids?
Sure.
And like, that might be the lens in which it's better to be looking sometimes.
And I don't understand how just cause or due process would have an impact on that, except that it would ease the minds of teachers to some extent, and allow them to focus more on teaching. You know, so we talked about if we had more time with lawyers, how much more time would have been needed?
We haven't had none so far.
Maybe if you got that in December or January.
We didn't have, we did get. I mean.
Okay, let's go Lindsay.
Like gone in a lot of directions before. Goodness say, looking at this, not just the corrective action, but some of the agreements. Sometimes like this actually is super clear to me, this one on corrective action, very helpful. It will increase some of the disciplinary levels that I've had with teachers this year. So like that's, so some of what I'm considering is like where a teacher then would have a warning and meet with the representative and with me, we just had a very one-on-one kind of conversation. Hey, I know you know this. Are we okay? I think part of it is understanding that there's additional impact that will be felt by some staff members too, who've maybe had a more relaxed interaction with their supervisors about issues, like to be very equal and fair. And I feel that way, and that's part of like, it's in contract now and we've got to execute it exactly the way it's in the contract. I feel that way sometimes about the time agreements too. I'm gonna bring Maddie into it really briefly, but like she and her team decided as a BLT it was better for them to meet at lunch than after school. Sometimes when you start to put in certain language into contracts, it excludes actually also, like it constrains the teacher's ability to act beyond that as well. Like it can reduce flexibility, not just for that, but for actually how the teachers want to work, because they might make an agreement as a small group, and if I can't, because it's in the contract, meet with them at that time, it's not an option. So I think that's part of being careful about what's in contract language too. Like once I have to uphold it, even if you wanted to do it in a different way and your team decided I can't. Because then I would be violating. the contract. And that's part of, I think, some of the caution in some of the areas is being careful what might be the unintended consequences of that too. As far as it's written, like, this is great for me, honestly, like, very clear, very black and white. As to what to do, you could follow it, it's not a problem.
I guess just as a one sentence response, 2 sentences. I would say, we all know that kids crave structure. I think that answer might be from adults.
I super agree with that, and I think fair is not always equal. It's both, and I do believe in structure. And sometimes there's nuance for really treating people as professionals who sometimes might under stress make a decision that maybe doesn't need.
And I'm thinking of the buildings that
But I
don't give
there's others.
their staff that consideration.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop us for a second here and just kind of confirm where we are, because we're starting to run into arguing a lot. We're starting to just kind of drift in a way that to me sounds like the original bargaining rather than interest-based bargaining. What is the plan? I heard striking all of this. I didn't ever hear that as a plan before. What are the steps with this? Because we're putting a lot of time here. Are we gonna go anywhere? What's our process step with this? Maybe somebody was about to throw that in.
I think we're just. Our step with this is that, Wednesday, we're gonna get a contract back running out with their updates. So I think the purpose right now is just to be sharing these feelings and these sentiments about why this is the necessary article that needs to be held in contract. And if you feel like we're on the right page, you feel like
Yeah, I mean, I think we're rumbling around these issues. And I think, you know, and fleshing out components of it, and I guess, maybe I'm not gonna answer your question, Rusty, I'm gonna. Miles, when you asked such an inviting question, which was like, do we not care about clarity? To me, like, I think one of my frustrations in this process, and I know that we, as the district and as admin, set off wrong, was like, when you named that interest, that I was like, of course, we all want that. We all want clarity. We all want to codify. But because this work, which I believe in, what I was told was that IBB last year said when they laid out the work of the start with interest, we would start with the things we wanted to codify. The previous superintendent didn't, and he just started with a draft, which then started a ping pong, right, of drafts. And I feel like what's so frustrating to me is that we get in this place where what is truly at heart, I feel like, especially with this issue, this Article 14, is Miles, your question of like, do we not want clarity and consistency? Of course we do. What would that look like for all of us? What would be the levels? What is fair? Like, I want to have that conversation without our lawyer, without the union, to talk as humans of what clarity we need in this district. And then sure, go run it by all those groups and make sure it has the right contract language, but we didn't start there and that was our fault. And it's put us into this position where it almost feels like regardless of what our read on this, which again, as I told you this time I read, I was like, things the other day, awesome, so much clearer than the board policy, thanks for coming. Now we're in a place where it's like, ooh, contract, I'm on the defensive, gotta have the lawyer talk about it, he redlined this thing, said comments, this definition isn't clear, this isn't clear, and so now it's like, okay, we gotta figure on that, instead of actually having the conversations and say, this is what we know to be true for us as humans working together. Now let's flush it through, and I feel like because of this process, we haven't had those conversations, without the legal language, the contract language to really name our interests. Now, again, like that's true for this article. I also want to name that you're also, there are other policies that have had that, right? And so I think that's why I still come back to the like, I would rather this thing go through IBB and we stamp it, and we hold it for now, and we pull back in this placement, which has had those honest conversations of what are the stories, what really matters, what is the pain that was caused when we didn't have agreements when Riverview was founded? What was the wisdom that came out of that? I guess I'm frustrated with the system, and I also feel it's pitted us positionally, which is why we don't do interface bargaining, a place where I feel Kenny and the board are in a position to take a lot of hits here. That's a team of volunteers who showed up last night with 24 hours notice and sat here for 3 hours. And now they're being accused of not supporting teachers. There's never been a board that's been willing to do this. And this board is showing up on a Monday night to hash it out. Like, I think that that's misplaced, and I'm frustrated that through this process, we're losing sight of our interests that are shared, of the commitments that we share, and we're now headed in positions, and I think I'm just naming that. And so I think in terms of process, Rusty, like, we keep working this. I don't know that there's more. I know you're asking for like moves and clarity on it. Sure, the pieces that we're seeing from legal have to do with clear definitions of just cause, clear definitions of discipline. Can we get clear on information sharing and what's appropriate, not appropriate? It's those sorts of things that I think the board is seeking clarity on, that admin feels like, oh yeah, I guess we gotta get clarity on that. I guess I just want to name that, like, what feels like the positions we're in and how to solve these things feels tricky.
Thank you. And Lisa and Rob, can you?
Couple different things. I thank you for saying what you said about how, Lindsay, about how for some schools, this might be a little bit of change in the discipline system for people who have more relaxed experience. But I think all in all, it will help more than it hurts, and I think it will help us to retain our highly needed quality teachers. Kenny, you and I had a great discussion over the weekend about what is the board's role in IBB and in the CBC, and you are in a really tough position, and you know, the teachers that taught with you are remembering you as a teacher, and the community members are thinking about you as a community member, and you are running in different circles now. But I thank you for attempting to be the bridge between the teachers and the admin, and it's certainly not an easy choice. And we are not lawyers. We don't have the flashy, you know, conference calls and Rolexes and packed up calendars that you guys are having to abide by, but we are the people who camped out on the Crystal River playground with you for outdoor ed and Christmas carols and the pod in 3rd grade, and if this still seems as legitimate and logical to you as it did this weekend, yes, you have a duty to listen to the conference calls, but don't forget us.
Rob? There's been a lot of talk about this timeline and how we're in this timeline. Let's look at my calendar. I met with Dr. Rodriguez about this on May 24th last year. We have been working on this for almost a year. That first draft that we got from him was in July. We built in all the IBB agreements and some of the stuff that we're talking about right now, and that went to you in November. We know that your lawyer looked at it in December. So I don't know why all of this legal stuff is only coming up in the last weeks. And so I'm starting to feel like there's a lot of talk about, we want this to happen and we're committed to this. And we're gonna do this. We have this timeline. We need more time. We need more time. There's this double standard. IBB has spent a lot of time on some of the stuff that we've taken out already. But now we're saying, well, this Article 14 hasn't gone through IBB. And I think I'm done talking today. Like, it's time for the board to step up. It's time for the admin team to step up. And if you really want to make this happen, stop talking and do it.
Rob.
Lisa, to what you're talking about, yes, we have those shared agreements, but also to remember, I am one board member, there's 5 of us. And we each come with our own perspectives, we each come with our own roles, we each come with our own view on what it is, but we try to speak with the collective voice. And so I just want to clarify that as one thing. Secondly, you talked about the difficulty of the role of board member. One difficulty that I've faced, and I imagine other board members have faced too, is how I'm grouped. Like, I feel like I'm grouped with admin, like at least mostly from this group. And I think that's not true. I feel like I'm a very separate role from admin. And I feel like when us as a board looked at this agreement and feedback we've had in board sessions and in board meetings, we come down on the side of admin and we come down on the side of teachers. And we are saying, we agree with this and we agree with that. I would say pretty equally on both sides. And I do think it is that role as bridge and trying to feel where that line goes. So I think it's a little bit of a misnomer at times to say, I feel that I'm not supportive of teachers more than I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's my perception that it feels like I get pigeonholed often. Rob, to your statement, I understand your frustration that it's taken a long time. I can talk from this has been how I've received the information. And that is receiving the information in the way that I have received the information. Sure, I could have done things differently. I could have pressed differently. Everybody could have done something better. Or I would think. And so I'm trying not to hold anybody to the fire right now, what has happened, but hopefully I'm trying to move us in a forward place. And as we're looking to move into a forward place, I recognize that when this redacted version comes out, there's going to be angst. There's going to be probably hurt feelings. I would ask if you can hold at least a little piece of, I'd say judgment, because I don't think that's the right word, but hold a little piece of it's not final. It is a process that still is evolving and is still getting to a place where the board at least hasn't had a chance to address. That, keep that in mind, that after the 8th, it will be different in some way.
Thank you, Jenny. Megan?
So first of all, just trying to address, like, I know I said, like, we want to know from you what your concerns are, but you said you want to know from us. And so I want to try and be really clear right now about what it is that is important to us. And I want to see if you have enough information. So first of all, if we go to the just cause section, I know Anna, you mentioned that that is maybe has been flagged as an area with some ambiguous language. And I think I'm just gonna ask Eric if possible, and then come back to me, where that comes from, because my impression is that comes from like a federal or state kind of a understanding of that language. And so if that is the case, then why would it be considered ambiguous? Or maybe I'm misinformed.
Well, just cause is a federal standard under labor law. There are, Nathan pointed out, there's only 6 tenants here. There are 7 traditionally, like, there is some disagreement over like what they all exactly say, but I think our goal here was to provide the most reasonable definition of it that we think exists. I guess a couple of other things that maybe are applicable, like Lindsay, I appreciate your point about how sometimes it doesn't need to rise to the level of discipline, right? I think that there's parts in 14.2 where we talk about restorative practices and the ability to not necessarily follow the discipline procedure. I don't know that the discipline, like the due process portion, is from anywhere. It's just an idea of what the right way to go about it is. So if there are other thoughts about different ways to do that, I think we're open to that. Like, I don't think it's set in stone. I don't know that I answered your question, Megan.
No, I think that does. Then another area you have talked about is the sharing of information. And I think the idea there comes from if there's information that is like protected around a child that couldn't be shared specifically. I think I've heard that from somebody, maybe from Katie. Like, I think we're open to adjusting that. I mean, if you said like within whatever is legally able to be shared or something, like I think we can definitely make movement on that. And also, I guess, Kenny, you talked about just now, like being part of one side or another, and something that I heard last night from Katie was she made a specific point of saying like, we're not 100% aligned with anybody. And we are independent. And so I think as, at least my own personal perception in the past has been like, the board members kind of exist like, they're kind of like there. And they are their own group. And so at least I think from some of our point of view, like we don't always necessarily put you in with the board. And I know you've tried really hard to say this year, like you want to be part of the teachers, but I do think there's like 3 groups in this process. And that, you know, at the end of our contract, we have 3 groups signing it. So I think that kind of spells that out. And so, have you heard, do you feel like you have heard, because that was a question to us, both last night and today from Anna, and I guess you haven't directly asked that, but have you heard why this section is important to us? Do you think that you would have the information to be able?
I think I could infer, I mean, I think I understand. Because you're wanting your food rights, it's hard to exist without feeling like you're home. But if you want to elaborate on that, let's do it.
Well, I mean, I feel like we've had people saying different things, that maybe add more information to that. One of them is we want to be treated equally, no matter what building we're in. And I think Lindsay referred to something that could possibly be like an inequity, like maybe, I mean, I've heard from teachers in some buildings that, oh, you know, I do this all the time, or somebody in my building does this, and then we never have a problem with it. And like, I've personally been in a building where the same exact thing was a problem, you know, in the past. And so like, that feels really unfair, like even down to the point of like, I remember a long time ago, there was a teacher who would come in overalls and they got talked to in our building because of that. And like in another building, the teacher was like, why would that be an issue? And so that kind of thing, that kind of understanding that there is a fair way of fair and sort of equitable way of administrators dealing with that in buildings is important to us. Having the ability to have a representative there from the association, or a representative of our choosing, is important to us because we want to understand, we want to like get the help that we need in a very nervous and frightening situation. Somebody who can just kind of like help us temper ourselves and to help everybody hear each other is important to us. And so that's why having the ability to have a representative there is very important. Even though like they just sit there, you know, they're just there. And the progressive discipline, like the idea of like steps that would be taken is important to us. I think a lot of employees I've heard conversation from people in the past who said like, ooh, I heard that's going on my record or it's going in my file. Like, we don't have any idea what that means. And sometimes it makes us nervous, like we don't understand if we're being reprimanded, we don't understand what the whole situation is, and so that's another thing that's important to us.
Can you expand a little bit more on the reprimanded part?
Yeah.
Understanding of like, how would you know or not know that you were reprimanded, like,
I don't know.
is there like a secret file that you're being reprimanded, you don't know about that? Is that,
I don't know.
I'm asking if that's what you were.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to, yeah.
Okay.
I can speak to that. We've had a situation in a building where teachers were told they were written up and they were on a formal improvement plan. And then when we took it to a formal process, that improvement plan actually didn't exist. So a principal threatened it and didn't follow through with it. So this teacher was living in fear all year that she was on an improvement plan and not making strides and had no knowledge that she really wasn't actually on it. So those threats of I'm writing you up, were okay, what does that mean? What happens when you're written up? Does it go to the pneumonia? Does it just sit in a desk drawer? And do they actually happen? Is there actually where a teacher sees the write-ups and it just these threats on a continuous basis to get teachers to do what the principal thinks is reasonable for them to do?
Did that give you, like, does that give you more information about why some of these sections are important to us? And I know you're just speaking for yourself, but you're gonna be in that executive session and.
I understand that. To be quite honest, it really doesn't give me a lot more because I feel like I recognize that in my understanding. I mean, I feel like I've lived that and understood that. And it was my understanding that's why this is being written. Whether that could be said to the other members, probably less so because they probably don't have that lived experience as much. And so I would say that background would be a better help of understanding for other board members, maybe, and yes, it clarifies some things. But it doesn't really, I don't feel very much like, I don't know, how to, like, change my place of where I feel like it's like, I felt that's where it was. But what you just said would probably be a good write-up to give to the other board, where I can try to represent that one.
Thank you for that, Megan, Kenny, Alicia, and then Graham.
Megan, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So am I up next? then?
Yeah, you're up.
I just wanted to say one additional thing about this discipline thing, is it can change an entire teacher's career trajectory. So depending on how this gets handled, they could have to check a box or not on future job applications, which then gives people hesitation on hiring. And it's all down to a subjective piece. So to make it not subjective, to make it concrete, to make it fair, so that when that box gets checked, that, you know, the person, potential employer knows why that box got checked, isn't just, oh, that person, you know, the admin didn't like, and from day one, they had it out for them. And they did everything in their power to not work with that person at all, not support them. And so, yeah, this is like a career changing, it can be. This can be a career changing event that can ruin someone's potential prospects in the future.
Thank you. Grant?
Just want to say for the record, I have no problem with overalls.
Thank you for the clarity, Grant. Thank you. Ben?
Good job.
To piggyback off of this, and unfortunately make it a little bit darker once more, twice since I've been here, I've had coworkers non-renewed at the end of the year. And they were on administrative leave. They got to continue to collect their paycheck. They got no formal investigation. They got no letters telling them what was going on, just conversations. And then they struggled for a year or plus to find a job because there was no record. And the only thing that admin would say is we would not rehire them without being able to open that conversation. It's really difficult for a teacher without a clear track record. And especially as someone who has made missteps in my own career, never anything that's resulted in termination, I want to know what I did wrong. And I want a record of it, and I want to be able to course correct, and I want to be able to be told a month later, yeah, you've done a good job. I gave you that letter of reprimand, or I had that conversation, but you were able to solve that problem. That's helpful to me as a teacher. I want to be better. I can't do that if I'm not told what's going wrong.
Thank you, Ben. Kenny?
Is there any difference in this policy? That, not policy, sorry, this proposal, whatever it is, 14.
Article
Thank you.
14.
In for tenured or non-tenured, and because I thought, and I'm not saying. As my understanding or my what I think it is like, according to law, an untenured person doesn't have to have that reasoning, and I'm not saying I think that's right. I'm just wanting to know, is there any difference in how this is all being made out versus tenure versus untenured, and is there any by law, any difference in how it's
Eric?
No, as you know, under state law, a probationary teacher can be dismissed at any time for any reason without cause. There's nothing in this that prohibits that.
So like when we're saying for this cause, are we including probationary in this? If the state law is saying without cause, and I'm not saying it should or shouldn't. Actually want to.
So it's just about discipline, it's not about dismissal.
And none of those policies that we're looking at include dismissal.
There is a part of the progressive discipline process. But there's no guarantee that you have to follow any sort of process to non-renew a probationary teacher. And there's nothing in this article that does any different. Guessing based on the look, you don't, I wasn't clear.
No, not, I know that wasn't, it was just me wondering, yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Maybe to help, I don't know, wrap this up and move to the next article. I think, Kenny, what we really want you to hear, and something that you keep saying, every teacher sitting in this room volunteering countless hours is here for our students. And we believe policies like this that we're asking for attract and retain teachers because they feel this district cares and wants to have steps in place so they feel safe and secure. And when we don't spend countless money training new teachers or recruiting new teachers or having unfilled positions or having classrooms where we have several a year, we're doing better by kids. And this policy is a step to getting to that next point.
Thank you. So process wise, do we have just one more sticking point?
One more.
We also at the end of the agenda had a plan for implementation. Is that, I'm just trying to prioritize for us what we want to do, because 4 o'clock was a pretty strong time constraint for some people. I just want to make sure we do what's best to meet the needs of this group.
I think the CBC is not timelines.
Yeah.
So the CBC group knows the timeline of this, does that mean we don't need to look at the other article, or?
No, we wanna look at the last article, but I'm saying for implementation is not ready yet because we don't have a final document.
Okay, so I had misunderstood in my mind what that plan of implementation was for. Because I knew the last time we worked together, a whole thing was laid out from each group, what had been done, so we're all good with that. So we can then stick with this and then try to leave a little time for a checkout at the end. Okay, so we move to the next one.
Do we take a break or no?
Yes, we can take a quick break. I know we're
Sorry,
getting
my
down
mouth
to
is
the wire. I've been in my mind going break because
Even
people
five.
have been getting up. So let's go 5 minutes. Yeah, it'd be good to take some breaths and step away.
No.
I saw amazed how hard you can put this.
Okay, we're done. Go home.
Please. Go ahead.
So history of this is we were discussing during the advent of the contract, who the contract actually applies to and who it doesn't apply to. And we started to dig deep on the way that we organize some of our.
It just, it was delayed, it was not.
Okay. Okay, so the history of Article 15, the SSP non-probationary status, we were looking at who this contract covers, and we got into some of the weirder places, because there's a state definition of teacher and there's a state definition of SSP, and we have some overlap in our own personal definitions. For instance, our counselors are teachers with licenses, but by the state, they're SSPs and not teachers. And so we started to discuss, well, shouldn't SSPs have all the same rights as teachers? And we brought up that they were not on a contract like teachers are, but under a letter of understanding. And eventually got to the point of, well, why don't we look at non-probationary status for SSPs who have been in the district? So we introduced that idea. We went through and attempted to write in those rights. There, I cannot recall if this is also boilerplate language taken from other contracts, because this seems to be a movement across the state to course correct for state legalese adjusting these definitions. And then we reached a point recently where this became a sticking point, because it looks like the department that includes many of the SSPs is going to be audited. And so perhaps we don't want to lock this in place quite yet. The union decided to put it back in this draft so we could talk about it, although we were ready to strike it at the request of the district. And I heard that there were some interesting conversations had last night by the board. So perhaps Kenny, you would like to jump in about what you all discussed.
Do you want to bring, do you have that, Anna?
Yeah, I'm
Because I was a little not.
I can certainly speak from the admin perspective on this one, and thank you for the overview. I think, less than time. Our interest is in executing a contract with issues that have been fully considered and that we're super clear on. This one felt like a big shift for something that was like, let's just put it in there. And I feel like I would love to see this be an interest next year as we look thoughtfully and continue as a district to look thoughtfully and as IBB to look thoughtfully at, like, since we've moved special education from an AU, are we appropriately staffing and funding and supporting this and supporting the staff in it and asking those bigger questions? I would love for this to be tackled as an interest and move through that process before just adding it to a contract without a thorough study of it. I also will name, again, limits in my own understanding of contract law and, you know, who's non-probationary status and all those pieces. And I know that our CPA has done a great job trying to explain this to me. But I think in even checking with our full admin team, it felt like, ooh, we got a lot going on. We want to look at the department comprehensively and make sure that we are supporting it appropriately through the last whatever 4 years since we've become an AU. And it just felt like, why don't we do all that together?
So it sounds like there's reservations from both groups about putting in the contract, or that should.
No,
I heard that, I thought I heard that in your statement, then you talked about putting it back in or something.
We did.
That's why I was asking.
RFCEA did not feel that this was a hill we were willing to let this die on. So we agreed to strike it. We'd love to see it in there.
Okay.
We have no reservations about putting it in.
Okay. Thank you for
And I
that.
think we wanna
That's why I asked that.
The board perspective too.
I think,
From their conversation from last night.
I think the board perspective maybe was that there was gonna be some process happening next year where the district looking at doing some kind of program evaluation, special ed program and what might more define SSP. And as we would have a better understanding of those definitions, then that would be a time next year when they incorporate it more than prior to doing that.
Thank you, Heather.
So I appreciate hearing your perspective, Anna. And it sounds like what you were saying, Kenny, it's just exactly what Anna said. So maybe I wasn't at the meeting last night, but maybe what I heard is that there may be interest from the board in wanting this back into the contract, but is that not what you're saying?
I'm understanding that the board consensus is wait for a study on programming.
Okay. And I just want to share that I appreciate what you said, Anna, but I do have a concern when I've been told that a member of the executive team is sharing a copy of this draft with SSPs and telling them that they will not be part of the contract. And so that feels like there's a different motive than what you described, like waiting for this audit process. That feels like, I don't know, that doesn't feel good. So it's caused a little bit of panic from SSPs who were feeling excited about the prospect of having non-probationary rights for sure, but also being a part of this contract. And then who would be doing the audit? Do you know, like, what that would look like?
Like, let's work with me for.
Okay.
Not like.
Right, right.
People who's here.
Gotcha. So I know, like, we've heard our director mention like program review before, but that's more about like reviewing the program within the school, which also may be part of it, but that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about like since becoming our own AU, really taking like a deep dive into.
Like, are we budgeting, like,
Right.
are our ratios correct, is the program name correct, like, are we designing it? We haven't done that, but we are actually required to do it every 5 years.
Oh.
Because we're only will be required to do one next year. And I think we're next year, we'll be like this year.
Okay, so the plan would be to do this next year. And your suggestion, Anna, is that we put this down in that pot where we put things, interest for next year, that this is something that you strongly feel should be an interest for next year.
It's difficult to put it, to propose to put a contract, but really.
Right, okay, okay.
But building there are two other things that I also heard talking to the board, and I guess I wanna be like. The way that I've been gathering input has been sharing sections with various department heads and folks and saying, hey, this is what we're working on, what do you think, and getting feedback from folks. Where they go beyond that, I wasn't, I might have not been clear enough on the social for the review.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's on me. Which is, it stinks, because I feel like we were so careful in our CBC team of like, who are we sharing? We all get agreement to that, so that would have been on, it's definitely getting input. Not enough, clearly. So that's probably where that happened. I would say the two other things that I did hear the board talk about as they, and they're committed to grappling with this and looking at it during exec session on May 8th. Two things. One was they were wanting, you know, if we were to name this, if we're able to include it at some point, this article on including SSPs, we're gonna need a process component, right? Because we got plenty of SSPs that have been with us a long time. Like, what's the plan for that group of folks? And so one of the things that I did hear the board recommend, that I was like, oh, that's a good idea, especially knowing that it came up this year and the time concerns as Rob shared them. That when we were able to move this into like an interest, take it through IDP or take it through labor relations, get it somehow part of an MOU moving forward in concert with some of this other work. Could we then, as we create the on-ramp, say, we're gonna like hold people harmless if this is a year late? And so if somebody could have, if in the on-ramp, we said, okay, great, starting with this year, or we'll count up to this many years, like that we could work backwards and retroactively count addition. I'm trying to see if this makes sense. It was just an idea thrown out there, but I think that there's interest on both the board and admin to dig into this, and find a way to address this fairly, and I think folks were like, is there a way that if we don't get to it this year, we commit to doing it next year? If we would have said something like, we need 2 years of this, it would say, well, you only need 1. So the other push that I heard really good, the board was like, we need to identify the SSP. It's also a piece that I was like, yeah, no, that's part of this, but we certainly is that.
And I think often when we had our discussions this year in this group, it kept coming up that when we were talking about in our subcommittee, special ed, we weren't able to like we're negotiating for SSPs because they're considered certified staff, right? And I might not be saying this right. Right, they get the percentage raise, they get, you know, that in relation to what we negotiate. But when we had like our numbers, like 36% turnover in special ed, we didn't take SSP turnover into consideration. But I think it's a huge factor because I can imagine the SSP turnover was potentially more higher than 36%.
Yeah.
So it's a significant issue. And I think that as far as recruitment and retention, like I've already heard, there's somebody that's, you know, moved here recently, that's an SSP that would like to continue to work in this district, but having probationary status or not is a motivating factor for them. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Thank you, Heather. And thanks for responding, Megan.
Okay, so I'm wondering, I just have I guess, overall arching question. Do you, feel like we're overstaffed in SSPs?
We have a bunch of positions open.
Okay. And also, I just wanted to name some other things I heard at the board meeting last night. From board members who are not here, so I understand but I did try and keep really good notes last night. That I heard, Betsy asking if this change or non-change affects recruitment for SSPs. I heard Jasmine talking about the importance of talking to the team, which you just noted, and also saying like, we need these people, we need to communicate with the SSPs that we need. I heard Betsy saying she acknowledged that an audit could be scary for the department. But that's not necessarily the same conversation as inclusion in the contract or like, you know, the rights in the contract. She kept kind of going back to the, we want people to hear that we want them. And then if Lindsay was talking about, like the comfort factor, like we want the weight of an argument to be more important than the comfort factor. And then again, Betsy talking about if SSPs would feel bad if they were left out of the contract. So I definitely heard that also from a majority of the board. That was from 3 different members.
Thank you.
Mine is in the same line of Megan's. I was gonna do the same thing, but I think all I wanna say on that point is we had kind of dropped this issue and the board brought it back up. I think that's just an important thing for us all to know and understand that this was brought up because of concerns from the school board.
Thank you, Stephanie.
When the information was leaked to the SSPs, I had a few of them come to me and say, we graciously said that sped teachers should be paid at the same rate as we are being paid this year. Why are we not as important as they are to be a non-probationary status? So to the ones who talk to me, it actually feels like we devalued them this year because we raised teachers who were desperately needed, but who often don't have the same education or credentials in pay. But we didn't reciprocate that openness to bring them into the non-probationary status.
The clarity. Motivation.
I just
behind
have a
this.
question. If they're brought under the contract, then do we have to figure out how all the other agreements relate to them too, like
They're-
it can be in 5 buildings.
They're covered by the contract, what they're not, what they don't have is non-probationary status, so that's the problem.
Okay, but would it impact the plan time, like, because their schedules tend to vary week to week, I just don't know if that, I don't know.
There's articles in the contract about share.
Okay.
So I'm don't understand the role of SSPs super well. Are they considered part of special ed? So are their services required by federal law? So how are we, if we're short employees, if we have job openings, how are we meeting the needs of our students now?
Hiring online.
And is that costing us significantly more than we're paying teachers?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Are they, do you think it's effective as an in-person? Those of you that work with more special ed kids only. And if we're identifying this as a way of potentially holding on to teachers and attracting teachers, what does it cost us really to give it a try? I get, give it more time, but also I get, we're doing this for our kids. Things like right now. I heard Lindsay say she's been able to hire 2 special ed teachers because of changes that we agreed to make this year. Let's take that next step. Let's go, let's do everything we can for our kids.
Thank you, Maya. I know.
Just something that I heard Betsy say last night, does this put a nail in the coffin for SSPs currently? Does this contract impact future decisions? Their change? That was just a concern I heard from her last night, and I just wanted to revoice it. If we don't do it now, what's the impact going to be next year?
You said I was.
If we don't do it now, what's the impact gonna be next year? Are we gonna have the space and opportunity to do it then? That's just the thing I heard that say, so that'll be an appropriate place. Bring it up.
Heather?
Oh, and I think it feels like we can still get the information from the audit. It's really a separate thing. It doesn't seem that it would do any harm, but could potentially impact a lot of students, which is the bottom line. I mean, is there a harm component? Well, I'm curious, is it legal? Is it more the audit, or have you had any concerns from legal or executive team? I mean, like, as far as stopping this, is it just, no, we don't wanna do this because we're going to do this audit and we'll gather more information, or have there been things brought up by legal and potentially the executive team that are also other factors for maybe not wanting to do this? There's one.
I would say that it feels like, I mean, again, I think the only piece that is like the harm, right, is that there's that like, oh, they're not at will anymore, right? So that they have additional protections, which is why we would do this. I think the concerns and hesitations that we're feeling right now, and again, maybe these are misplaced, because I was still learning, so it's is that this is a big change. There wasn't an interest in IBD when we were talking about root cause for why we don't have SPED teachers as a piece. Didn't hear this, looked it up as a solution, so it felt like it came out of like, wasn't clear on like, oh, is this the reason why we're struggling with hiring, staffing? I mean, I think it could be, absolutely. You know, I think part of what we're looking for in an audit or a program review is that if we're all feeling gaps in special education, we want to get a root cause analysis. We want to make sure that, you know, A is leading to B. And so I think it's just feeling like, wow, this is a significant shift in employment status. Again, I'm naming my own limits of like, is it a big shift? Maybe it's not. And trying to think that through with the board, certainly with their legal team. And I do feel like, yeah, I guess.
I think I did often feel that we wanted to have the discussion about them in the process, but that we kept having to say, oh, wait, I'm not gonna talk about, I can't tell a story that's about an SSP because that's not part of this process. And so I think that, you know, very often it did come up. So.
Do you need to respond to that, Anna?
No,
So-
no.
Okay, all right, so Lisa,
Just a clarifying question, Nina. So if we do not put non-probationary status for SSPs in now, one of the sides would need to bring it in the next few years as their one issue for an MOU. And if the other side shot it down, it would be 3 years before we could talk about it again. And
What do you mean by one issue?
The MOU, I understand what you're saying, but
It's
you
not
don't
just one
necessarily have to bring one issue. We would just have to do an MOU.
We can do multiple MOUs, so there can be more.
there can be more than one issue, okay, so,
Sorry, just to clarify.
but it would have to be
But
resolved.
it needs to be mutually agreed upon.
Mutually agreed upon, but it would have to emerge through the grassroots MOU process. Okay.
thank you. Lindsay,
Curious, it's part of the, I don't know if this is the board one. It's part of the program review. That I've been here a while, so the SSPs used to work for the BOCES, and then it was 4 years ago that we applied to be an administrative unit, and then they came under the district, and so they're supervised by the special education director. One is there any realm of possibility that the outcome of the review next year would be we go back to the BOCES model versus being a review, because that would have a huge impact. And the second question related to that, is there any other certified group that's supervised and managed by a district leader, not a school leader who's in the contract? I'm just curious about some of the ramifications of the different ways that people are supervised and some of the different expectations. And nurses, maybe? The nurses are under contract, but are they under the?
They're SSPs.
They are SSPs.
They're SSPs too. Okay, so. Okay.
Can I answer your first question? The short answer is I don't know it, but I don't think so.
It's not likely.
It's unlikely. I think it's more like, because we've been getting meets in the age determination, so it's unlikely, and I don't know that I.
To piggyback off that, even if we went back to a BOCES model, the contract would not apply to BOCES employees who are contracted by the district. So any provisions we added for non-probationary status to SSPs would only apply to district SSPs.
Thank you for that clarity. Okay, Kenny?
I have two questions that hopefully somebody could answer. The first being, if we decided to go forward with this, would there be instant non-probationary to probationary, or would it be the 2 or the 3 years needed to become non-probationary from doing it? That's one question I have. And then there would be, as like part of that would be, if we were deciding to do that, and we did wait till next year, then if we had that provision in of a year prior kicking in, that would be like no harm in that sense of it. Maybe in that sense. And second, my other question that I have is, do we know how many districts, what percentage districts in Colorado have SSPs as non-probationary teachers?
Eric, you know you jumped in.
Yeah, I think I can answer both of them. So 15.2 there on the screen actually talks about if you already have a crude service that meets the qualifications, you would get the non-probationary status. So I think if that same language could be used.
I'm sorry, that's saying that if you. Can you say that in different terms?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying not to be.
If you've been here 3 or more years, is that what?
More or less, like 15.2 says that at the adoption of the contract, if you've been here 3 or more years with effective ratings, you would get non-probationary status. I assume that language would work the same way next year. I think part of this is a super complicated legal issue that I can get real nerdy on if you want to, but it goes back to Senate Bill 191 and this change in the definition of teacher, where districts basically said that SSPs no longer get non-probationary status, and so districts have started to transition. I don't know statewide. I do know that Aspen has non-probationary status for SSPs. I know that Eagle does. I know that Summit does, and I know that Roaring Fork, or not Roaring Fork, Steamboat is negotiating it currently. That's where my knowledge level ends, but I know that other places have done it. I just don't have specifics for you.
And one more question is, and I think Heather sort of asked it, and I didn't know that I heard that response to it. Is there, like, what is the downside as a district of offering that? Like, where is our, like, what would be a downside of offering that? And is it that maybe I did hear of, it'd be if there was a problem with one of the teachers who started to get rid of them, but isn't that sort of what we're trying to supply? I don't know. I'm curious, what is the downside?
But that shifts from an at-will to a tenant.
Yeah, I mean, right now, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Begonia, because I haven't looked at the LOU for a while, but right now it says that an SSP is an at-will employee that the district or the employee gets to notify 30 days notice and they can be terminated. This would basically give those SSPs the same rights that a non-probationary teacher has. So I don't know if you're familiar with TECTA, the Teacher Employment Compensation and Dismissal Act, but the idea that teachers that have non-probationary status would have a hearing in front of an administrative law judge to determine whether it is to fire them or not. This is a little bit different because the way the state law is written, you can't have that, and so the language here basically gives them the grievance procedure to be able to contest their dismissal with basically the same rights that teachers do.
Alicia?
I just want to bring up something that got brought to my attention in the last, I don't know, month or so, which is the drain on our system currently due to us having to outsource a lot of the SPED, like support staff, which would SSPs would definitely fit in there. Which is this idea of like, whose lap does it fit on when a kid has to, you know, like be seen by the psychiatrist or speech therapist, but they're virtual. Because at our school, we've just been understaffed all year and we've hodgepodge stuff together. But because it's working, but this is an extra ask. And I think a lot of our staff who are in-house, it doesn't even know this is landing on, like, it's landing on them. They have to get the computer set up, they have to make sure the kids all, and then what are they supposed to do with the kids they're responsible for? And so then like, I don't know, and I know it's like a logistical thing that needs to be worked out, and we just haven't really figured it out at our school yet, I guess. But the reason I bring it up is something like this hopefully would prevent us from needing to outsource this role. We would then hopefully be able to keep people who are here locally. And then there wouldn't be an ask on who's in charge of getting that kid in front of a computer that's working with sound and all the things that need to happen. Because the person would just be there. And they would be able to come and get the kid out of their class or whatever and do what they normally do with them, but this year we're unable to do that, and I just can't help but think it's possibly because we're not able to, you know, recruit and retain SSPs, and I think that this is part of the reason why.
Thank you. Anna?
One of my, comment, but I think one of the things that this has really brought up, and I know we talked a little bit about it, is trying to really well done of CBC and who does RFCEA represent, and there were just deliberate decisions of some of the groups that have been represented, but us saying, let's not put them in here, because we're feeling like we're not owning that, and or we're not really speaking to the needs of that position. And as it's interesting, because I think as we start to classify IBB, one of the things that we're really aware of is that the very different working conditions of different groups causes and creates very different needs and interests. And I feel like this is a really clear example of a group that has really interesting and different challenges and pressures. I think this is part of it. I think caseloads are part of it. I think the intensity of student needs are part of it. I think, I don't know what else is part of it, but I know it's super complex. That's why we want to do a program review. And it just makes me wonder of like, how do we appropriately hold, you know, I know it's hearing you say, Heather, like I was holding back sharing the story because I knew that the gist of the conversation was about a different group. And I'm grappling with as we enter classified and hearing folks saying, well, if we don't have a person from our employee group that's 5 people, nobody can represent our interests. And it's just an interesting question that I think we're feeling a little bit as well of like, yeah, this is a really distant group. We really need them. And we really need them to support them. And what are, you know, I'm conscious, especially this group of like, wow, how are we attending to the needs of groups that don't have this? Really thoughtfully and really holistically, when they are so complex and
Thank you.
And I really appreciate you saying that. This feels like such a relatively easy thing to do, to show a good faith effort in taking that care towards listening to this group. And I mean, I don't know, it feels really yucky that it's, part of the reasoning is that it's because then they're not at will. I don't know. I feel like they would be, I feel that they would feel very hurt hearing that, you know, it feels like it's important, Kenny. I really appreciate the board considering taking a second look at this. And I don't know if that's a possibility this year or not, but I just can't help but feel that, like Miles said, like Alicia said, if we could take this step, I mean, it's only going to improve our ability to recruit and retain.
Other, Megan?
I would just like to read a text I got today from an SSP. Thank you for advocating for SSPs. This is an issue that is important to me. I have never understood why we didn't have a contract, but instead had letters of understanding that stated we are at will. I feel that I have always done good work for RFSB and should have the rights to due process if anything should happen.
Megan. Adam and then Lindsay.
I just have two quick questions. Can an SSP join RFCDN? Like you have SSPs in RFCDN, so it's not sitting on.
We even have classified staff, we just have such a small number of classified staff that we can't reasonably represent them at this time.
Got it. And then my second question, is the only way to deal with the non-probationary status to be a contractor? Are there other ways to protect their status?
The state Supreme Court made it really clear that without contractual protections, they're out.
But they have their own contract? They could have their own contract.
Sure.
I just wanna have us maybe do a time check, because it seemed like there was a lot of 4 o'clock, sort of charm stops and.
Yeah, we're at almost a
And
quarter till.
Quarter till, so I just wanna say if we have any like closing that we need to do, we wanna
Yeah.
consider moving in that direction.
Yeah.
Let me ask one
Yes,
clarifying question. Mental health counselors are SSPs, is that correct? Yes.
By state.
Counselors? Mental.
No, not.
No, they're
Yes.
not, unless they're an ed psych.
No, social workers are considered mental health.
I mean, they're all sped, yes, you're right, we do have a
Right,
social worker.
yeah,
We're in
right.
Yeah, we have people whose license is in social work who service.
But they're not SSPs.
No.
They're not on the, right, but their licensure with the state is as an SSP.
Yeah.
Eric, you have-
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying, Lisa.
Well, this is part of the struggle, right? Because the SSP definition in state law absolutely includes counselors. And the teacher definition in state law absolutely excludes counselors. And so Roaring Fork School District has made the choice to make counselors, give them non-probationary contracts, which I appreciate, but I don't know, like, it might not jive with state law.
So are there SSPs who help children with their mental health in our district? Yes, and I think you saying mental health, when we have services on the IEP, it's categorized under mental health. And so that can be, it's typically a social worker that provides mental health. That's separate from the mental health that might be provided by a school counselor. Yeah, that's separate. But what Eric is saying is true, like, and this is an issue, is that the state defines school counselor as an SSP. And there are also, and some of the school counselors also might be social workers, but their role in the district as school counselor does not categorize them as SSP. But when you say mental health, I just go straight to that service on an IEP. Yeah, I guess my point is, if there are professionals working for our children, to help them feel good about themselves in this day and age, and we have the opportunity to honor them as professionals with non-probationary status, why wouldn't we do it?
Thank you. All right, thank you all so much. So the timeline is known. Now we'll do a checkout. And gonna try something that Rifle introduced. You got something?
Yeah, before we do the checkout.
Yes.
We have one more, but it's not a big thing, it should be a quick thing. We wanna talk about the contract getting released in the board packet. I know Stephanie brought it up earlier,
Thinking when
we're feeling a little uncomfortable with that.
I share that.
Okay.
And would like to reach an agreement.
Okay.
And I feel like we could, if we can align and then make a recommendation to the board,
Mhm.
I think they would.
Okay. Well,
But I'm with you. Okay, great.
That will occur. You guys will have.
Separately.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're gonna do is fist to 5 for how you feel about the day. Okay, and then if you could make either comment about why it's great or what might need to be improved in relation to what you saw today. Okay. All right.
Can Rusty, I know we're gonna do this, can we still save time for our Fort School District appreciations after that? Is that okay?
Sure.
Is that all right with everybody?
Do we, I mean, we have time for both.
Okay.
Then let's change, because there's since the 5 gets a little bit.
Could that just be part of our?
Sure.
I mean, and I'm not saying not do your thing.
Yeah, no.
I'm just saying that I'm not sure that.
Can we do both?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say where you were today, how you feel about that and appreciation.
I wanna go.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, so do you remember this morning where you had us, do you remember? When you had us talk about our worst jobs?
Yes.
And my response was that, you can, like, there can be bad jobs, but you're always gonna learn things from them. And so that's why I'm a 5, because this was not a fun day to sit through. But I feel like I've learned a lot, and I think one of the strong parts of this process is our relationship with each other, and I think we have relatively gotten through okay with that today. Maybe we could work on it a little bit, but I do feel like that's a positive thing, and so I feel good about today, despite it being very difficult.
Okay, and appreciation.
An appreciation is just working with all of you. I've just like for so many years. And it's, I gotta tell you, I don't know how many more years I'm gonna do this. Like, this might be my last year. I don't know, but I just. I wanna do other things, but I really enjoy being part of this group. And this group is like changes, but the group is what is important. Like, we always come back to this strength of this group, and I really appreciate that from everybody.
Thank you. Which way you want to go?
Mr. Quiet over here.
Appreciation for Kenny for being the one representative from the board. Is a tricky position to be.
And fist 5 for the day?
5 versus what Megan said.
Okay, thank you.
4, I think. I just sometimes feel like, well, I don't always understand or follow, especially with like legal jargon and things, and so I kind of was like, this is a lot. I appreciate just working with you all. This is my first time on IBB, so definitely feel like I was learning a lot and kind of absorbing a lot, and yeah, it's been really cool seeing how this process works and being part of it, and yeah, thank you.
I guess I would say a 4. I appreciate the conversation. Where I would like to see it go up to a 5 is, I do think there should be a second board member sitting here. But I don't know how often it's coming from me and how much is coming from the board, and I'm trying to represent board, but that can be hard at times. And then also, in future IBB, I think maybe it could be an interest, and maybe there's a board interest, but I think there should be a more defined role of the board members to roll in IBP. And my appreciation goes especially to, and I don't wanna leave people out, so, but like, I know Megan and Rob and Stephanie, and I know there's others that I should be naming, but like who've been long time IBP members who have probably carved, and Lisa, I don't wanna just, but thank you to people who have been here year after year after year, and taking your time to help try to make the district a better place. Thank you.
It's 4 for me. I'm gonna echo what you mentioned. It was a difficult day. Filled with great conversations. I wanna appreciate Anna carrying this load alongside because you were handed this portion and someone else started it for you, and suddenly you're carrying it forward, and you're carrying it forward between the board and between this group and with the admins, and in that, all that in betweens must be exhausting. So, that's my appreciation.
I'm gonna go with 3. Because at various times today, I was probably a 5, and other times I was a fist. So, just stay in the middle there. I talk a lot with my baseball players about if you wanna be a good team, or if you wanna be a better player, you have to be able to take very blunt and frank criticism. But as a coach, I know that I can't say something to a kid if I don't have a relationship with that kid first. And so I appreciate the relationships that we have in this room, and people being willing to take some criticism and hopefully making this team better.
I'll go with a 5. I think that they represented, in restorative practice, as we say, conflict is inevitable, but violence is optional. And like, a lot of conflict, but there wasn't, I don't feel like there was harm. Hopefully that's true, you know, there wasn't attacking, which is really important. The positional piece is always hard for me because I never feel in opposition to teachers, but I mean, there's different roles. So I want to thank Rusty for bringing us back to like that interest, because I do think that interest or that shared value, we have a ton of those. And the more we can come back to those, we can keep making things better for sure. And then I love to just appreciate all the people who've been gone so many days from our building, myself on Friday. But everybody who's been, like, this team has met a ton with the contract team. So just thank you for sticking with it, even when now maybe it's not, you're almost gonna be done, or not done. Because I'm sure that's a lot. And thanks for Heather always standing up for special education.
So I'm a 4. I think what could have gotten me to a 5 is, I don't know, I know we weren't like negotiating, so we weren't really going to make any changes today. But I want to feel like there's still a chance for some of these things to be changed and resolved and, you know, have all the hard work, which I do really appreciate everybody and how much time it has taken. That's been on this committee. So I'm feeling hopeful about the conversation that'll happen today. And I also not only have appreciation for the group that's been working for a year on this, but for you, Anna, I just feel like you're willing to be vulnerable, and listen, you know, and I feel like I haven't been on this group for very long, and I've not ever worked this closely with a superintendent, but it's been real. I feel like you are, just really, it's been
it's been nice to feel like you're listening and that you're like relatable, like you know, aren't like this top down. So thank you.
I'm a 4, and I appreciate your framing, I really, I feel like learned a lot of really important information and perspectives that I, am reminded, and so I just appreciate that, the stories of conversation and perspectives, I think that's really important. I have an appreciation for actually just the way it worked today. I maybe your quote, public is inevitable, no one shows violence today. And yeah, I think that I think it was Ben. Did you say hope and fear? Yeah, I feel like that just really nicely encapsulated.
I want to really appreciate Rob and Nina and Megan, who, 24-hour notice work here very late last night and staying engaged. It's been fun. Forward for rallying and showing up, filling in and really thinking through things. Also want to appreciate Ben, Eric, and Miles for the work on the CBC and the time that we put in. I feel like certainly the CBC team and this team, the patience with me in the role, and also they're like, that's nice and deliver. And so I appreciate that, just that patience and the pressure. I appreciate that push. And Stephanie, just for this time that I know you're putting in above and beyond on a lot of things, so grateful for that. I think for the day, I'm at like that 3.5, 4 out of 5. I feel like I'm still learning IBB, and there's pieces of it that the norms really resonate, or like that's how I want to work in the world and collaborate. And this push over here that we need to do to get through this contract negotiation into negotiations has been not comfortable. And I feel like things are lost in that, in the relationship and the collaboration, that I feel like, oh, this is why we want to go with IBB. And so I think that part is frustrating, but I am grateful for our kind of meta piece on that, where we knew we were stepping into that other space and trying to hold that. I'm grateful, Rusty, for you being able to also name that that has a slightly different tone and tenor. So I'm grateful for that. And then, yeah, just grateful for the wisdom of this group. And there's so many times when somebody will get that product and contribute something that I feel like it's just, it's set and is so clear and inspiring, and it is such a privilege. I think similar, Megan, to what you said. I was running to the bathroom and someone was like, "Oh, you having fun up there?" And I was like, "That's not fun," but like, this is what we signed up for, and how lucky are we to get to do this work, and what an honor and a privilege it is to be in these spaces with all working on their parts.
So I think I'm at a 4 for today. I think like there's some things that became a little clearer today, but there's still some areas that are just a little thick at times that are tougher to see through. I'm trying to understand where we are from that. And my appreciation is to everybody in the group. In the group, and it's a lot of learning of where we were as a district and where we're going, and appreciating everybody's thought behind this process, and also keeping in mind our students and the value that we that they have in this process and how we look out for them. So I appreciate that.
I think I'm a 4. I wasn't aware that the due process stuff was gonna be an issue today, so that was a little bit of a whammy. But overall, I feel generally good about the way things went today. And I'm hopeful for the future. I wanna say thanks to everybody for being vulnerable and sharing and owning, allowing me to do the same. And I'm gonna appreciate Kenny as our bridge, sole bridge member this time, and yes, I do else. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm free. I appreciate being part of the process. I think that getting a contract is really important, and I hate the contract negotiations. I don't like the sides, I don't like the legalese, I like the bargaining with everyone's equal, and we're here as humans representing them. So I like that part of it, but that's not what we are doing today. It still is good work, and I appreciate being part of it, and I appreciate everybody that changed their mind on something, that said something they were scared to say, everyone that took ownership for a mistake or apologized. Like, those are all really important things. And I appreciate this guy for being skunked out, my brain, still showing up. He's like, we need more people on, so thank you.
Like Adam, probably a 3, feel like, there's some confusion on the process on what exactly, and I think we eventually got that ironed out. To be clear on what. I feel like if we had this conversation in January, February, and given the negotiation team time to work through it, it's like we're super rushed or super late. So we'll get there. Oh, appreciation. I was gonna appreciate Anna kind of sitting in those exec team meetings where it's like, hey, I'm gonna be the interim superintendent, and this thing's gonna kind of get paused until it gets resolved, and like sitting in her own uncertainty around like more and more, even as, you know, this is even my real job, and I'm doing this thing, and now it might be my job, I applied, and now, you know, it's just like continuing to carry that work forward. Through that, all that uncertainty, I think is pretty noble, so thank you.
I would say 3.5 maybe. And I guess just because I was at a 5 with elation and like, wow, we made it so far with the PTO process. And then came back to reality with the CBC, which was the same like up and down that I had with the PTO, where it was like, oh, we're done, we'll come to this meeting, there'll be a resolution. Oh, wait, we're not done. You still have a lot of hard work to do. So as far as appreciations, definitely everybody who participated in the hard conversations we had around PTO, even for just that one line, I really do appreciate. And people who are willing to see things from different perspectives. I think it serves to help our, like, all constituents involved. And then also just like everybody said, everybody who had the bravery to say something that maybe was hard to say, and to do so in a way that I think pretty much was not offensive. So, thank you guys for that.
Yeah, I'd say I'm a 4 or 3.5 or 4. It was really uplifting to have something happen with PTO, even though it was one little thing. It's a quagmire, and I really appreciate everyone who came to our super committee group to try to help us get across the finish line with something. I think I'd be a 5 if I was leaving with more confidence about a contract. I really hope that we can have a contract, so super important.
I've got a 4, like what Maddie said, with all the different language, it's kind of difficult to really digest. And yeah, I'd be a 5 if we were able to leave here with the contract. And I know that this is a process, and it's been hard for me to do like the whole process, and I want things done now. So, but I know it's a process, and it's an important process, and I just really appreciate this group's dedication. And thank you to the super PTO and everyone that worked in PTO and the people that just work so many like countless hours. CBC.
I think I'm a 3. The transition from IBD process to positional is a pretty hard one, and I appreciate the relationships we had to have it, but that was definitely a difficult switch for me today. I appreciate the CPC group. I don't know how you guys did it. Late nights, sub plans, subs not showing up. You know, I think that a lot of people do not understand that IBB is complete volunteer. We don't get hours. We don't get credit hours. There's nothing. We do this out of the benefit of our staff and our students, and you guys took it to a whole new level. So Autumn and I also have an appreciation for whoever had the tea out there today. Us tea drinkers felt like we were so excited this morning to have tea. So whoever had the tea, it was magical for both of us.
Thank you, Stu.
I think I'm a 4, I might have been a 5 until I heard Megan might not be doing IBB anymore. But no, I just appreciate all of you allowing me to participate. We've done this in a lot of places, and I think for a group this big to not shut down and not have any individual shut down and continue to have those hard discussions is really impressive. So good work.
I would say I'm about a 3. I've been focused on the contract and today, now I feel a little bit closer to that. But I still feel further away than I was a couple weeks ago when we thought we had a final draft, which is tough. I'm also a little bit worried that I'm on the hook to show up in court for Ken. I want to thank all of you for allowing me to be here. I hopefully won't be back until Miles retires. So.
I'm at a 3. I feel like some productive discussions and some big turns banging our heads against the wall. Appreciate Kenny, I appreciate that, and you guys took a beating today. I appreciate you're still smiling.
And also a 3, I think we had some hard conversations, and I don't know if our district has experienced that, and I think they're hard and they're uncomfortable, and I applaud us for sitting through that, and I am grateful that we're on this team together, and that we have these relationships like Rob was talking about. Like, we could not have done this if we didn't already have a relationship. I see a path forward, and I'm still ready to work, and here I am, May 22nd. I really appreciate everyone on the CPC team who's been showing up, Ben for getting pulled into this, Begonia for also getting pulled into this, getting us food. That's been awesome. Kenny for coming and being the voice for the board. I know that's a hard position, so I appreciate you, and Hannah for you taking a lot of these criticisms, and I hope that you understand that it's not like personal. It's, I mean, we're really in the spirit of IVP still.
So I'm a 4. I really dug the thumbs earlier in the day, and I'd be a 5 if there were more thumbs. So it's hard to not get outcomes that you see as real tangible. But I do feel that everybody worked really hard, and there were some difficult conversations. I also am sort of a 5 for making lists to keep track of all the cards. Someone work harder on that and not rely on my brain to lose track. In terms of I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of your group and your journey. I really enjoyed learning bits of more about all your personalities. I don't know about everyone's personal lives, but I do know quite a few things, and I really enjoyed that. I just feel really uplifted when I'm with dynamic people that care about kids and work so hard, because that was my passion for my adult life, and it just makes me still feel a part of it, and it's uplifting to me. So I appreciate all that you do for your kids. I am going to ask that if you have any time, if you could complete the facilitator survey that I shared with you anytime in the next weeks or whatever. I shared it with you. It's anonymous. You didn't put your name or anything on there. I just appreciate feedback so I can learn. I tend to be pretty intense on myself with self-reflection, and I ask that question all the time. Am I competent? And so I'm good at hearing critical things, because then I can figure out how to apply those and be positive in my life. So thank you all. Good luck with the contract and the rest of your school year. I look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you. Yeah, I know we can keep doing that. Are you?
Yeah, you can keep it already. Brain, keep it in your classroom, be better than I do. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thanks.
Fun session.
Yes, sir, I hope so. I got not only joined and waiters that stink like a skunk, so we're gonna find out if the food can really do what it claims. I think it's a